Good morning, good morning. My name is Ronan Vector, here back in your timeline again. Can't get enough of that Final Fantasy XIV. Not very good at it, but it doesn't stop me from having fun. Hey, Bravo! What's going on, buddy? What are you up to today? What's good in your life? What are we getting into today? Today we're going to be doing some side questing. We're going to be trying to get through some more dungeons I despise. What else? We're going to do the Darkhold Evil Avengers story. Comicstorian. Who is good, but, you know. What else? What else? Well, that's it. We're just going to be hanging out today. Nothing too complicated. Hopefully. So let's get it going. So what are you up to today, Bravo? What's going on in your life?
Today on Comicstorian, we're going to look at the dark alternate realities of the Marvel Universe. An evil Iron Man, Spider-Man, Blade Wasp, and Black Bolt.
It's just another
This is
event,
the Darkhold. And this is Comicstorian, where I take some of
maybe
your
my
favorite trade
memory isn't being
paperbacks
as
and single
generous
issues
as
and I
it should
break
be
them
to
down.
it.
I cut
We'll
out a
see.
lot of the fluff and side stories and I tell you the bare bones of what is happening. A story like today's story will allow you to go out and buy all of these issues yourself, supporting the comic book industry and getting more context and some amazing art. You can get this at your local comic book store or digital retailer. All alterations to the panels, text, and images are to prevent copyright problems, and all art is owned by its respective companies. Today we're going to be doing a weird mini-series that came out around Halloween 2021. It's called Darkhold.
Do you have like a specific class you like to play as? Like, do they have like sniper, medic, that kind of stuff? Engineer? Ah, nice.
Concept is
I really
five
want to
of
get
your
a
favorite
new,
superheroes
flight
are
stick
dragged
someday,
into a
so I can
battle
start
with
doing some
Cthulhu,
more,
which is basically Marvel's version of
games.
Cthulhu, and they get to see their alternate madnesses, their alternate worlds where
just
they
don't
were
like
driven
using the-
crazy by the things
like
that
a
happened.
controller, like a
That's pretty
regular
much all the
gamepad
setup you need
or
for this. Scarlet Witch and
flying.
Doom are
Just doesn't feel
involved.
right.
Scarlet Witch at one point was possessed by Cthulhu, so she wants revenge, and Doom just wants power. So here we go. Darkhold, the full story. Down in Abyssia, deep below the United States, a crew of robots are digging. They work tirelessly until there's a clank, and then another. And beneath the shovel lies a book bound in chains, the Chthon Scrolls, the original flesh-bound Book of Sins. And right now, it is in the hands of its rightful owner. Chthon would bring forth destruction upon the world, the likes that none had ever seen or could ever imagine. But as the Scarlet Witch awakens from the nightmare of what could be, she feels it. She feels as though someone has found the book. Chthon is coming. Back in Abysmia, a robot reads the book and his head bursts into flames when Doom's herald, Victorious, closes it. Doom tells her that the book was written long ago by the elder god Chthon, on the flesh of his brother, and for doing so he was banished to the other realm. The gods filled Chthon's book with wards against him, but later the pages were copied to stone and then parchment, and now they are known as the Darkhold. A copy of a copy for protection. All who read the true Darkhold will go mad. Suddenly there's a light and a voice tells Victorious that she should have known what she'd find when she heard the book's call. They can't control the true Darkhold. Only the Scarlet Witch can. And as the Scarlet Witch attacks, Victorious lashes out, shouting that she knows her. Doom rejected her love, and she came here for what? Vengeance? Spite? She was never fit to stand by Doom's side. Scarlet Witch is pushed back, but then uses her magic to subdue Victorious, telling her she is here because she knows Victor and her seeking power out of greed. But then there's a sudden whirl of a machine and a bright red light flashes to green as Doom
fella,
makes his
get you.
grand entrance, telling Scarlet Witch, there is much you believe, yet you still not know Doom. In taking the book, I alone take the key to Chthon's freedom. Scarlet Witch yells, even reading the first
Have you ever
page
played,
would drive
Hell Let
any living
Loose?
creature mad. It's too dangerous, Victor.
Bravo.
Doom says surely she does not think that he would
That's a game I've been looking
such
at
an
for a long
honor.
time,
He
too,
read
as
through
far
the
as, like,
eyes of his Doom
large-scale war
bots the
games
instant
go.
the book was found. Any living creature would be driven mad, yes. Any creature. But Doom! Scarlet Witch shows an image of her
Good
nightmare,
deal.
telling him that this is what Chthon is, what's coming, pure madness, a psychokinetic
Yeah, I don't know,
cataclysm,
like, I've been
unless
looking
they
for a
stop
game that
it.
kinda reminded
Doom
me
tells
of
her
the
that her
good
pleas are
old,
meaningless, that he too
Battlefield
has suffered visions
2
as of
days.
late.
I
And
kinda-
Doom agrees.
I don't know.
The two then comb through
Maybe
the
I'm
book
just
looking for a
old,
means to
but
keep Cthulhu at bay and
haven't
stumble
really
upon a
enjoyed a
story of the
Battlefield
Dark
game since,
Hold
the
Defenders.
second one. I kinda
Five
miss those
warriors who once
large-scale
drove
battles
Cthulhu back
down
into
then.
his other realm prison. The dreamer, the fool, the stoic, the hunter, and the artist. They defeated Cthulhu for a time, but entering the other realm cost them their sanity. Doom goes on stating that once, 5 were needed to exploit Cthulhu's weaknesses, but those 5 aspects all now rest in Doom. Without telling the Scarlet Witch, he takes the Darkhold to the machine and activates it, opening a portal, with Scarlet Witch yelling for him to wait. If they're going to stop Cthulhu, they need to do it together. But within seconds, Doom is gone. Scarlet Witch knew that she would have to put together a modern-day team to battle Cthulhu at that moment. So she gathered Iron Man, the Dreamer, Blade,
There we
the
go.
Hunter, Wasp, the Artist, Black Bolt, the Stoic, and Spider-Man, the Fool. The 5 were summoned to this land, and
everything.
Spider-Man looks around asking, did we all just get magic booped again? Wasp then says that she knows a cattle call when she sees one. They wouldn't have been brought here unless it was important. What is going on? Scarlet Witch tells him that the situation is dire. She had hoped that this day would never come. One of her personal devils is knocking at Earth's door. Cthulhu is rising again in his strongest form
the
yet.
age I try
His
to stay at
complete
anyways.
form, and that is why they are all here. Cthulhu has always needed vessels like her until today, when the true Darkhold was unearthed, and boom, what's more, Doom raced to the battle in the other realm, and Cthulhu has chewed him up and taken Earth as revenge. They cannot simply cross over to the other realm either. They must
Gotta
read
get my
just enough to
NPC
temper
slave
themselves
all
with
kitted up.
madness, as just being in the other realm will drive them mad. If they read too much of the Darkhold, their sanity will be lost. They will be risking their minds to protect Earth. Wasp says that if she's working with Doom after all they've been through, then it's not even a question she'll help. One by one, the other heroes all agreed except Black Bolt. As he doesn't speak, he uses his hands to convey the message stating that the Inhumans have lost much. They are in a period of healing. They have just begun to fortify their future, and his people deserve safety as they mend, and they must be his sole concern. He can afford no other, but at that moment there's a rumble and a thunderous thoom as the portal opens back up. Doom crawling out, smoldering and on fire as he tries to stand up. Iron Man looks at him, telling him that it's not like him to be caught off guard. He wouldn't have gone in there if he didn't think he could win, but his armor's at a near catastrophic failure. Spider-Man looks at him. Come on, don't leave us waiting. What did you see? Doom informs them that what he saw is the pulverized metropolis of madness, where no mere mortal has sanely walked. Where the face of chaos first met Latveria's unflinching resolve
Trying to
is
do
for
the
Doom's
video
eyes
game.
alone. Chthon made a mistake by letting him live. To consider. Victorious will remain to keep his word and aid them, but they will fall. And if they live to crawl back to his feet, as Cthulhu breaches Earth's shores, he will find Doom waiting. After a short banter with Victorious about her master's methods, the heroes realize what they must do, and they all peer into the book, into a world that could have been. And after just a brief moment, they all stop. Spider-Man looks around at everyone as they examine themselves, asking how they're feeling. He was expecting, but
I
before he
think,
could finish, all
age is
5
more of a
heroes begin to
feeling
feel
than
something
anything,
taking over,
you know?
transforming them into something else. Spider-Man looks at his new form.
I feel the same now
That was a
than I
wild
did,
trip,
like,
right?
300
New memories,
years
new
ago.
bodies, new moves, and a fun new point of view. Scarlet Witch tells Victorious to get behind her. It's too much. They've read too far. Spider-Man asks, what did you think would happen? What about mere madness inspires self-restraint? You wanted the Darkhold defenders? Sure. But you're about to get Darkhold defiled. The way the Darkhold story unfolds, we now get to see what each of our heroes saw about their alternate universes, their dark universes. We're going to begin with the story of Dark Iron Man. It was a dark and stormy night at Stark Industries as Pepper and Happy heard something in one of the offices. It was at a time where Tony was missing, so they weren't taking any chances and decided to investigate themselves. But what they found was Tony in a suit of armor. Pepper and Happy helped him get out of the suit, but he explained that the chest piece needs to stay. There's shrapnel by his heart, and the chest piece's electromagnets are stopping it from getting any closer. The machine is keeping him alive. Pepper tells him that they need to get him to a hospital, but Tony tells her not to be ridiculous. It's a few burns, abrasions, soft tissue injuries, significant bruising. It looks like organ hematomas. But if he can make a suit that can keep him alive like this, just think about what he can do now that he is back. They can save the world. So for weeks, Tony and Pepper worked on improvements to Tony's design, installing regenerators into the suit to help repair damaged tissue. When Tony removed his helmet, his skin was near perfect, showing no signs that he was ever hurt. Next to his arm, he was wearing gauntlets, which helped improve his functionality. And as Pepper removed it to see what was beneath all of this, his skin came with it. He was attached to the glove. He put the glove back on and told everyone that the anesthetics are working. They need to work out a few bugs. More time went by and Tony and Pepper began to make great progress in their finding, as well as finding their own interests in one another. But before they could pursue one another, they needed to get Tony out of the suit that was melding with his flesh. One Sunday morning after working all night, Tony wanted to show Pepper his progress, but there was something just odd about it. He was wearing the suit when he was supposed to be removing it. Pepper asked why he was still wearing it, and for a moment, Tony didn't even realize he was. His hands stopped hurting, but his legs and head still hurt. He knows he did it, but he didn't even notice. It was like scratching his nose. He just did it. Isn't that strange? Pepper ran over to the computer to scan the suit to find things that were even more disturbing. Tony's skin was gone. It was dissolved into the armor. She declared that they need to figure out how to replace it and get him out of the suit. But Tony stops her, telling her that he is concerned. But why would he ever remove the suit? She stops telling him that he can't be serious, but Tony tells her it's just a joke. The suit may have taken his skin, but it hasn't taken his trademark sense of humor. All he needs right now is something to eat, maybe something with more regenerative properties. How about she and Jarvis go whip him something up? Pepper and Jarvis leave, but as they return, Tony activates the isolation protocol, locking himself in the lab. Pepper runs over to the computer to see what is going on, and what she finds is whatever is happening to Tony's body inside of the suit is accelerating. There are wires from the suit deep inside of his brain. His skull is gone, and he'll never be able to leave the suit again. All she can see is the undifferentiated meat. Pepper tells him all of this in a calm, unflinching voice, and Tony tells her that it sounds fine to him. An iron skull is better, isn't it? Safer, stronger. As Tony's fluids leak out of the suit, he walks away, stating that he needs to fix it. Time to get to work. After that, he puts the entire building into lockdown. No one in or out, and after some time, the lock just, unlocks. He says that human bodies are flawed designs from top to bottom, aren't they? Bones that break, organs that fail, every cell division a chance for cancer. He can do better. Nobody has to suffer. He can protect everyone. As Happy and Jarvis step into the lab, it shuts again, shutting them inside. The room fills with gas before Pepper can even get to the terminal. Tony is already loading Happy and Jarvis into suits. She can hear their bones snapping. She can see what was inside of them gushing out through every crease in the suit. She waited for something, anything, and then they started to move, shuffling away behind Tony and begin helping him. Soon outside, Tony operates a suit, telling everyone that he can save the world. All they need to do is get into these suits. Pepper breaks a window, shouting for them not to do it. But if anything, people climb in even faster. As soon as the first screams begin, it's followed by another and another. Pepper tried to do all she could to warn people not to get in, but soon realized that there was one more that Tony wanted to put into a suit. Her. It was that night that Virginia Pepper Potts died, and a suit was born. Now we look at what Blade saw when he saw his dark alternate reality. New York. V2K. For those who are unaware, that is Calidarium Vampire Year 2. 2 years after everyone in the world became vampires. One night, Amadeus Cho was being chased by a group of vampires, all taunting him and asking that they thought that he was supposed to be a good vampire. Just come back. They won't tell Fisk that he ran away. But as Amadeus turns down an alleyway, the vampires follow him, running into Blade. Without question, Blade begins to kill the group until there is only one left, and the young boy yells to wait. He's a familiar. Smell his blood, he's still human. Blade looks down and smiles. Good. And kills him. He then turns back, calling out to Amadeus, but before Amadeus could respond, he's pulled into the shadows, narrowly evading Blade. A short while later, Amadeus is sitting at a table explaining that after V-Day, Fisk convinced him to build tech in exchange for blood. He didn't ask questions, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out what he was working on. Blade hunts, it's who he is, and Fisk lets him. The boogeyman is good for business, indentured servitude for protection. There was a balance, and then something changed. And word is, Blade is not your friendly neighborhood vampire hunter anymore. Not that he was cuddly to begin with. A serum that is supposed to keep him from going full blood guzzler began to run low. A medicine that isn't a priority for a vampire society. Another theory is that maybe La Marga did find a host, with all the strengths and only one weakness, humanity. You see, Fisk was developing the only weapon that could make the whole world bow down and take Blade off the board for good. Fisk made a cure for vampirism, encrypted by him. And that's the only reason Blade's not here killing all of them right now. A voice says that if this cure exists, it could give them back the world. He will get them into Fisk's lair, and if Blade should follow, friend or foe, Blade will face the last Avengers. And this team of Avengers consists of Citizen V, Silver Sable, and Prowler. The plan was set. Amadeus would return to Fisk Tower to occupy Fisk while the last Avengers snuck in through the decommissioned elevator shaft. But Fisk is a smart man, and as they entered the shaft, the vampires followed closely behind. Sable jumped off a wall, starting to shoot, telling the others to keep going, and Prowler asked, "What is she doing?" She tells him the job, right to the very end. Now go. Meanwhile, in the penthouse, the fat, bloated Fisk sits in his bed asking, "Is this a joke? Do you think?" But gas begins to creep in through the vents, and there's a sudden taste of pennies in everyone's mouth. Amadeus quickly covers his nose with a red rag, and Fisk begins to laugh, stating, "Of course, airborne silver, how noble, gassing them like rats.
I forget to assign my squad to a mission yesterday.
Down the hall, Citizen V and Prowler run past the burning vampires, and Citizen V says, just a little further. Prowler slows down, coughing, telling them that he's sorry. There's something in the air, he can't. Citizen V tells him to hold his breath, but Prowler takes off his mask, showing his fangs. "It's okay. I died a long time ago. Go find the cure." Back in the penthouse, Amadeus sees Blade walking towards him and asks if he can crack a window. This rag really isn't going to do much. But Blade senses something. Citizen V jumps out of the shadows swinging, and the sound of clashing metal rings out as the two deflect each other's blades. Blade knocks Citizen V to the ground, telling him, "Good, you're human. But if you are human..." Blade thrusts his sword into Citizen V's chest, pinning him down. "What does the V stand for?" Citizen V coughs. "Wagner. My team's little joke about my accent. You knew me as Nightcrawler before the dark magics erased mutants. Again." Amadeus begins to sneak up behind, but Blade spins back, grabbing him by the throat. Amadeus struggles, yelling, "Fight it! I know you have a hero inside of you! We can decrypt the cure together! Blade and Amadeus, good vampires!" Blade looks at Amadeus and tells him, "I don't know what all of this is about, but there's no such thing as a good vampire." A second later, Blade throws Amadeus out the window, watching him fall, talking out loud to himself that this world is already lost. It doesn't need protectors. It needs a king.
As it was.
So spread the word. From here on out, every last drop of blood in the city, in this world, belongs to King Blade. Our next story is what Wasp saw when she looked into her dark, alternate reality. As Janet stares out the window, she sees a wasp nest stuck on a tree. She thinks to herself about how male wasps are utterly useless. Without the resources of the females, they can't offer anything. As Hank walks by, she notices that he isn't wearing his wedding ring, and she asks why. He says he can't because of work. It could be dangerous. He grabs a cup of coffee, asking if it was for him. Thanks. He needs to get back to work. Later, they received a report that Kang was attacking the museum, so the heroes quickly rush to stop him. But after taking control over Iron Man's AI, Kang makes Iron Man attack Thor and Captain America to give him just enough time to steal the necklace that he was after. As he opens the display case, he feels a sting, and Janet flies by asking, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" Kang says that her husband isn't here to hold her back by the wings, and Janet asks what is he talking about. He tells her that he can sense her resentment, her anger. She may be small, but her emotions are great. She is so free without Hank. She grows in size, punching Kang, telling him not to pretend that he knows anything about feelings. As Kang grabs the necklace, he says that she reminds him of a woman that he once loved. Her sorrow filled him with such delight because he knew that only he could take care of her. Is there someone taking care of her, though? As Kang steps into the portal, Janet is frozen by his words. Was someone taking care of her? Days would pass and she did what she could to be a loving wife, but no matter what she did, Hank always seemed irritated, like she was bothering him. She suggested that maybe they take a vacation, get away from all of the research and building and superheroing. But Hank tells her that they don't have time. He doesn't have time. Now leave him while he focuses. More time would pass, and it was more of the same thing. But one night, Janet and Hank were invited to a party at the Avengers Mansion in New York, which she thought would be a great way for them to get out for a bit. However, while everyone was mingling, she was busy drinking glass after glass of wine, so much that Pepper took notice. Pepper suggested that they do all the things that she already tried, that was how marriage was. And at that moment, there was a comment that may have struck a chord. You should do something for yourself. Who else is going to take care of you? It reminded her of what Kang asked. Dear old Hank, always so self-important. If only she could control him. He's a tortured soul, not deserving of her. Why would she let this continue? Partnership requires reciprocation. With expectations already set so low, actions speak louder than words. So later, while waiting for the Avengers to make their decision, Hank bursts out of the room, and Janet runs over asking what happened. He yells to get away from him. The Avengers think that his behavior is too erratic since becoming Yellow Jacket, just because he used force on Elf Queen instead of trying to reason with her. They say that he's become a liability. They're going to make him stand court-martial. Janet, I'm afraid.
How many times we need to cover
Janet
her
holds
getting
him,
beat by
thinking
Hank?
to herself, I can do better. She's been dejected, neglected, controlled. Male wasps do not sting, enabling the females to dominate the males. So at night, Hank was up late working in the lab and Janet wanted to see him. She shrunk and flew into the lab and his robot said, Avenger detected. Hank lashes out asking if she's spying on him. She says that she's worried. What is he even building? What is this horrible thing? He yells that he was saving his career. Those friends of hers are giving him the boot. But with this, he can make all of them see. She tries to grab him, but Hank slaps her. She falls hands first into a set of glass beakers. He steps back, telling her that he's sorry, he didn't know what came over him, and she looks at the cuts, she looks at the broken glass, and instead of feeling scared, she feels angry. She grabs the glass, using it to stab Hank over and over again. What happened to her dreams? How long was a woman meant to stand in the shadow of a man? Did he expect her to support him unconditionally, forever? Is someone taking care of her? It's about time that she spread her wings, because she doesn't need anyone. She can finally be free. Now we have a look at what Black Bolt saw in his alternate reality. Black Bolt felt a splitting headache as he woke up on a barren land trying to figure out what just happened. He has no memory of how he got there, just that he is on Taros. But how? Why? His throne sits empty. He must focus. Back on Aethereal, he's approached by the royal physician Telegar. He has come with a warning. It's about his brother Maximus. He's planning a coup against Black Bolt's throne. Maximus has planned to take the throne himself and asked for assistance. But if he was warned, how did he end up on Taros? Was he betrayed? If so, how could he have stepped into a trap that he knew was... But before he can even ponder the situation further, he feels his feet give out as he slides down a pit, realizing that he just stepped into a sand slip. And when there's a slip sand, there's typically a desert kraken. As the desert kraken springs out of the ground, Black Bolt tries to get away, but the kraken grabs a hold of him with its tail and it gets ready to swallow him whole. if this is how he is going to die, forever buried in the sand as a forgotten meal of a monster, should he leave his throne, his home world, at the mercy of Maximus, Black Bolt uttered the words, "No." A shockwave came forth and it ripped the desert kraken apart. As Black Bolt pulls himself out of the mess that was the kraken, he sees the mountain of survivors, the sole supply point for the moon. He makes his way in hopes of finding supplies, but as he does, more of what happened returns to him. Telegar was explaining that Maximus was planning on using Aetelian's advanced molecular surgery to change his appearance, to make him an exact copy of one of his ministers. Which one? Maximus didn't say. This, of course, caused distrust among the ministers. Has Maximus proceeded with his plan already? Was he one of the ones standing before Black Bolt, or maybe just the thought was his goal? Everyone would point fingers at each other. But then the Minister of Technology had an idea. They could install memory detectors throughout the palace. The detectors display random memories of all of those who approach. So if Maximus takes on the appearance of one of them, the memory detector will expose him. Black Bolt climbed the mountain as his memory was still coming to him in waves, hoping to find something that can help him return to Aethereal. There was a self-burial shroud for the prisoners on the verge of death, and once sealed inside, it sent a location beacon to Aethereal, letting the authorities know that you are ready for burial. Once sealed inside,
a self-reporting burial
No,
app?
he can't use that. He would likely suffocate before anyone arrives.
I don't know, something funny
So Black
about
Bolt
that.
sits and waits. And he waits, and he waits, when suddenly a shuttle can be seen in the distance. But it's no supply ship. It bears the princely insignia, which could only mean Maximus. Has he come to gloat, to ensure that Black Bolt has not escaped? There is only one way to know. The name Maximus is yelled from Black Bolt's lips, tearing the shuttle apart, causing it to come crashing down into the mountains. Black Bolt walks over to the ship, asking himself if he did it. Has he saved Aethereal? Could it have been that easy? As he opens up the hatch, he sees Telegar inside, barely alive. He coughs, informing the king that he failed him. But Black Bolt thinks no. It is he who has failed, if only he could speak. Telegar looks at Black Bolt and asks, does he not remember? He is not Black Bolt Boltagon. He is Maximus. Black Bolt yells in his mind, asking, how is this even possible? Is he mad? Is he? Telegar coughs, stating that they planned this coup for a year. The plan wasn't for Maximus to become one of the ministers. It was to become Black Bolt himself, and the plan was flawless, except for the memory detectors. They had to implant false memories to simulate the memories of Blackagar. But unlike his brother, he hadn't spent a lifetime practicing silence, training his vocal cords, denying his instincts to cry out. With one shriek, he nearly brought down the laboratory. King Blackagar's security forces descended on the carnage, and Maximus was captured. Telegar tried to continue, but his words faded as he passed from his injuries. And Black Bolt placed Telegar in the burial shroud, awaiting for the shuttle to come, wondering if what Telegar had said was true. Could the plan the whole time not have been to steal his identity, but for him to question it? So that he could not resist his fate, so that he could let the coup proceed uncontested? Only one person knows for sure. He no longer knows whether he is himself or his brother. All he knows is that he is
literally
Maximus,
just sitting there.
And he can never return. And if he is Blackagar, he cannot stay. Not knowing who he is or what to do, he takes the only option fate has afforded him, and wait. The last individual who looked into the book is Spider-Man. In a city full of web, Spider-Man gets a call from his wife, Gwen, telling him that she tried calling him 3 times. He tells her sorry. There was a thing at the High Line and, well, it kind of fell apart. Gwen tells him not to forget the cider vinegar for the knishes and be home by 7:30. And if he's late, she'll show him what she used to do to spiders in the 2nd grade. Now come on, say it. Spider-Man hangs up above the decrepit New York, only held together by webbing, and he sighs. Happy anniversary. Manhattan used to sound like the world tuning up, a blare of car horns, cursing, and construction, and now all Spider-Man can hear is a cheerless wind and his own breathing. Before the unraveling, he'd only experienced that kind of silence once before, when Uncle Ben drove him to Rockaway Beach one icy Thanksgiving. No one knows how the unraveling happened. Nobody
working
does.
video game.
Reed says that it might have had something to do with the Molecule Man, and
Advanced
even then,
technology.
Reed was guessing.
all I
All he
really
knows is
want.
that one day everything began to fall apart. Bridges,
Maybe a
buildings,
friend or
and
two.
even people. And that's when the old webbing came in handy. The only trouble was it didn't last. So every day he has to go around the city of New York spinning more webbing, putting things back together, including people. Spider-Man hears a man call to him and sees his jaw and arm are missing. The man groans and Spider-Man says, "Wow, Otto tried to take you hostage again? You must be giving off some serious hostage-y vibes." Down the sidewalk, Spider-Man sees the man's jaw, webbing it over, telling him, "Okay, at least here's this. Just give me a moment to go speak to Otto about your missing arm." Over on the bridge, Doc Ock is waving the man's arm, yelling to Spider-Man that everything they have done led up to this moment, their final duel. Now face me or this innocent man dies. Spider-Man begins to web up the mechanical arms, telling Otto to relax. He starts straining Hill, but a second later the mechanical arms pop out of the webbing, keeping them attached. Otto begins to cry, asking, "Please, don't laugh." Spider-Man tells him, "You know I won't, Otto. He's not going to today, he won't tomorrow, or the day after that. I promise, Otto." Just then, there's an explosion at the Baxter building as a flaming force shines above. Spider-Man sighs, stating that he doesn't really need to do that. Moments later, as Spider-Man crawls into Reed's lab, he yells that he does have a phone. He doesn't need to use the flare. Oh my god! On the
Maximum
ground is what could
Quest.
only be described as a puddle of a human.
Yes,
And
I
Reed
have been
says,
loading up a
"Sorry,
lot. Wait,
I can
what?
only imagine how disconcerting this must be. I recently discovered that by abandoning human morphology, it frees up significant cognitive capacity for, my work." So Reed pulls himself together and Spider-Man asks if they can just move this along. He has dinner with Gwen later. Reed asks him why. And Spider-Man
see,
says
I just-
because
none of
she's
these
his wife.
stories landed
And
for
Reed says,
me.
"Well, yes, technically that
Like,
is the
this
case,
story
but
was not as
it doesn't
spooky
explain
and
why you keep
scary as
indulging in this
I think
inane
it wanted to
anniversary
be.
meal fantasy. Your responsibility to the city and
Then again, the
stops and
DC
yells,
ones,
"I get to
the
sleep
DC
maybe 3 hours a night, and last
dark
time I checked,
multiverse
I only
stuff
weigh 120 pounds. Every day
Had a
I wake up
tendency
and I
to
knit
maybe
this
go
hopeless
too
city
edgy
back together
sometimes.
all by myself. Then my webbing dissolves and I
the
do
whole
it all
point,
over
I
again.
thought.
Meanwhile, the great Reed Richards is down here being an extensionally confusing glop. Don't talk to me about responsibility." Reed tells him that this is what he wanted to talk about. "Please come this way." As Spider-Man follows, he sees a sonic gun out and he says, wait, wouldn't that mean?" Reed ignores him, telling him that his webbing degrades over approximately 3 hours, right? He has been working on a self-healing organic polymer that could theoretically replace his web fluid. He's applied this special enzyme to make it adhesive. Spider-Man pulls on the blue elastic polymer, asking, "What is it?" And Reed holds out his hand, telling him that it was his finger. There are others out there that were saved by their elastic molecular structure. Bring them here, and this enzyme could solve all of our webbing problems. You'd finally get to rest. Spider-Man says that he knows why the sonic gun's here. He's in New York, isn't he? Venom is here. Spider-Man takes the gun and heads into the sewers, and within seconds, Venom attacks, nearly cutting off Spider-Man's head, destroying the gun in the process. Venom begins to wrap himself around Spider-Man to absorb him, but Spider-Man webs up the ceiling and pulls, causing a small cave-in on Venom. Venom calls out to Spider-Man, but Spider-Man punches him, telling him, "Shut it, and give me your suit. This is bigger than the two of us, Eddie." Venom pulls back the mask to show a dead Eddie. "Eddie is gone. Tried to keep him fresh." Why didn't you just leave, Venom?" "Couldn't. 2 wounds, bowed and broken at the same altar, but we healed each other. Eddie wasn't my host. Eddie was my home." I'm sorry, Venom. I can be that for you. I wasn't ready before, but now." Venom reaches back and then pulls back again.
Man, it's so weird how skinny
Why?
and emancipated
But then he remembers
was.
something. Gwen. And he's late to their anniversary dinner. He rushes through the city to his apartment, yelling to Gwen, "Hey, I didn't
There
forget."
was some good
except
art.
I did.
Give it that.
He looks at the undead Gwen and blows out the candle, telling her that he forgot the cider vinegar. A short while later at the Baxter building, Spider-Man jumps in and Reed asks if there were any complications, and Spider-Man tells him none worth mentioning. Reed continues his research and says that they should talk about Gwen, but Spider-Man ignores him. 2 wounds we are. Reed goes on telling him that he spoke out of turn and he'd like to apologize. It was wrong of him to imply that his priorities aren't reasonable or considered. But Spider-Man doesn't say a word and instead he grabs a syringe. The next day, Spider-Man goes out to repair the city like he normally does, but this time with something a little different. It isn't just his webbing, it's laced with black and blue fibers.
Scarlett
As
Johansson, I
Spider-Man
take
finally
it.
takes a moment to relax, he can hear Reed's voice. Please, it hurts. Spider-Man tells him he knows. But Reed, you have a responsibility to this
Here, I'll
city.
give you a little, a weird comic book Black Widow fact you can tell everybody you know. In the original Ultimate Universe, Black Widow, by the end of it, ended up being a clone of Peter Parker that took on the mantle of Black Widow. So, you could bang a version of Peter Parker. Just saying. She's out there.
And now we go to the other end. We go to discover what the Dark Avengers did once they became the Dark Avengers. Did they stop Cthulhu? This is Darkhold Omega.
Yeah, they basically X-23
With the portal to the other
Peter
realm
Parker.
opening at the hands of Doom,
in
the
the
Scarlet
Ultimate
Witch begins to
Universe,
put together a
more or
team
less.
to fight back the evil forces before they invade the world. But Scarlet Witch's plan to tempt Iron Man, Spider-Man, Black Bolt, Wasp, and Blade from the madness backfired when they read the Darkhold, resulting in them not becoming the Darkhold Defenders, but the Darkhold Defiled. She casts a barrier telling them to fight it, but Spider-Man jumps onto the shield, asking, "You really wanted us to read it. You're the one who did this to us. Now you got buyer's remorse?" She throws the Darkhold to Victorious, telling her to get the book to Doom. while
you
she
never wanted to
focuses
get
on
Peter
keeping the
Parker
Defiled
pregnant?
busy. As the barrier breaks, Scarlet Witch binds
forget what they
everyone, telling
called
them,
her,
"If you want blood,
in the
then
comic
take it
book.
from Cthulhu." With
What
everyone
would be
in
like the
position, she
female
turns back to
version
the
of
machine
Peter?
that Doom used to open up the
It was
portal,
probably like
activating and
Patricia
banishing
or
the
something
five
like that.
Defiled into the other realm. As they're thrown on the other side, Spider-Man asks if anyone else is feeling a bit
Patricia
vengeful
Parker,
after
Peter
being
Parker.
tricked by a magical trapdoor. Iron
Eddie
Man tells
Parker,
him,
maybe?
"Forget the witch. This realm could be ours. We just have to do better than these losers, the first Darkhold Defenders." Just then an arm reaches out through the ground, grabbing him as the rest of the
Priscilla
original
Parker.
Defenders pull themselves out of the sands. Wasp blasts one apart, telling them, "A little massacre, a little mutilation, with Cthulhu's army as the main course. If we want the king to show his face, we're gonna have to tear up his toys." Blade rips into the army, asking, "What? Are we doing what the witch wanted now?" And Wasp tells him no.
breeders.
Cthulhu wrote the Book of Madness, and once he's dead, what they do with the other realm will be 5 times worse. Wave after wave of the monsters descend upon the Defiled, and just as they said, wave after wave are cut down and dismembered and torn apart. As they stand on the mound of bodies, Spider-Man yells, asking, "What is this? What's with the disrespect, big guy? We're here and barely winded, and you're hiding?" Just then, there's a rumble that breaks the ground, and a giant hand reaches up, grabbing all 5 of the Defiled. As Cthulhu begins to close his hand, Wasp grows to hold him back from crushing them, and then there's a bright blue light that shoots by. The light suddenly stops in Cthulhu's grasp, and then it explodes, injuring Wasp but also destroying Cthulhu's hand. As the man floats before them, Iron Man scans him and says, "He's getting biospheric energy. There's no other source of it here. He's from the outside, like us." So Blade lunges at him, "Like hell! This is our slaughter!" But the man easily blasts Blade away. Spider-Man yells to the man, telling them, "Hey, we just murdered an army. Guess what we're gonna do to you?" But at that moment, the ground shakes again, and Cthulhu says that their madness is inevitable, but their victory is small. Though his legion lay slaughtered by their hands,
So what you're saying is you
with a
need
heart
an old
pounding
lady.
like night thunder, Cthulhu yet lives.
Someone who needs,
the
somebody
quiet
to
man
clear the
kneels
bats
before
out of the
Cthulhu, and
cave.
Cthulhu passes him. "You are spent, observer." He walks to the portal, and even though he mourns his legion, there's
Wonder
more than
Woman
enough
is
might left
technically
in his
an old
horrid flesh
lady.
to corrupt the earth in tribute. As he pushes into the portal, something pushes back, and he yells,
She could
"I
probably
must pass.
do a lot of stuff.
The raw mortal world
She'll
is
probably
mine
teach you
to
all
defile.
sorts of things if you
This
think
is
about
my
it."
moment. He's then knocked away as a voice tells him, "No, as it only ever could be. The world belongs to Doom." Cthulhu
You don't
stands
do
beginning
Wonder
to
Woman.
laugh, telling
Wonder
him,
Woman does
"I do
you.
not need an
That's
army
it.
to cut
That's
down
what
a
would happen.
tin-plated pedant and a fragile vessel." Doom holds up the Darkhold, telling him that his arrogance is the key to his undoing. He then bursts out laughing again. "You could hardly glance at the true Darkhold without going mad, and you dare taunt me with my own creation. I wrote the damn book." As Cthulhu begins to split apart into a larger creature, Scarlet Witch and Doom combine their powers to keep Cthulhu at bay, and Scarlet Witch says that the true Darkhold can't be destroyed, and neither can he. So Doom says that the Earth was once his, and like all old ideas, he is prey to evolution. And here, now, Doom alone predates. I have read the book, and I will embody it. I alone will bind and seal your revenge. But before Doom could, Scarlet Witch tells him that it isn't his revenge. A pillar of flame engulfs Doom, and Scarlet Witch grabs the book, yelling that after everything Cthulhu has done to her, revenge will be hers. Cthulhu shouts that she is nothing but what he allows, as it always has been. But Scarlet Witch tells him that that's the past, and he should worry about the now. Cthulhu asks, with what power? You have none. She tells him perhaps.
I wonder if in Wonder Woman society they have like a statutory rape law where like they're not allowed to bang anybody that's
as the Darkhold merges with her, Scarlet Witch says that now she is the true
less than
Darkhold.
1800 years old or something like that.
But in the end, he does not possess her. She possesses him.
We would
she
basically be
transform,
children.
growing the same horns that Cthulhu has. But soon, Cthulhu is gone. Iron Man tells her, I'm not getting any readings of Cthulhu. And Spider-Man tells him, the witch just ate the guy and took his power for herself. Wasp then yells that Maximoff just dropped them here like trash, wants to stop them from taking their pound of flesh. And she calmly says the true Darkhold is now bound to her soul, along with its author. Kill her, and Cthulhu will be free. Cthulhu is chained there in the dark, but after decades of mastering her plan, she is more than ready for him. As for them, are you defiled, ready to go home? A few moments later, the portal back to Abysmia opens up and the five heroes returning back to their former selves. Wasp says that Wanda did it, didn't she? And Scarlet Witch says that she rewrote its influence over them. At Black Bolt's request, she left flashes of their lives gone wrong to remind them of what could have been. Spider-Man asks if she thinks that he needs reminders that he's a screw-up. I got roommates. But later that night in New York at the old castle, Scarlet Witch is called to meet with Doom about her betrayal. With a wave of her finger, he asks why she set him on fire, and Scarlet Witch tells him that she knew his plan the whole time. And with a wave of her finger, Doom's body floats in the air and begins to be violently twisted and torn apart. As the Doombot falls to the ground, Scarlet Witch sighs. Your ego is one of your few weaknesses. You couldn't even be here yourself. I know you're watching, and you can think what you like, but you cannot threaten me any longer, Doom. Our feud is locked up away with the past. It's a darkness I will always carry, and I will never let it control me. This is a new page 1, and from now on, I'm free. And there you have it, the story of Darkhold. I want to know what you think about this whole series, because it honestly felt like Marvel wanted to do their own version of the Dark Multiverse, but they wanted to wrap it into a storyline, which is what I felt DC was trying to do with the Dark Multiverse, but it never ended up happening. I kind of like the idea of the Darkhold Defilers, and I kind of wish that we would get something more with them, but it's a cool kind of one-off thing that happened and no one really knew happened. It came out during Halloween 2021. It just kind of under the radar, just kind of flew by. So take it for what you will. I enjoyed it, I thought it was cool, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Now don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell to know when our next video comes out. And the next long-form video will be out next Monday, so check back if you just want to go that route. Thank you so much, we'll see you next time.
Martian Manhunter's mind attack just takes concentration of will to avoid. He then goes in to hit Paragon, telling Agent 1 to never give in. And then as he helps him to his feet, he says, at least he doesn't have Wonder Woman's strength. Thank God we never got the heart. We never brought back the heart. Grayson realized. Welcome to the Comicstorian channel, where we take some of your favorite pop culture universes and we take the lore within them, or the comic books, or the movies, and we break them down into a synopsis. We give you an audio drama of your favorite story for you to enjoy at your leisure. Now, on this channel, we make a lot of videos. There's actually over 2,000 on this channel at this point. And that means that some of our storylines have gotten lost over the years. So every Monday, we put together what is known as a full story. This is videos that have come out over the course of 2 years, 3 years, meaning that our quality has improved, our voiceovers have improved, just everything we do has improved, but we do these videos to make it easier for you to watch some of the older content. And today, we're going to tell you the story of Grayson and Nightwing Rebirth. Now, a quick recap. We're going to give you the origin of Dick Grayson, how he became Robin. Then during the Forever Evil event, Dick Grayson was seemingly killed
and his identity revealed to the world, everyone knew who Dick Grayson was, that he was in fact Nightwing. So he wasn't able to become Nightwing anymore. So the storyline we're going to tell you after that is during his brief period as a secret agent, in which it was basically Spiral. He went to work for Spiral as a secret agent. That is the Grayson storyline. We're going to tell you that one. When that wraps up, we're going to tell you the initial storyline to Nightwing Rebirth, known as Better Than Batman. So that's what you're getting today. You're getting a full Nightwing Dick Grayson storyline from beginning to end, from him becoming a secret agent to redeeming himself as Nightwing. I hope you guys enjoy. And if you do, make sure you go check us out on Twitter at Comicstorian. If you want to help us and help our channel, then please consider commenting down below, as that really does help us more than you know, and going to our Twitter and just chatting with us, because we're trying to build up the Twitter brand. Anyway, let's get on with that full story.
Doesn't he mean X? Oh, wait, this was
Richard
like 100
Dick
years ago.
Grayson had two loving parents, and he himself was the model child.
Back before
Loving,
Twitter
caring,
self-destructed,
and when it was his mother's birthday,
his
he even
superior
picked out the
leadership.
best gift for her. But of course, he wouldn't tell his father. It needed to be a secret to both of them. You see, the Graysons were a well-known circus act in the Haley Circus, so Richard's days were filled with fun and excitement. And on the night of his mother's birthday, Richard sat outside of his parents' trailer, and he listened as his mother opened the gift. It was a golden bracelet with two robins kissing on it. It was perfect, and she loved it. He just sat outside the trailer smiling as he heard them talking about how perfect of a gift it was. But that night, tragedy struck for Richard, as it does with most superheroes. The circus was tapped on funding, and because of this, they skimped on the safety precautions. Both of Richard's parents fell to their deaths in front of the entire audience, and in front of Richard himself. And the audience, though, was Bruce Wayne. And he saw the terror in the young boy's eyes as his entire life washed away that day. So he took a special interest in Richard that day, and he followed him for the next 2 weeks. The death of his parents was placed on a man who failed to properly set up the safety precautions, and Richard went on a warpath looking for that man, the man named Tony Zuko. But Batman watched from a distance as a young Richard ran in, risking his life to get his revenge. And on one night in which Richard would have received a bullet to the head, Batman leaped in to rescue him. He then brought Richard to the Batcave that night, and Richard put it together. Batman hadn't been following Zuko. He had been following Richard to protect him, and Batman didn't deny it. As a matter of fact, he removed his cowl, revealing to Richard that he was Bruce Wayne. He then offered to help train Richard to fight against Zuko, to turn his rage into a true passion and something that could protect Gotham City. So they spent the next few months turning the acrobat Richard Grayson into the superhero sidekick of Batman. And on one fall evening, Bruce Wayne walked over and he saw Richard doodling designs for his costume. But Bruce agreed that the designs that Richard had drawn didn't work. They didn't speak to him as a person. And that's when Richard saw two robins flying nearby.
Really, buddy?
Bruce told him, Robin is a sign of hope and rebirth in some cultures. Almost a sign of growing up. So with that, Robin was born, and he went on to fight with Batman in many battles, and he became one of the strongest allies Batman has ever had. And on the anniversary of his parents' death, he decided he wanted to remember them, but he wasn't sure how. It was Alfred Pennyworth that recommended that he remember them by living up to his namesake, the Robin. So every year on the anniversary of his parents' death, he lives his life to the fullest, to remember the good times. Alfred is preparing to take some tea down to Bruce, and he heads over to the elevator that leads to the Batcave. He looks at a picture of Dick and Bruce, and he reminisces about it. Was it really that long ago, Master Dick? Doesn't seem like it was.
Oh, no, I am at the next one.
As he gets into the elevator and he begins to try and call it, he says to himself that they've lost too many. First Damien and now Dick.
I thought for sure I was going to get to the next level today.
And then he stands there for a moment before he realizes that the elevator isn't moving. So Alfred calls Bruce over the intercom and he informs him of his predicament, to which Bruce simply responds, "It's okay, Alfred.
What do you mean, like as like a prize thing, or you would like invest it as far as like the production quality?"
But before Alfred goes, he expresses his worry about Bruce, with Master Richard's passing, with the boys passing.
$5 million.
He just wants to make sure that Bruce is okay.
I built myself a nice little
Dick
studio.
Grayson was almost a son to Bruce Wayne, or as close as he had until Damien.
Maybe
and
do
Bruce
some
responds by informing Alfred that Dick
VR
wasn't a
type
boy.
stuff.
He was never a boy. To which Alfred just says, of course.
And
he
produce
heads back
other
to the
stuff
mansion.
I'd like to make.
Down in the Batcave, Batman and Nightwing appear to be preparing for a sparring match.
Okay.
Batman says, how many times have we done this? How many rules have I given you? Where you fight, how you fight.
Yeah,
We've
I
done
would
this
build
too many
myself a
times. He
studio,
continues.
get some
I need to see
quality
if they broke
studio
you.
lights.
I need to see if you still have the heart that you
Big
once had.
green screen.
So one more time, Dick. Only
I'm
one
talking
rule.
like,
you need to win.
you know, vaulted ceilings.
So Batman and Nightwing go at it. They start this fight like they've done
Soundproof.
so many times before. Two men,
Good
almost
acoustics.
equals. The fight encompasses the whole cave, destroying everything around them.
I
And
could
Batman
spend
says,
like a year making
you
a
let
nice
them take
studio.
you. You let them reveal your
Oh, get a
secret.
nice sound
And Nightwing
bowl.
just responds, you weren't there. But Batman continues, you let them turn you into a bomb and kill you. Before Luthor revived you, you let everyone watch you die. As the fight continues, Batman just states, I've trained you too long and watched you die. And then he hits Nightwing in the face. After that, I need to know if you're
Need
strong
get
enough to
myself
know
an
what
epic
comes next.
red,
Are you strong enough to make
camera.
sacrifices that we will
Always
all have
love
to make?
those.
And Nightwing just responds with, what is this, Bruce? So their fight continues, and Batman just says, I have a special mission for you, Dick. I need you to do something that'll hurt your friends,
Ooh, maybe
your
get a
family,
motion controlled
and even me.
camera.
I need you to stay
you know,
dead.
little robot arms.
And
I can
Nightwing just stares shocked. No!
do some,
And he kicks Batman into the air.
pre-programmed
Batman
movements.
smiles and simply says, good. Fight. Fight like you can't be captured. Like you can't be killed. Fight like you're alive. And then as Batman throws a giant dice at
Guys
Nightwing's
and
head, knocking him off
snaps.
balance, he says, Spiral, the
I mean, if
espionage
you're gonna spend
group.
that kind of
They
money,
fight
you may
the
as
usual
well
evils in the world.
pay to have like your
a
own
lot of people fight that
greenhouse so you
fight.
can like grow your
Spiral
own
is the best.
tobacco and then
But
pay
before
people
Batman
to, like,
can go
grow
any
them
further,
for you,
Nightwing
you know?
interjects. But Tim, Jason, Alfred, Barbara. But Batman
That's what
just
I
keeps
would do.
going. A lot of people fight that fight. Spiral
Why
is the
wait for a
best.
Cuban to
I know
send
this because
more?
of how long it took me to figure out that they were doing everything behind my back.
Although I've always been more
And Nightwing just
into
states,
Romeo
I
and
can't.
Juliet.
They're my family, Bruce. Our family. But Batman just keeps going. They're hunting masked heroes.
You have a cigar
They want
you
our
like?
identities, who we hate,
So I like
who we love.
cigars now
As he
and then.
smashes Nightwing into the Batboat, and Nightwing adds,
I go for the
after
Romeo and
Damian,
Juliets.
I can't do this to them. I just can't. But
That and
Batman
a
just
nice
keeps
little
going.
mojito.
We can't let them do this. You can't let them do this. But Nightwing continues to
a
argue.
bad habit.
I'm alive, Bruce.
Tastes
I'm
great.
alive. And Batman responds with one word.
Nice whiskey
Good.
or scotch.
As
will do,
Nightwing tosses
too.
them both off of the catwalk and onto the classic Batmobile.
I'd have to bring up cigars.
Nightwing just
I want
says,
fancy
how can you
stuff.
ask me to do this? Me. And Batman responds with, if they know our secrets,
can really
we can't fight.
give a
How
crap
many
about
people
the
will
fish
die if
people's
we can't
problems.
fight? We need an inside man.
that
We
racist?
need you, Dick. They'll come for you. A masked man without a mask. Batman just asks one more question. Why do we fall, Dick? So that we can learn and get back up.
Specious, I guess.
But Nightwing just says, no. And he peels off his mask. No, that's not true. We fall because someone pushes us. And Dick Grayson stands back up as he finishes. We get
I
back
guess
up
racist
so we can
would be
push
if I was
back.
racist against
As their
a
fight comes to
specific
its end, Batman
race
says to
of
Dick that he's the only one who can do this.
fish
None of the
people.
other heroes have this in them.
No, like,
Spiral
oh,
will
I
just
only
use
like
them to get to the
blue fish
rest.
people.
And
That
Batman
fish
finishes.
deserve
I
to
know I'm
die."
hurting the family, but this has to be done.
I think that's right.
And Dick responds yelling, after this it'll never be the same. Between us, it can't be the same. And then they
Just,
exchange
I
a few of
believe
their
would be,
final
I
blows,
hate them all.
with Dick just saying, I'm not a boy. Bruce falls to the ground, finally taking his cowl off. And he says, that's enough. And Dick responds with, no, it's never enough.
Yeah,
Finishing his
but
statement
can't
with,
buy love,
one
can
rule,
you?
I win. Bruce
I
responds with
mean,
the final
plus, do you
word.
really want to move to a country where, like,
Bringing
your
the
neighbor
fight to a
bought a
close.
13-year-old? You know?
From there, Dick Grayson went to go work for the agency known as
Not the
Spiral
kind of neighbor
as
you want.
Grayson. Spiral is trying to find every superhero's secrets out so he can use them against them. But Grayson is there to be the inside man and keep this from happening.
See, now that is a good use of money.
Dick Grayson was an amazing acrobat.
You should
one
just
of the
make your
flying
house
Graysons, until his
made
parents were
a
murdered.
super PC.
But
you know?
Batman helped him find new purpose as Robin.
Have the
Arguably,
walls
the best
all
Robin
built
that there
in
was.
with the video
He
cards
outgrew that
interconnected for the ultimate
needed to become something
SLM. You know?
So he became Nightwing, the hero of Bloodhaven,
experience.
and practically a brother to Bruce Wayne. But he
You
outgrew
could build
that role as well.
your couch
He
out of
died, rather.
CPUs.
When the crime syndicate arrived on
Could
Earth
sit
in the
on,
Forever
like
Real
a
storyline, they unmasked
radiator
Dick Grayson on
coolant.
national television.
Provides
And
nice
then they
ambient
murdered him
heat.
for all to see. Batman did revive him. But where does an unmasked superhero go? He goes undercover into a spy organization that is trying to get the identities of all of the superheroes. The organization
I remember
is Spiral,
back in the day
and
when
Dick Grayson
I think it was
is
the
now
Air
known as
Force.
Agent
They were hooking
37,
up a bunch of
and he's joined their ranks to find out what their
PlayStation
true purpose
3s
is
together
and keep
to run
Batman
their,
informed. Now Grayson is on the
training
Trans-Siberian
simulator
Railway in
simulator
one week.
program.
He somersaults onto the top of the
Well
train car and he
times.
finds himself jumped by one of the thugs who was also on the roof. He struggles for a second, but then he gets the gun out of the thug's hands.
What does
and
your,
he throws it
dream
against
PC
a nearby
look
pole,
like?
ricocheting it back into the thug's head. He sighs to himself as he
Anyways.
handcuffs the thug to the roof. The downside
'Cause I'm
of this
pretty
solo act
basic.
is that
I
no
got
one's around to
my-
see you do cool stuff. But
got my
little does he know that
4090, I got my
Midnighter is watching from a
Intel
distance.
CPU.
Damn, that was pretty cool. Grayson lands
Pretty
inside of the train car and he
sure-
talks
I'm
his
like
way out of needing a
90%
ticket
sure I
before
got,
entering the dining
Corsair,
car and having a seat at the bar.
for my RAM.
Next to him is a gorgeous blonde, hitting on an older,
Might
fatter
have just been the
Russian
CPU.
gentleman. The older Russian gentleman's
Great
name is
interaction,
Niall,
I
and
like
he's
it about
Grayson's
it.
mark. The blonde woman would be from a competing agency also trying to get their hands on this mark. So Grayson accidentally spills his drink onto the woman's
SSD
chest,
storage.
forcing her to leave the bar to get cleaned up. The woman walks away grumbling to herself before feeling dizzy as she looks up at another woman
Guess that's
standing
all I
over the
needed
bar.
over here.
Grayson's partner, Helena, is looking at the woman. Don't worry, it's a paralytic agent that was spilled onto your ample
Dragon
chest.
Rider.
Who are you?
I better not get some
Check
kind of
me.
like Chinese porn.
Shut up and enjoy the scenery, Helena tells her. While Helena is talking to the blonde bombshell, Grayson managed to slip a roofie into the Russian man's drink and is
getting-
currently carrying him out of the train car onto the side of the train,
Like the book?
and then he jumps off of the train and off of the nearby bridge with the man in tow. But the thugs begin to immediately fire upon him. Grayson
what you
radios
mean?
to Helena. We're taking fire! Do something, Agent 37.
Oh, PC,
or do I need to
okay,
remind
yeah.
you what can happen if you breach his containment field? So Grayson thinks quickly, and he uses an implant that Spiral gave him, known as Hypnos, to hack into the Russian man's mind and implant a suggestion. I'm your friend.
Oh, that's
You've
actually
been
a lot
lonely
like
and
the
afraid
tower
for
I
so
have
long.
right now.
I just want to help you. Yes,
It's a big
help you,
boy,
friend.
right?
So the two men run to a nearby nuclear
Yeah,
silo
mine's
with
very
the enemy
similar.
agent still shooting at them. They get all the way to the silo and they hide inside, but once they get inside, the Russian man passes out as something has hit
funny.
him, and Grayson
Yeah.
finds himself
No,
being
I-
assaulted
this
by
is exactly
Midnighter. They bounce
almost-
off the walls and the catwalks
It's
of
like
the
the
facility,
the
with
only thing
Grayson
that's
getting
different
a
is
left
like this
hook in, and
faceplate
Midnighter
and
headbutting him. So Grayson uses his Hypnos
window.
implant again on
That's the only
Midnighter,
thing that's
and Midnighter
different.
immediately knows what this means. A hypno implant? That means you're Spiral, and you aren't here to help the poor
So,
sap at all.
of course I
You're
like
here to
it.
exploit him. But before Midnighter can say or do anything, he's blasted through the wall of the silo and into
Definitely
the
has
sky.
more updated
Grayson
ports
turns to his
than
Russian
what
friend
I'm
standing
used
there.
to.
I help you. It's what friends do. You're burning
Oh
up.
no,
I
it's
need
out
you
of
to
stock
vent.
though.
Is it true what men said? You just want to use me? Yes,
Curious how much
it
they
is.
go for.
I'm just like the men who asked you to smuggle what's inside of you. I'm not your friend. You're a loser that I know I can manipulate. And the Russian man blasts the wall trying to hurt Grayson, but he cartwheels out of the way and lets the man blast away again while he continues to dodge, until finally he burns out and collapses to the ground. Grayson has Helena come by for the extraction. They both come in for their debriefing where the head of Spiral congratulates them for an incredible job well done. And that night, while he's trying to call into Mr. Malone, aka
They're not
Batman,
going to tell me, are they?
Grayson gets a visitor.
Although, what
Helena
the
just
hell
wanted
is
to spend
this?
some quality time with him, but he stops her.
I think I might have seen a review on this.
I know that.
before.
I just wanted to see if I could get away with it with you without using Hypnos. Good night, Agent 37. Our story
Pretty
opens up
wild.
on Helena training the newest set of recruits at the St. Hardin's finishing school.
It's got a little,
Today's lesson is how to fire a crossbow into the head of an enemy.
little
When
monitor
out stumbles
inside
the
there
hood,
so you could
one of Spiral's many agents.
buy
As he
stuff for
collapses on the
yourself.
ground, he
I don't-
cracks a joke that
I don't know,
Major
see, like,
Bertinelli
I'm
looks
over,
funny today.
I'm more about-
Meanwhile, Batman is busy battling against the cycles
yeah,
of
see,
violence,
great
a
venting.
low-level
See, I'm
biking
more
game.
about
Mr. Malone,
function
this is
over
Birdwatcher.
design.
This line is secure. Is this a
Form-
bad time?
function
Batman tells him to
over
hold
form.
on while he
That's what I
jumps
meant to
over the
say.
biker, kicking him off the
Although
bike.
I'm looking at some of
forcing
these
it to
other
crash.
ones, like,
Are
I
you
kinda
safe,
wouldn't mind
Birdwatcher?
one this
I'd say
big.
I'm pretty good for a dead man. How's Gotham? Chaotic,
I'd have to
insane,
find somewhere to put it,
beautiful.
but,
And your funeral was nice. How did Al,
Maybe I'll talk
the
my
butler,
producer
take it?
into it.
In Red Riding
Who
Hood?
knows?
Birdwatcher, Dick. The longer we stay in this line, the more likely they'll intercept it. Yeah, you're right.
I don't need to know. I'm gonna wrap this up before the flowers in my grave wilt.
My
Don't
God,
watch her out.
3,700.
He then steps out of his room and he
but
walks
that
off to
comes
his mission
with
briefing with
everything.
Helena, his partner. They enter the head office and Mr. Minos explains that Agent 24,
chest.
also known as the Hood, has returned. He was tracking a black market meta bioweapon, an enhanced stomach. Mr. Minos wants Grayson and Helena to pick up where this mission
All
left
right,
off.
you got me
and of course,
distracted.
they get to use the Spiral Mobile. They head off into the rain in their Spiral Mobile, which is a rather tiny car that Grayson got to take a great nap in. Helena will go report on the missing
Yeah,
sheep in the
that's
area
what-
while
I think
Grayson
that's
heads
what
off to
got
chat
me.
up with the locals in the pubs and see where that can get him. It's quite obvious who did better though,
All
because
right, I'll
3
be
hours
back in a
later.
minute. I gotta use the little boy's room. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Decided to grab a snack, because I get hangry.
Later, we find Grayson taking a series of blows to his body from a speedster. As they run off shouting, "Sorry, human tender eyes!" Grayson thinks fast, throwing a flashbang at the wall and then shooting it with his gun. The flash distracts the speedster and drops her to the ground. She pulls off her glove and looks at her hand and sees wrinkles starting to form. So she panics and boom! She runs off shouting, "No!" Helena runs down into the tunnels because she heard a shot, and she says that she found all of the sheep gnawed to the bone and shoved into a cave. So Grayson explains that this girl picked him out of a crowd and brought him down here where their fight began. They walk deeper into these tunnels and they find a training facility placed into a bomb shelter. They also find human bones. And Grayson and Helena put it together that this girl has been eating people down here in the basement. But before they can continue their discussion, Grayson shoves Helena to the ground as the speedster has returned. Grayson throws another flashbang against the wall, distracting her, and the girl explains that she's doing this because she saw so many horrific things working for the group They. She didn't want to do this, but she didn't have the time to find somebody to test this properly, so she put it into herself, and the faster that she moves, the faster she ages. She then whips up a storm, throwing both Grayson and Helena to the ground as she takes a bite out of Grayson's arm. There was never enough food. I was always hungry. Grayson tries to kick and punch, but he can't get at her. He just can't do it. She moves too fast. But Helena tells him to stand down. What? Why? Because Spiral can use her. We're going to offer her a job and not risk damaging the implant. Wait, what? She's a cannibal. She killed people. She ate them. She's not a supervillain, Agent 37. Your old superhero days are over. She's an asset to Spiral. Grayson and Helena stare each other down, and then she throws a punch at him. Oh, come on. You didn't think I saw that coming? I can read your mind, Helena. So Helena leans in and says a trigger phrase, deactivating Grayson's hypno implants and knocking him out. The metahuman was brought in and the organ removed, stopping her speed and metabolism, and Helena didn't report Grayson's insubordination to their leader. While not happy with what happened, Grayson will have to deal with it while he remains undercover. And as we go to the secret offices of Mr. Milo, we get a better scope of Spiral's plans. He's trying to build metahumans equal to other superheroes. With the part that they gained on his last mission, Grayson on board with Spiral and this new enhanced stomach, he now has a Batman, Cyborg, and a Flash.
Batman, Cyborg.
Our story begins with us looking down the barrel of a gun. The man that we are looking at is Barton Tarr, and he has another enhanced organ the Spiral is trying to get his hands on, and Hans dies. But since we're looking down the barrel of a gun, we know that this doesn't end well, as the assassin, the Old Gun, kills Barton and takes the eyes. Old Gun has no eyes of his own. He was hoping to put them into his own head, but instead of eyes, the sockets where his eyes should be are linked to the barrels of his guns.
And you can get your own private residences, so theoretically, I guess you could just
Agent 37, also known as Grayson, and his partner Matron, are tasked with retrieving the enhanced eyes. But due to the importance of this mission, and just how fragile the package is, they'll have additional partners, Agent 1 and Agent 8. After Grayson gets a little close to Agent 8, all four head off to their mission. So Grayson walks into the restroom with Old Gun draining his lizard next to him, and then he turns to Old Gun and tells him, "Looks like you're about done. You got a problem, pal?" "No problem." And with that, Grayson grabs his line and tackles the Old Gun, pushing them both out the nearby window and out of the building.
I don't think Square Enix would ever be that
Grayson smiles as he sees that his line is attached to a helicopter nearby, being piloted by Matron. He already has their target. Looks like it'll be a fast and easy mission. But Old Gun uses his guns to shoot the line, dropping them both to the nearby rooftop. As they both recover, Agent 8 takes a sniper shot at Old Gun, clipping him in the neck, so he spins around and fires a gun at her, and then one at the helicopter, damaging it. With the helicopter going down into a burning wreck and Matron bailing out, Grayson pulls his gun on Old Gun. But Grayson has been trained to never use a gun by Batman, never kill an enemy, regardless of what Spiral wants him to do. Please, I don't want to do this. Think about your boys. Haven't the guns done enough? And Grayson lowers his gun slowly, but Old Gun doesn't lower his until he gets hit in the neck by Agent 1. Dick Grayson, you're an idiot. The two of them escape the area with the authorities coming, and Old Gun also escapes. And back at the base, Agent 8 slaps Grayson for not taking the shot. What kind of an agent lowers his gun? Spiral doesn't care about his previous life. Nightwing, Wing Knight, or some bird, whatever he was. He's Agent 37 now, and they need him on point. "You're all like Batman," she exclaims. "Little boys under little masks crying about their dead mommies." So Grayson calls up Mr. Malone, or Batman as he's better known on their secure line, and she informs Batman that Agent 8 knows his identity along with the rest of Spiral, and then he asks for any information on this old gun guy so that he can track him down. And Batman tells Grayson that the old gun's real name is Christoph Tanner, and he has a son enrolled in preschool that's starting this fall. Realizing that this is the reason the old gun wanted his new set of eyes, Grayson goes to the school alone, where he easily finds Old Gun on the roof looking down at his son through the barrels of his gun. He approaches him and he tells him that his son is going to be in class 118 in Miss Santalou's room. Old Gun then turns his guns to Grayson. "I get it, guns make things go faster, but what's the rush?" Grayson says, not even ready to defend himself. So Old Gun lowers the pistols. He then throws Grayson the box with the enhanced eyes. "The doctor said they won't work for me, so here, take them. Before we do what we gotta do. Can I meet my kid?" "Sure, go for it." But that's when a bullet hits Old Gun, dropping him. Grayson screams out, "No!" And over his radio, he hears Agent 8 and Agent 1 report in. They follow Grayson. They congratulate him for a job well done. Though next time, he should get the entire team involved. But Old Gun isn't dead, and he turns to where the shot came from, and he shoots Agent 8 in the head, with Grayson once again screaming, "No!" Old Gun then falls, dead into the schoolyard in front of his own son. And Agent 8 falls down onto the roof, dead. Grayson takes a seat on the roof as Agent 1 comes over the radio. "Agent 37, do you have eyes on Agent 8? She isn't reporting in. Agent 37, are you there? Agent 37! And Grayson, with a very stern look, just responds, "That's not my name." Back at Spiral headquarters, Mr. Midas calls in Matron to report that he's getting a pirated signal. Someone is making encrypted calls from their base, and she needs to find out who it is. This operation to gain the powers of superheroes can't be compromised. Fire burns from the back of the plane as Grayson and Midnighter argue over a dying woman giving birth. "What are you doing? You said that if I didn't throw you off this aircraft, you could save her." "I'm not the one who kidnapped her, Spiral." "Yeah? You're the one who led Argus to us, and you got us shot down." That's when Helena from the pilot seat chimes in. "The Argus EMP hit everything. Not only are our engines down, but all of our systems aren't responding. So are you gonna help her or not, Midnighter?" "Shut up, Grayson. I have the head. Just hold her still." Grayson looks down at the poor woman, worried. He knows this isn't going to end well, and the fact that they're going down isn't helping the situation. As smoke fills the air around them, Midnighter tells the woman to push. He can get the baby still. Then that's when the ship hits the ground, hard, and Grayson realizes how this story is going to play out. "No, no, 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 I'm losing the mother! I'm losing the mother! No!" As they take into account all of the supplies that they have, Grayson is holding the crying baby. Helena tells them the bad news. The closest town is 200 miles south of their position, across the empty quarter, a desert with a hot, blazing sun. "We're dead," Midnighter says, comforting. "We're not dead," Grayson tells him. "I found formula and bottles in the mother's things. Plus, we have some water and a few MREs," Helena tells the group. "It's not enough. We're dead," Midnighter says, once again reassuring his group. "If we're dead, she's dead," Grayson says, looking down at the baby. "So we're not dead. We walk." And he starts the trek across the desert. Day one, there isn't any talking, but as the sun beats down on our heroes, Midnighter does drop his leather jacket. Then Helena hits the ground, and he goes to help her up, discovering that she was injured in the plane crash. Day two, Helena's injury starts to get worse, and they are already hitting the end of their water supply. But Grayson won't give up. This child has to make it. That night, over their campfire, Midnighter explains the situation. The child has the heart. It's full of energy. Spiral and Midnighter have been looking for metahuman enhancing organs for their respective organizations. This child has the one that they all came for, a metahuman enhanced heart. Grayson and Helena's mission is to get the child back to Spiral.
Like the design
but
of
as
this
Midnighter
one.
tells him, "Give me the child. With that energy, we can survive this, and we can make it all the way back.
Birdie.
Give it to me, or I'll
Got
take
like a
it
nice
from you,
sci-fi,
and I'll win. I can see what's coming, remember? I can fight with your
tinge to it.
style," Midnighter tells Grayson. But Grayson ignores him. That's when Helena takes a knife to his throat. "Yeah? Did you see that coming?"
Yeah, that
Grayson
plane
just
is
sits there
cool.
holding the child. "Shh, baby girl." Day 3, Helena's injury gets the better of her, and she falls down in the desert. Grayson runs over and he tries to give Helena the water, but she stops him. "The water is for the baby. Promise me that that water will only go to the baby," she says. "We went for her. We took her. It's all her. You have to get her back, Dick." So Grayson takes his shirt off and he pitches a tent for Helena, allowing Grayson and Midnighter to continue on. As the sun begins to set, Midnighter taunts Grayson once again. You think you're so high and mighty saving that child? What do you think Spiral's gonna do with that child when you bring her back? You don't think they'll let her keep the heart, do you, Grayson? Grayson spins around and cold clocks Midnighter. Hurry up. There's a lot ahead and you're slowing us down. Day 5 is just Midnighter taunting Grayson. We should fight. And Grayson ignoring him. Day 6 is Midnighter continuing. We should fight, so I can win and take the baby. Day 7, even Midnighter is getting tired of himself. We should. And he falls in the desert. Dick Grayson, I have enhancements, I have powers. What do you have? And Grayson leaves the water for Midnighter. I have her. As of day 8, it's only Grayson and the child, and he tells a story. A story about his dreams as a child. Day 9, he keeps telling that story, but he is finally beginning to lose himself to the heat. And day 10? Well, day 10, Grayson went as far as he could, and he collapsed, holding the baby up still. That's when a nice couple happened to cross him. He made it. He was rescued, and so was the child. A week later, back at Spiral, Grayson and Helena were still in recovery, and the head of Spiral was going over the report. He was sad that they lost the heart. Supposedly, it was lost in a crash and is unrecoverable. Oh well, on to the next enhanced organ. But the truth is, the child is fine, being raised by a loving family elsewhere, and the heart is still with that child. Our tale begins with Grayson and Helena making their way across the coastline of the Yellow Sea, moving towards the base of a group called Aethereal. They are a collection of deserters from various criminal organizations pulling heists for personal gain. But as they get closer, a giant killer whale attacks them. Orca! Grayson shouts out, pulling Helena out of its path. But then he sees what he's actually fighting. Let me modify that! Zombie orca with legs! Helena explains that they are actually security nanosites and they're attached to whatever is nearby when they lack a human host. Grayson hits it with a bolt from his crossbow and he watches it fall into the ocean. Return to the ocean and swim free, Willie! The two of them come over the ridge and in the base of the group Aethereal, where they see everyone is dead. Grayson walks through shutting the eyes of the dead soldiers in shock at what's happened. And he asks what this brain does that can cause this to happen. Helena tells him that they don't know what the brain does, just whispers and rumors about its abilities. But off in the distance, Midnighter is watching. And while he can't see their faces because of their Spiral Hypnos devices, he does know Grayson's ass anywhere. Helena takes one of the few survivors and she begins to dig around in his head using her Hypnos to search his mind for answers. That's when Grayson gets too close to the technology allowing Midnighter to stay hidden, and Midnighter reaches out, grabbing him. Hey, you dick! What Midnighter did was pull Grayson through a door to the God Garden, Midnighter's base of operations. He explains that this is where everything man-made gets hidden, and then he lunges at Grayson. You got in my way in Russia, and again in the empty quarter, and I'm the kind of guy that holds grudges. I'm on a mission and I don't have time for you, you goth club bouncer, Grayson replies as he jumps into the air and throws a baton at Midnighter. Midnighter catches it and replies, that's funny, I was on a mission too, to keep superhuman organs out of the hands of a spy organization called Spiral. They go back and forth trading blows and quips, with Midnighter starting to win as he studied Nightwing's moves. But that's when Grayson begins to win and he asks him, did you study Robin's moves? He gets the better of Midnighter, but that's when his eye begins to bleed as his Hypnos begins to fail. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, the God Garden has tech that turns off that wet work stuff. And then he knocks Grayson out. Or it allows me to install it, as he has now seemingly taken Grayson's Hypnos tech. Back with Helena, she's finally figured out what's going on. The Fist of Cain has taken the Paragon brain. They plan to fill it with hate and anger until it's ready to explode and then launch a psychic attack on the nearby Peace Rally. Meanwhile, back with Grayson, he's trying his best to overcome Midnighter, but he has the moves and the tech now. And once he knocks out Grayson, he'll use the Hypnos to trace the signal back to the Spiral base. So Grayson says the secret word and disrupts the Hypnos that Midnighter took out of him. Using that disruption, he uppercuts Midnighter, knocking him out finally. That's when an old woman appears behind Grayson. She asks him to follow her and apologizes for Midnighter's actions. It was unintended and his temperament got the better of him. But now, she'll need Grayson's help in stopping the Fist of Cain, because they've been built to destroy the God Garden, to destroy her, the Gardener. And Grayson is going to be needed to save the God Garden. With Helena moving towards Israel to stop this, she has Mr. Minos patch into Grayson's Hypnos so that she can see where her partner has vanished off to. and what she sees is Grayson locked in a cell in front of her, which means that someone else is using the Hypnos, and when he gets close to the glass, she sees that it's Midnighter. So she has an idea to link up Grayson's implant, which is in Midnighter, with her implant so that she can show Midnighter what's about to happen and get him on board. Because he's the only one that can save Grayson now. Meanwhile, Grayson is trying his best to convince the Gardener to let him out of the cell, but the Gardener explains that she wants thousands to die in Israel. It'll show the world that this artificial superhuman arms race needs to end now. God Garden wants to unleash this flood to combat sin. But at that moment, Midnighter's brain overloads as his Hypnos is getting all of the information from Helena. He hits the ground and blood begins to pour out of his eye. But he does manage to get out the order. God Garden, release Grayson, open the door, we need to stop Israel. He turns around to the door and shouts, Gardener, you have to let me go. I saw things, and I think Grayson is telling the truth. But while Midnighter is now on his side, Grayson is trying his best to convince the Gardener as well, telling her that he saw the refugees that she saved, that she has compassion. Why is she keeping him here? And Midnighter walks to the door begging the Gardener to release Grayson. He doesn't want to fight her. Please, let him help. Meanwhile, in Israel with Helena, a concert is blaring loud music and the singer holds up the Paragon Brain. And thoughts of hatred, murder, and death pour into the people of Israel, and they begin tearing people apart. The Gardener is finally convinced, and Midnighter and Grayson walk through one of the many doorways from the God Garden and into Israel, ready to stop all of these people. Midnighter takes crowd duty while Grayson leaps over the people fighting and makes a break for the brain. But just as he gets close, he sees Helena coming for him as she's been affected by the device, shouting, Agent 37, you abandoned me, you left me, I hate you, I'll kill you. He pushes her back as she reaches in to kiss a surprised Grayson. There, that cleared my mind, she tells him. I'll disarm the crowd, get the brain. Even more confused, Grayson jumps back in. Sure, I'll keep clean thoughts going. He jumps back onto the stage and he kicks a knife away that Midnighter tried to throw, telling him no one gets killed. And then he begins to drop the leader and his goons on the stage one at a time. But while that's going on, Helena finds herself overwhelmed, and that's when the director of Spiral appears in front of her, shooting the man off of her. She just surprisingly asks, Director Minos? Back on stage, Grayson gets ready to smash the device holding the brain, and he holds it over his head ready to smash it when he realizes that he needs to feed it positive emotions instead. It's the only thing that he can do to end this. If he just breaks it, the entire world will be stuck with thoughts of hatred. So he thinks about everything that he has, his family, his safety net, and he changed the Paragon's mind. Grayson walked back into the debriefing where Mr. Minos congratulated him for a job well done, and he wished that he could have been there. As he said that, he and Helena shared a look. Back in God's Garden, Midnighter tells the Gardener that he's done with this mission. He can't work for someone with a hidden agenda. He isn't Grayson. They've been sending him and his partner Helena off to recover the enhanced organs that grant superhuman powers from the world. But why have they been doing this? Because as the man in charge, Mr. Minos, has said, it's so that he could uncover the secrets of the Justice League. Grayson knew that this was a lie, and even Midnighter told him that this was a lie. But Grayson went along with the plans to figure out what the true mission was. But now, Mr. Minos has enough of the organs, and it's time for him to enact his new plan. He is a man of secrets. He enjoys them and he wants more of them. And he opens up his mission by firing a crossbow bolt from Helena's own crossbow into her chest. The doctor comes running out with Helena in her arms, bleeding all over the place as Dick Grayson is teaching his students gymnastics. Where is the doctor, Grayson? Helena, what happened? Grayson yells, running to her side. She explains in a very weak voice that it was Mr. Minos. He fired a bolt into her chest, aiming for her heart, but she always keeps the sights off target when she's not using it. After he shot her, she played dead so that he would leave. She then pulls the bolt out of her own chest. Dick, listen, all of the agents are on mission except for you and Agent 1. He'll hit Agent 1 first because he's at noon prayers in the chapel. She then passes out in his arms. Grayson stands up furious. I'm going after Minos. Wait, I've known this man for years. He's smarter than anyone and he'll know you're coming, the doctor tries to tell him. Do you think I care? He says, kicking out the window. All of the students are being escorted out of the room, but a few of the girls who have taken a liking to Grayson decide that they're gonna have some fun with this, and they go get their masks. Meanwhile, in the chapel, Mr. Minos shows up and points a gun at Agent 1's head. Agent 1 then spins around, knocking the gun out of Mr. Minos' hand, and then shoves him to the ground, pointing the gun at his crotch. You have 3 seconds to tell me if you've gone crazy or what the meaning of this is. Mr. Minos tells him, I have a secret. Meet Paragon. At that moment, Agent 1 is thrown into a wall by a cyborg robot monster. See, Paragon has the powers of the Justice League. I know. I told everyone that we were collecting the organs to identify the heroes, but when you're planning to expose the secrets of a horribly powerful organization like Spiral, it can't hurt to have a few of these on your side. Paragon begins to crackle as he charges up a beam similar to Cyborg's energy, and he blasts it at Agent 1. Luckily, Grayson arrived just in time to pull him out of the way. What do you know? Grayson asks him. Minos is insane, and the monster has the powers of the JLA. We're going to die. What do you know? Minos took out Helena and the comms. We're all that's left. We're not gonna die, Grayson tells him, as he's dodging more of Paragon's blasts. Have I mentioned you're an idiot, Dick Grayson? Agent 1 says as he also leaps out of the way of another blast. Yeah, that's pretty much implied, but I've been working alongside the JLA for a long time, trained with them, and they have weaknesses, so will he. He then explains as he dodges and maneuvers around every one of Paragon's moves over and over. Cyborg's blasts are preceded by a small crackle. The Flash needs room for his speed to work, so stay in close. Aquaman's eyes are perfect. That makes his aim perfect, but it also makes him predictable. Green Lantern's constructs require a crazy concentration, so come in from multiple angles to confuse him. And Superman's breath takes 4.2 seconds from when it hits you to take you down. Plenty of time to maneuver away from it. Martian Manhunter's mind attack just takes concentration of will to avoid. He then goes in to hit Paragon, telling Agent 1 to never give in. And then as he helps him to his feet, he says, at least he doesn't have Wonder Woman's strength. Thank God we never got the heart. We never brought back the heart. Grayson realizes what they can do to stop Paragon, except they both realize that Agent 1's gun is on the other side of Paragon. That's when they're saved by the girls from the school, as they come running in with their masks, launching darts at Paragon to distract him. Grayson does a backflip over Paragon, catching the gun as the girls throw it to him, and then he lands, shooting Paragon right through the heart, shutting him down. Minos walks over clapping, telling them they did a job well done. Now they can just sweep him away, another secret to be kept. But how will they keep him from talking? He's been using Spiral to get all of the world's secrets, and he now has everything. And that's when a crossbow bolt appears in his chest, right in his heart. And behind him is Helena. I fixed the sights, ending Minos. But did they really? Across the world, Minos is sitting at a diner explaining that he left a light composite of his own design behind to pretend to be him. Someone to play the cliched explain-everything villain that every hero wants to fight. So they'll fight him, and the real Minos can walk away. The woman sitting across from him asks him, where will you go? What if I need to reach you? And he responds with, Ireland. I'll be in Ireland. But before he can go, she asks one last question. How did you know? No? Like, how did you know Spiral didn't manipulate you into doing this? I mean, they knew who you were all along. And maybe they just wanted someone like you to be their face for a while. What? Why? You said it yourself. You're kind of a cliched bat villain, except you obsess over secrets instead of things like penguins. The exact type of thing that they could use to attract someone like Grayson into their web? Wait, what? How do you? And now they can gently encourage him to serve their larger purpose. And now they can let you go. Wait, do I know you? You're Agent Zero. You were only a rumor in Spiral's files. Oh God, please don't do this. At least let one last secret come out. My name is... And she kills him. Honestly, Mr. Whatever, do you really think I care? This is during the period in which Batman had amnesia, and with no word from home base, Grayson stayed with Spiral trying to figure out what his next move was. Because every time that he would call up and ask to go home, he got no answers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Helena, the now leader of Spiral, gets a report that Agent 37, also known as Grayson, has been seen killing other agents around the world. The organization that controls Spiral from the shadows informs her that it was done with the same weapon that Grayson uses, so it has to be him. Over in a museum, Grayson breaks in with Tiger, another agent of Spiral, to conduct their current mission, to retrieve a large rock of kryptonite and deliver it to the buyer. Grayson lets Tiger drop the guard, and he throws on his suit. With it giving him a series of problems, he asks Tiger, "Am I straight?" referring to his bow tie. While this is going on, Helena is going through all of the evidence that points to Grayson. None of this is adding up. Why would he betray her and Spiral at this point? But all of the pieces do fit. It can only be him. Back in Spain, Grayson goes to the dance floor and he spies the woman with the big rock on a necklace. Then, as they proceed to dance the night away, Grayson makes his move and he snatches the gem off of her necklace, pocketing it.
He then goes into full distraction mode, giving her a kiss and walking away. She notices right away that the stone has been taken as she begins to shout out, "Thief! Thief!" With a smile, Grayson runs back into the halls where Tiger is waiting for him. He begins to sprint down the hallways, and Helena gives him a call, telling him to take Tiger out of the equation. Agent 1 may have been compromised. So Grayson cocks his arm back, dropping Tiger. "Really sorry, man, but it looks like they always used to say, when you stop listening to the voices in your head, you've probably gone crazy." He then makes a break for it, leaving Tiger at the mercy of the guards. Tiger looks around and simply says, "You're an idiot, Grayson." Grayson runs across the building to where a guard is being questioned about the mysterious person that he can't remember. Because Spiral has special technology called Hypnos that blurs individuals' faces so you'll never know that they were there. The guard only remembers the tuxedo, but as Grayson runs through kicking him in the head, he tells him, "Don't forget my smile." Tiger looks at the guards and he begins to drop them all within seconds. Then he decides that he's going to get his revenge on Grayson. No one betrays Tiger. As he slips away requesting an extraction from Elena, she informs Tiger that he isn't to go after Grayson. Without much more to go on, Grayson makes his way to the drop-off point to meet the buyer. Helena still hasn't told him what's going on, and as far as he's concerned, Tiger is the compromised agent, and he's now been handled. But when he gets to the drop-off point, he sees one person who should never have kryptonite, Lex Luthor. He is the drop-off. Grayson smiles at him. "Do you really think I'm going to turn this over to you, Luthor?" And Luthor explains that ever since Forever Evil, I've been a member of the Justice League, and I'm doing my duty to acquire all of their weaknesses to remove them from the playing field. But Grayson doesn't believe it. Why would Spiral deal with him? Lex explains, "Who do you think invented the Hypnos technology that they stole and re-engineered? The technology that allows them to remain hidden and talk telepathically. I have the next phase of it, complete body control." He then demonstrates by taking control of Grayson's body, forcing him to almost grab the waitress's butt next to him. Realizing that he can't win against this, Grayson throws coffee into Lex's face and he jumps off the side of the cliff onto his own ride, which is hidden right there. Even with Lex's drones chasing him, he rockets into the night sky. He tries to call up Helena to report and ask what's going on, and she doesn't answer, leaving him to assume that everything that he thought was going on is wrong. And he wrongfully dropped Agent 1 back in the museum. So he has Spiral HQ give him Agent 1's location, and he begins to head over to that direction. Agent 1 during all of this is beneath Rome, Italy, in a burial room filled with skulls. He's snooping around on his current mission when out of nowhere, Grayson appears above him and begins to strangle him. Tiger hits the ground in pain, and the fake Grayson drops behind him asking, "Who am I?" He begins to beat down Tiger with his batons until Grayson sees himself. "You know, I've never really seen myself from this angle. No idea what all the fuss is about. Let me guess. Clayface?" The two Graysons begin to battle it out, with Grayson trying to guess who the fake Grayson really is. As they begin to battle, he asks, "Do you ooze? Because if you ooze, you're Clayface." And then he knocks the faker back, and he sees no ooze. "Gotcha, so no Clayface." And you're talking in complete sentences, so that kind of rules out Killer Croc in a good mask. Then Grayson jumps in, kicking himself in the face. "Wait, I got it. You're secretly Wonder Woman. Now hear me out here." He keeps throwing punches over and over, explaining that he thinks that it's Wonder Woman because she's doing this so that she can get with him. She must be tired of Superman. Then he leans in. How about a kiss? And he headbutts the evil doppelganger. The doppelganger hits the ground and Grayson smirks. "Damn, I headbutted myself. Might be a metaphor for every girl that I've dated." But at this time, the doppelganger decides to start playing the talking game. Barbara might agree, or Corey. Grayson is thrown off. "What did you say?" The doppelganger gets back up and begins swinging. "How about I guess who you are? Are you Robin? Nightwing? Agent 37? The fight continues and Grayson is starting to get mad. "Who is this?" They know everything about him. He finally has had enough and he runs in furious, so the doppelganger throws his Hypnos into a loop, forcing him to hit the ground. You don't understand these Hypnos at all, do you, Grayson? You can be made to see whatever they want you to see, and you didn't even see yourself losing. In the vertigo state that he is in, Grayson gets up and he approaches himself, but there's one secret weapon that very few people know about, and Helena has used it on him before, the kill command for the Hypnos, and this person has that kill command. The doppelganger says it, and then Grayson hits the ground, confused and disoriented. And the doppelganger looks over at Tiger to see him ripping the Hypnos out of his own eyes, allowing him to see the truth, the person behind this whole plan, Agent 8, his partner that died. Tiger and Grayson reported in the next day to Helena. Tiger told her that he pulled out his Hypnos and he saw who it was. Maxwell, Lord of Checkmate, trying to ruin Spiral from the inside. And since he was the only one to see who it truly was, no one questions him. But Grayson is fed up with this. These little games these spy organizations play are stupid, and he's tired of it all. He completed his job, and now he can't even contact Batman. So he tells Helena that he's done and he's leaving. He walks out of the office. In his room, he grabs his comm, his only communication with Batman, and he tells him, "I'm coming home, and I hope you can read this." It's time for Grayson to go back to Gotham after everyone has assumed that he's dead to find out where Batman is. Agent 8 slipped away and reported that Tiger was going to say what she told him to. She knows that he will. And Dr. Nets, the doctor who works for Spiral, tells her, "Good, the plans are working." Dick had Alfred help him with his makeup and his wig. He'd become reliant on the hypnos that Spiral was providing him with to hide his identity. And with Bruce remembering nothing, Dick wanted to remain hidden. He sat down and he started to chat with Bruce, feeling him out, and to see what this whole situation means. What he decides is that Bruce is happy being oblivious. He'll honor Alfred's wishes of not bringing him back into the Batman life. At that moment, the window behind Bruce shatters, and in comes a Spiral agent. She hits Bruce with a tranquilizer right away and then informs Agent 37 that Spiral isn't done with him. Though she imagines that the first time that she met him, he would have his shirt off, because of the rumors. Dick gets up and tells her that she really shouldn't be here. He left the life of Spiral, and as they tumble over the furniture, she informs Dick that Spiral isn't done with him yet. If he doesn't return to work at HQ, they'll reveal to the world that Bruce Wayne was Batman, and they'll ruin everything for the man. And Dick asks her, "Who are you?" And she informs him that she is Agent Zero, the spider in the web. She's calling him home. She then hits him hard and leaves him there. As much as Dick Grayson wants everything to go back to the way it was, it would look like he has one more thing to do with Spiral. But before he can do that, Jason Todd punches him across the face. He isn't happy that Dick lied to them. To them, his brothers. You don't do that to another Robin. Dick tries to apologize, but Tim cuts him off. "We all die. We're all going to die. But you didn't die. You just lied." He tries to give them a speech telling them that it was for the betterment of the family and that everything will be better, but neither of them wants to hear it. So he begins to pull out a gift that he took from the Batcave, the first 2 batarangs that Batman used, and he throws them to Jason and Tim. He tells them, "I want you to know. Really, I need you to know. Everything we've been through together, all of that never left me, never will leave me. Knowing you guys are behind me is more important than anything. I'm not just another fellow disciple of the Bat or whatever. Tim, Jason, I'm your brother." Jason stops him. "Wait, are you using that And Tim cuts him off. "Shh." So Dick moves on to the next person on his list, Barbara Gordon. He had something with her, though they've never really fully explored it. He tells her that he's sorry, so sorry, but she doesn't want to hear it. She knows he did it because Batman asked him, and even when she recognized him, he didn't tell her that it was him. She jumps off the bridge that they are on to get away from Grayson, and he jumps off after her without even having a rope. In the end, she caught him. She'll always catch him. "Barbara, it was you and me in the very beginning. Remember that, okay? Everything else, the evil villains, the Batmen, the world's on the brink, 1,000 dangers and horrors streaming and knocking me down, strangling me, killing me. I swear it doesn't matter because I always come back to you, to you." She looks at him in the eyes and asks him, "Is that your stupid clue master?" And Dick moves on to his last location, Damian Wayne. They both look at each other and declare, "You're alive?" You see, when Dick left, Damian was dead, but Batman went to Apocalypse to revive him. Damian was the least upset with Dick's return. He was just happy to have his older brother back. And Dick told him, "Before we get into it, and we have a lot to get into, I have to tell you something. Red Robin, Red Hood, Batgirl, I know they could take me leaving. Each of them has been in the game a long time. And you've seen things too, I know. Kids like you, well, there aren't a lot of kids like you. I just want to say, how you took it, how you went on, to see what you're doing, what you've become, I'm nothing but proud." Damian looks at him. "Wait, are you using that asinine child's game you taught me? The Clue Master's code." Everyone, of course, figured it out the moment that Dick Grayson left. You see, the whole time, Dick has been seeing the Bat family to deliver a secret message that only they could crack. They all type in the code and they hack into Spiral's Hypnos program. And with that, Dick Grayson goes back undercover for one last mission as Agent 37, but with the Bat family's support this time. He walks into the office of Agent Zero to inform her that he is back in action. And as Agent Zero welcomes Dick back into the fold, keeping her face hidden with Hypnos, Batgirl decrypts the Hypnos, showing Dick who he's been talking to. Luna Nets, Agent Zero. And it's time for Agent 37 to put an end to this whole operation. Helena, the director of Spiral, is standing next to him. "I would like to welcome you back and formally apologize for the incident with Lex Luthor. If I had known that he was working for Argus, I never would have arranged that deal. I would also like to assure you that Spiral is not capable of controlling a person through their hypnos. Your privacy and integrity are our utmost concern." "Privacy and integrity, huh?" Grayson says as Dr. Nets is inspecting every vital part of his naked body after he returned from going AWOL. "Ah!" the doctor exclaims. "I have found a tracer!" No, wait, it's a mole. Once he's deemed safe for work, he pulls his pants pants back on and he's told that his next mission is to assist Agent 1. The two men board a ship for passage to their location, and midway over the ocean, the dread pirate Tiger Shark tries to commandeer the ship. He walks on board and he thanks the captain for not starting any problems. But then his men tell him, sir, we have a problem. We can't see these guys' faces. You see, the hypnos that Spiral agents use blur their faces to anyone not wearing it, and once they've been discovered, they jump in kicking. Tiger Shark is in shock. What? These clouds move like Batman, and Agent 1 hits a man telling him, I'll take time to nurse the wounds after being compared to a dead man. Grayson grabs a cable and pulls himself up over everyone, telling Agent 1 to have a little respect. The two of them keep beating down the thugs, but then Tiger Shark's sub decides to launch a torpedo at the boat. He figures worst case scenario, he's out of boss and a job. But before he can, other devices arrive, shocking the entire boat and the shark. And with that, Grayson kicks Tiger Shark in the head, ending the conflict. Both Agent 1 and Grayson go below deck, where the captain walks up to them wanting to celebrate with vodka. Once Agent 1 walks away, Grayson calls up Red Robin to get reports. When Grayson returned to Spiral, he had learned that Agent 0, the woman behind everything, was Luca Netz. They can't trace much of her, except that she is somehow related to the Dr. Netz, who also works there, the one who was just inspecting Grayson's body. But when Tim went digging for information, he found something odd. Luca Netz has always popped up spying on Batman and Robin. She's fascinated with them. She can be seen in the background of almost every photo taken at every one of Batman's events, tracing all the way back to 0 year. She's been watching Dick Grayson this entire time, but why? Through all of his tracing though, he found someone trying to find information on Luca Netz. This person was wiping out information on the internet. So Tim traced the IP address back to a place right outside of Berlin. So Grayson tries to figure out how he can get Spiral to send him to Berlin so he can have a look at this place, and he needs them to assume that it was their idea. Tim suggests that he use the Grayson charm on the director. Grayson tells him his charms won't work on her, but his charms will work on him though, and Tim stops him. Did you say him? Meanwhile, Helena, the director of Spiral, calls a meeting of the heads of the organization. She tells them how it is. She will be stopping Checkmate, God Garden, and anyone else who endangers her agents. If any of them get in her way, she'll be dragging them into the light. She then suits up and heads outside where she gets a report. The God Garden opened up a door into Berlin, Germany. Over in Berlin, a mostly robotic girl named Maxine teleports in with news that there is a building being used for human genetic experiments. Ladytron, as she prefers to be called, heads over there to stop these experiments. Grayson and Agent 1 are watching from a safe spot as members of God Garden are moving in. And then Grayson reports back to Helena, who responds to him telling him to remind God Garden that secrets are Spiral's domain. That's it. He got the permission that he needed to break into the building. As Grayson and Agent 1 jump into attack, Midnighter is watching from the distance. Midnighter is the one who arranged the little God Garden arrival, which is how this entire excuse was created. As Midnighter lands in a cafe, though, he takes off his helmet, and Agent 0 herself sees what's going on and reports that she has company. Robotic spiders come in out of nowhere, interrupting Grayson and Agent 1 and Ladytron, so they have to change their focus from their personal battle to destroying the spiders. Ladytron starts asking them to stop, attack the fleshies, but of course, the robot spiders aren't listening, and it's Grayson who asks Agent 1, do these look like Spiral robots to you? Yeah, so why are they attacking us, Grayson? Call the director now. They continue to smash as many of the robots as they can, and Ladytron hits them with sonic screams, but it's not enough as there are dozens of robots. Then Ladytron notices her robotic hand is missing. Hey, enemy agents, I'm pretty sure these things are eating matter to create more webs because they totally ate my hand. Agent 1 realizes that they are in trouble, so he grabs the mechanical woman and Grayson, and using her 600 pounds of weight, they all come crashing through the vents into a large server room. The spiders are still chasing them though, so Agent 1 has an idea. Ladytron, use your reactor to send off an EMP killing off the spiders. And Grayson has an answer to that. Punch Agent 1 across the face. Grayson, you bastard. Then Grayson kicks him, knocking him out. Grayson then looks at Ladytron, and using his hypnos, he hacks into her brain to inform her, Maxine, you're in a nice and warm place. The story of Spiral actually began with a young scientist, the original Agent 0. He was the smasher of heroes. With Spiral, he was able to control the world. He was so powerful, so confident, and utterly bored. It was during the First World War that he began to realize that all battles have to come to an end. All become their own enemies, and all eventually destroy that which they created. Agent 0 realized that he must keep the war from ever ending. He had to find new enemies and challenge himself. So he created a secret army called the Leviathan that would infiltrate Spiral. He created a never-ending Ouroboros, endlessly eating its own tail. His name was Otto Netz, and he eventually became known as Dr. Daedalus. Meanwhile, back in the current time, Grayson has put a positive memory into Maxine's head, and he begins to ask her to hack into the computers for him. But the moment that Helena Helena calls him asking what the hell's going on, Grayson explains that he and Agent 1 have beaten the enemy agent and they are just hanging around. He then hangs up and she doesn't believe him. Our story of the beginning of Spiral continues though. Eventually, the master of all, Agent 0, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and he realized that he was fading fast. He needed somehow to live forever. So he went off to make a home and have 2 daughters, Elizabeth and Katrina Netz. They are his future and his past. Back with Grayson, he asks Maxine to tell him everything that she can find out about Spiral, and that's when he gets this story. Over with Helena, the spider calls her, a being that works behind the scenes of Spiral, demanding to know where Grayson is. Back in our Spiral origin story, Agent 0 explains that he discovered a way to encode himself and his mind into a computer system, into the web that is Spiral. He would become a spider, but he wanted this version of himself to always be challenged, to become the wise spider of Poet's Tower. So his daughters had a purpose. One was to become him, Agent 0, and the other would challenge him as a Leviathan. This is the story that Grayson receives, and he realizes what is going on. Spiral is in a never-ending game for the Netz family. The spider then tells Helena that Grayson must be stopped, and she will have the nano spider bots devour him. She refuses, but it doesn't matter. The spider demands it, and she is forced to press the button. And as they begin to approach Grayson, Agent 1, and Maxine, Grayson grabs Maxine by the shoulders and he tells her, "You need to use the EMP now, Maxine, do it!" With that, the EMP goes off and all power in the area is dead. Back at the Spiral headquarters, Dr. Netz answers her phone. Elizabeth Netz speaking, and on the other end, her sister, the current Agent 0. "Oh, you played the game well, sister. You covered my and your tracks well." Grayson tells Maxine to take a nap, and then out of nowhere, Agent 1 jumps on top of him. "Nothing, not Helena or God can save you now, Grayson." He throws Grayson to the ground, and Grayson tells him to stop, listen to me. But Agent 1 is tired of Grayson hitting him. Luca Netz, Elizabeth Netz, Helena, we have to stop them all, Tiger. We have to destroy Spiral. And that is where our story with Grayson and Agent 37 is currently at. In Nice, France, a car is racing down the street where it comes to a sudden stop. A man walks out of the driver's seat and he begins fixing his cufflinks as he walks to the back where a man is handcuffed. The handcuffed man looks at him. "Please, please, please." And Dick Grayson leans down with a smile. "Password? Swordfish! Swordfish!" Dick Grayson puts his prisoner into the trunk and he tells the valet to keep the car handy. He'll be leaving soon. Oh, and don't press the red button as a parachuter. He walks to the door and he tells them the password, Swordfish. Then he walks inside and he gets behind the bar. Another man walks over asking for a drink. A surprise. He wants something nice. So Grayson jumps out from behind the counter. "Surprise!" And he kicks the man in the face. He puts him into a headlock and he tells him to relay a message to Spiral Command. "Tell Helena that I'm coming for every agent in Spiral. I'm taking them all down and I'm taking Spiral down." He then grabs the briefcase the man had and he makes a break for the exit where Tiger, his partner, is waiting with the car. He climbs inside asking him, "What agent was that?" 7. "He's 30 agents ahead of me? That guy? Is there any way for me to retake the agent test? Because you know, I had a problem with my pencil that day." 5 days pass and Grayson and Tiger are now in the Alps. "I'm pushing the red button, Tiger. I told you no." I know. I totally heard you, Tony the Tiger. "I also told you not to call me that." It just seems like one of those textbook red button moments. Then around them, various men with guns and skis come whipping by, and the car that they are in jumps a snowy gap to another cliffside. You know, I used to drive shotgun with Batman, you know, obsessed, insane, wears a batsuit, doesn't believe in fear. I was never really scared of his driving, and I've only been with you for 1 week. 1 week, Tiger! And all I can say is that I wish I still wore my yellow pants. You know, you get it? Yellow pants because I'm so scared I might pee. I get it. Shut up and push the red button. You told me not to push the red button? Yes, and now I'm telling you to push it. Does this mean that you're backsliding on the Tony the Tiger thing too? Because I kind of like that nickname, and you can call me Spy Wonder. Damn it, push the button, idiot! So Grayson hits the button, and the parachute fires off. Yeah, I knew you'd insist on idiot. Spy Wonder, I hardly knew you. They park the car in the snow, and Grayson gets out asking which agents are these. And Tiger tells him, 5 and 19. Oh, come on, is everyone above me? Are there no agents 38 and up? They all had their pencils working on the proper day. Back at the Spiral headquarters, Dr. Netz reports in that they are losing agents all over the place. While they can replace them, Elena has a better plan. Meanwhile, in Greece, Tiger and Grayson drop another series of agents. And this leads to a montage across Georgia, Russia, Mongolia, China, Timor, and Thailand, while Grayson sang his spy song. He's the spy with the face of swirls. He gets all the girls, but he calls them women because girls, though it fits the rhyming scheme, is kind of misogynistic and doesn't show proper respect for the equal sex. Helena is forced to call in the big dogs, the Syndicate. Even Tiger is slightly fearful because regardless of how good Grayson and Tiger are, the Syndicate is bad news, and it means the end of our hero's journey to disassemble Spiral. Tiger tells Dick that they're not going to be able to complete this mission without help, and they need to find people they can trust. So, Dick comes up with an idea to approach a competing spy agency and ask Maxwell Lord of Checkmate for help. It's time to get Checkmate involved and have them fight Spiral. It's time for the Spy Wars. While Grifter is briefing the Syndicate so that he can head out on the mission, Agent 1 and Grayson are stalking another enemy agent, an agent from the organization Shade, Frankenstein. Things are going fine until Frankenstein throws undead monkeys at Agent 1. Grayson was talking to him on the radio, and that's when he suddenly hears, "Cree! Cree! Cree!" Please tell me you're just watching Alvin and the Chipmunks. Again, he swings into action and sees Frankenstein charging into his victim while still pinned underneath the undead monkeys. Frankenstein throws Grayson aside, and realizing what they're up against, Grayson activates his new weapon and he sucker punches Frankenstein with a hard light construct. Tiger throws one on himself and the two of them begin to hit Frankenstein over and over, pushing him into a wall until they get him boxed in, and then water pours on him and freezes him into place. Then out walks their new partner, Maxwell Lord of Checkmate. He asks for his weapons back and he agrees that their deal has now been made. They brought him Frankenstein, so he'll help them in their battle against Spiral. The two of them head to Mexico where they finally sit down and talk a little, and Grayson tells him a story of summer camp. He would be sent to this camp where all of the other students from nearby schools were also going. People who never knew each other would all arrive at the same time. Then they would all magically become best friends within hours, even though they were complete strangers. Something about the fact that everything was new and exciting made those friendships more intense. That's what being a spy is like for him, like summer camp. They both stand up and Grayson turns to Tiger. "You can call me an idiot now, Agent 1. I have made my distaste for your history and many of your present actions quite clear. But know this, as I have come to know you, I have to admit to myself that I may not like working with you. I indeed like..." And then before he can finish, Tiger is punched across the face by a mini person. The mini person then grows to a full-size person and is pink. Grayson tries to punch her, but his force is thrown back at him. And then Grifter arrives, grabbing Grayson by the arm and throwing him to the ground. They flip around a little bit and Grayson asks him, "How did Helena get you on board, Red Hanky?" Meanwhile, Tiger is fighting the pink person as she grows, shrinks, and bounces him around. "I told Helena that I was getting bored fighting against her easy agents, so she sent a toy that throws my own might back at me. Genius," he says as he hits the ground. Back with Grayson, he is constantly dodging Grifter as he fires his guns at him. That is until Grayson figures out that Grifter is following his movements telepathically, so he throws a baton against the wall. It bounces around, throwing off Grifter, and as it comes for his head, he shoots it out of the sky, but that was a distraction as Grayson kicks him on the side of the head and disarms him. The two of them continue their dance on the roof, and Grayson throws his batons against the walls, bouncing them down ahead of them until he pins down Grifter. Then, after a short while, he shows up with Tiger and his eyes bleeding. He tried to use his hypnos to read Grifter's mind, but when Grifter resisted, he forced it, and that's when he tells Tiger the news. The Syndicate know all about Spiral, Helena, and Auto Nets and the plan to cause chaos within the world. So why did they come after us? Tiger wants to know. Because Helena hired them, and they want to keep up appearances. The truth is, the Spy Wars are beginning, and it is now Grayson, Tiger, Checkmate, and the Syndicate against Helena and Spiral, and it's about to get messy. After receiving a tip from Grayson that Leviathan was on their way, Helena and Dr. Ness began to get the students of the finishing school down into the lower level shelters. As the two of them make their way back outside, Helena is attacked by Leviathan and King Faraway calls out to execute Omega Attack. One by one, the members each shoot and beat Helena down to the ground. And just as Faraday begins to gloat, he is stopped by Grayson, punching him in the face, saying, "Sorry, were you still gonna go on?" Grayson and Agent 1 begin fighting off everyone while Grayson tells Dr. Ness to go ahead and get Helena the medical attention that she needs. They're going to need to be preoccupied for a bit. Over at the Skull Girls dorm, Agent Zero tells the girls that they're going to have to help her save the school. Agent Zero is the individual who is trying to turn Spiral into an organization of chaos and destruction. And she explains to the Skull Girls that the people fighting out there, Agents 37, 1, and 8, they're all traitors, and Matron Bertinelli is dead. Everyone else alive is working for Dr. Ness, and they're really secretly working for a secret organization called Leviathan. Leviathan is another top secret spy organization that has been brought together to fight against Spiral, to give Spiral something to battle against for ages and ages. But now it's about to get messy. One of the Skullgirls asks Agent Zero why they should trust her, and Agent Zero tells them that they have never given them anything, but she has come bearing gifts in the form of weapons. While Dr. Nets begins to prepare Helena for surgery, machines begin to cover Helena's body, and Spider tells her that the matron has returned to the womb. Dr. Nets says that Helena needs surgery, but Spider tells her that she isn't the only healer within the web. Besides, right now, she needs to sit at Spiral's center and welcome her father home. She then calls up Agent 8, stating that she is now in command of Spiral. The awakening is happening sooner than expected, so engage the attackers. A short while later, Agent 8 is slowly backed into a corner by the Skullgirls after receiving a beating. Agent 8 says that she couldn't tell them how long she's waited for this day, but all of the girls then draw their weapons, telling her she must have forgotten who lives here. They are the Skullgirls. And Agent 8 responds with, well, you must be confused, because really, you're just a bunch of corpses. And she pulls the pin on a grenade. Outside with Grayson and Agent 1, he calls out that there are innocent kids in there, but Faraday tells him that there are no innocents here. But whoever did that had nothing to do with us. Grayson calls him a liar, but as Agent 1 is pinned to the ground, he tells him, no, I'm telling the truth. It's her. As smoke begins to settle, Agent 8 walks out standing over the bodies of the Skullgirls. Agent 1 then gets back up stating, stay out of this fight. This is all his. And Grayson says, neither of them stand a chance alone. But let me make a call to Mr. Fight. A door begins to open, and through it, Midnighter walks out stating, hey, I'm not the romantic type, but I could kiss you right now, Grayson. Grayson runs over to check on the Skullgirls, and they all jump up calling him a traitor. One of the girls states that Agent Zero says goodbye, and Grayson tells him no wonder why there's an outbreak of crazy. She's the enemy. You're not fighting for Spiral, you're being used by Leviathan, Skullgirls. Soon Grayson manages to convince the girls to stand down just as Agent 1 finishes his fight by shooting Agent 8, his old partner. Grayson meets back up with them, telling him score 1 for the good guys, and Agent 1 tells him, yeah, good guys. Back down in Dr. Nets' lab, Agent Zero says hello to her sister. Agent Zero and Dr. Nets are both children of the original evil Nets. Dr. Nets tells her, yes, I can hear you very loud and clear, and I will miss you when you're gone, sister. Luca, who also goes by the name Agent Zero's eyes widen up, and in a fit of rage, she headbutts Elizabeth, also known as Dr. Nets, stating, when she's gone, I'm the chosen one. I'm Agent Zero. The two sisters begin to fight and struggle with each other, and then they stop, and a voice tells them, don't stop on my account, daughters. They look up to see Helena standing, telling them to fight harder. Helena then tells the girl that she is Dr. Daedalus. But Elizabeth says, don't you see? Our destiny, it's all been a trick. The crown was never ours, it was his. Otto wears the crown to fly close to the sun, but fear not, they can still serve the coming cataclysm if they are willing. Outside, as the fighting settles, Grayson says that they need to find Helena, but Agent 1 tells him it's too late, she's gone. The return of Dr. Daedalus is at hand, and Helena is his chosen vessel. Dr. Daedalus is the father of both Dr. Nets and Agent Zero, also known as Elizabeth and Luca, and he is the one that orchestrated the entire Leviathan versus Spiral situation, and he put his brain into the computer so that he can live forever, so that he can be reborn in an individual eventually, so that he can bring the end of times, the cataclysm. The entire thing was so that he would not get bored. That's it. I had to explain it, like lay it out for you so you'd understand. But let's go ahead and move on. Back in the lab, Dr. Daedalus tells them that he will give them one choice, kill or die. Now, if one of them would like to join him, he has needs beyond this cellar. Luca pulls out a gun repeating, one of us? Grayson tells Agent 1 to tell him what's happening, and Agent 1 tells him, Spider has been playing us all. It could never be allowed to win, but I have higher allegiances than you, Grayson. And Midnighter says, hate to be the one to tell you, pretty sure your friend works for Checkmate, Grayson. This really isn't my scene, so I'm gonna be going now. And Agent 1 tells Grayson to stand down. This is Checkmate's operation now. Agent 1 has been a double agent this whole time! Soon, Agent 1 gets word to follow Dr. Daedalus, and he's been given a small jetpack, but as he leaves, Grayson jumps onto their helicopter and follows. During the chase, Grayson fires missiles, forcing Agent 1 to eject from his gear, but on his way down, Agent 1 falls towards the helicopter, shooting at it. He tells Grayson that Spiral has been playing on Checkmate's board from the start. They've been trying to keep everyone within Spiral from fulfilling Dr. Daedalus's plan, keeping watch and keeping the great Dick Grayson tied up. Grayson jumps from the cockpit of the helicopter to the roof of the helicopter, stating, you missed one thing, I like being tied up. He then lands on Agent 1 and the two of them begin to punch each other back and forth until Agent 1 manages to throw Grayson off of the helicopter. He luckily had a parachute while Agent 1 begins to ride the burning helicopter down to the ground. Elsewhere, Dr. Daedalus and Luca are riding a train, and he asks if her sister died well, and Luca tells him, of course. He goes on to state that he thought that maybe she would surprise him. He did make her smarter, but Luca says, yes, but why didn't you make us both smart? And Dr. Daedalus informs her that he has no need for two smart children. He needed one to be cruel, so he bent the world into his desired shape. It's what he does. Luca then pulls her gun on Dr. Daedalus, telling him, yes, but you're no father to me. You're just a blind scientist, and it is I who will be at the center of the web. So how does it feel to be the helpless one now? Dr. Daedalus pushes a button and electricity shoots out, electrocuting Luca. And moments later, her body is dumped from the moving train. Back with Grayson and Agent 1, they begin to move back out while Agent 1 steals someone's car and Grayson goes to pick up his bike that he had hidden away. A short while later, Agent 1 asks, where do you get all these ridiculous toys? And Grayson tells him, don't be mad. We all can't be best friends with Batman. Agent 1 spins the car, firing his gun at Grayson, and he begins to drive back towards him, shouting, do not make me kill you. And Grayson tells him, don't worry, you won't. And then he hits a switch on his bike. The bike begins to speed up towards the oncoming car, and it rides up it, using it as a ramp, crushing the engine and driving off of it. Back over at Elizabeth's lab, Maxwell walks into a dying Elizabeth, and he tells her, I can help you. I just need the Minos file and all of the members of the Justice League, and I'll save your life. Besides, you never worked for him. He was the one pulling all of the strings. You're just a pawn. And she tells him, you think you've won? Well, let me ask you. When is a pawn not a pawn? As Elizabeth types away at the computer, the screen begins to change, stating that the archive files on the Justice League have been deleted. And she tells him, when it becomes a queen. Over in the snowy mountains, Grayson finally begins to get close to Dr. Daedalus, and he opens up the doors to his hideout. As he walks through the lower floors, he hears Dr. Daedalus stating that it looks like the fly has entered the web. And he tells him that he has one chance to let Helena go. And Dr. Daedalus tells him, I cannot. She is my vessel, and I am her god now. I am the center of the endless spiral, the mind of the cruelest Leviathan. So step into my presence and see the truth, that I am the end. As Grayson enters, Dr. Daedalus begins to show him all the things that has happened to him and tells him, there is no end to the spiral. There is no end for me. And he hits him with the end of his cane, stating, I will erase every trace of the woman you love. And Grayson says, I have a better idea. He jumps back up, kicking Dr. Daedalus, and he tells him, how about I take you? He continues punching him, telling him, just let Helena go. Dr. Daedalus begins to laugh, stating, love makes fools of us all. And Grayson asks him, is that a yes? But Dr. Daedalus pulls away from him, telling him, you'll always fall into traps. It was always a yes. Light begins to fill the room, and then suddenly nothing but white can be seen. And then Grayson sees Helena. He runs over to help her up, and she asks, what did you do? And he tells her, what I had to. He begins to pick her up, and they walk towards the open door, and she asks him, what's your brilliant plan now? And he says, actually, I have no plan. It's time for you to run. I've spent years training my mind, learning how to fight against monsters who would use me. And she tells him, that's right, you're a superhero. I forgot. The two of them begin to kiss, and Grayson says his goodbyes, and then his mind begins to get taken over by Dr. Daedalus. Back outside, Dr. Daedalus, now in full control of Grayson's body, stops Helena, telling her, it's a shame you didn't run fast enough. By the way, now that I'm in this body, I can tell you that Grayson only truly loves a woman named Barbara. Helena spits in his face and kicks him away, stating, do you really think I care? He tells her, no, I think you no longer exist. Somnus, activate. Dr. Daedalus tells her soon his thought suppression satellite will make it so that no one remembers his name. No records will carry his history. They will erase his soul from this world, and everyone will ask the question, who is Dick Grayson? He then hears a voice telling him, that's a good question. And then he begins to see nothing. Dr. Daedalus asks Somnus, what is this? And Grayson tells him, the satellite can't hear you. You're in my mind, our mind. The world may have forgotten me, but here, that question's a bit more complicated, isn't it? So do you really want to know who Dick Grayson is? Well, you're about to find out. Dr. Daedalus' body begins to change, sprouting spider legs, stating that he will be the greatest version of them. But all of the versions of Dick Grayson begin to attack him, kicking and punching through his spider legs, telling him that he's done. Dr. Daedalus pulls out a gun, telling him that the world is theirs to shape. Join him! But Grayson says, it's not every day you get to become a Nazi warlord. I think I'm gonna have to pass. As Nightwing punches Dr. Daedalus down, he tells him that this will be the last offer that he makes. This will be the end. The spiders begin to crawl out, attacking the other versions of Grayson. But the Nightwing one says, it will be your end as well. Dr. Daedalus tells him that it's his kingdom. He can't dare defeat him without destroying him. The risk is too great. Nightwing leans in, telling him, risk is what I do. Risk is who I am. And then he whispers the trigger word to deactivate the Hypnos. Tsuchigomo. Just as he says it, Grayson and Dr. Daedalus' bodies begin to merge, and Dr. Daedalus shouts, no! The world is at my hands! I am the center! But soon, Dr. Daedalus' body begins to crumble and fade as Grayson falls into darkness. A week later, Grayson begins to wake up in a room and he starts to walk outside. When he opens the door, he sees Helena telling him, "Welcome back," assuming you're Dick Grayson and not some bug-faced Hitler in there. She tells him that according to the world, Dick Grayson never existed. According to Spiral, agents stop at 36. There is no Agent 37. But to her, he's unforgettable, which is why she programmed it so that she would remember into the Somnus satellite while she was trapped. She did make an exception, though. The family that he has in Gotham remembers him, but not many others. Just in case he tried to be a hero. She goes on to state that what happened in the castle may be a normal Tuesday, but Daedalus was just in her head, and he made her feel things. A reminder of who she really was. Grayson says, "A spy?" But she tells him no, a Bertinelli. After everything that's gone on, they may be free from Spiral, but that doesn't mean they are truly free. They have their own destinies, and she can't wait to see who he's going to be the next time they meet up. And Grayson tells her, "You know what? Neither can I. Will I be the acrobat, the sidekick, the heir, the spy, or maybe just a hero?" And now he's in an arcade with Damien, who is super excited to see him. Dick and Damien have been hanging out in the arcade while they catch up. Damien has been traveling the world making amends for his year of blood, which we also have videos on, while Dick was undercover with Spiral, which we also have videos on. Damien asks Dick about Helena Bertinelli. She was his partner and then the head of the spy organization, and once they discovered the master plan, she worked with him to end it. Damien asks, "You think she'll be keeping in touch?" But Dick isn't sure. After Dr. Daedalus messed with her mind, she seems to have other priorities. Flashback to 3 days ago, when Dick was packing his things and saying goodbye to the students at the school that was used as a cover for the spy organization Spiral. He went to Helena's room to knock on the door and say goodbye. And she told him that she was feeling under the weather and would not be in the mood for a goodbye, because she was actually putting on her huntress outfit to get ready for her next mission, to get revenge for the Bertinellis. And if you want to follow her, go check out Batgirl and the Birds of Prey. We already did a video on that. Back in the current times, Dick and Damien walk down downtown Gotham while Damien asks Dick about the files that Spiral had on all the secret identities of every superhero in the world. But Dick reassures him, telling him that all of those files have been collected by Batman and they've been destroyed. To make the situation even better, Dick trusts the current head of Spiral to keep his word that he won't explore that avenue again. It's his old partner, Tiger, former Agent 1. Flashback to 2 days ago, as Dick, Tiger, the synthetic assassin from the Syndicate, and various other rookie agents were dropping a Hive experimental research facility. The rookies failed to stop the enemies, and Tiger called them all almost as useless as Grayson himself. "Aw, thanks, Tiger," Grayson says, kicking a guy in the face that was about to stab Tiger. Tiger allowed Grayson to come along, even though he's not an active agent any longer, and Grayson asked him about the device. Tiger assured him that it is being handled. So, Grayson jumped on a drone and began to steer it away. "Thanks, Tony. I have a flight to catch." "I told you not to call me that." And with that, he left his former partner in charge. Back in the current time at Wayne Manor, the two boys walk in and Damien asks Dick about the guy in all black. Dick tells him that his name was Midnighter and he prefers to be called Dick Grayson's arch nemesis. And he's pretty sure he's going to see him around. Flashback to the day before in the Alps, when Grayson and Midnighter were fighting a weird monster, and they defeated him. Midnighter looks up the name of the project. Project Kilocorn? You aren't even trying anymore. The two of them walk through the door technology, teleporting them to the God Garden, a floating base up in space where Midnighter functions out of. And Grayson throws up from the door technology while Midnighter throws the Kilocorn to the ground. He then turns to Grayson. "Here's the device the gardener says will help the kid." Grayson takes it, and then Midnighter simply tells him, "It was fun being your nemesis. Now go back to being a superhero. You're too nice for the spy work, Grayson." Back in the present day, Grayson and Damien sit down and Grayson sticks the device up Damien's nose where it removes a bomb placed there by the Court of the Owls back in the days of Robin Wars. Damien rubs his nose. "I demand action figures and ice cream." Batman walks over asking, "Did it work?" Which pisses off Damien since his father knew. So where are the Court of the Owls now? Well, Lincoln March is standing in a labyrinth beneath Greece. He goes on to state that they have Nightwing on their side now and new plans are in place. Everything will work beautifully from the shadows. And then takes a dart to the eye. Another man walks forward telling him, "This isn't a party for you." Back in the Batcave, Batman asks Dick Grayson if he's sure that he wants to do this. Dick tells him, "I do. They thought they could threaten my family and get what they wanted. They were wrong, because Nightwing is back to infiltrate the Court of the Owls and follow up on that storyline from Robin Wars." Our story begins in Romania with Dr. Leviticus and her undead friend digging through graves looking for strange coins. As she finds them, she hears a voice stating the Parliament will pay well for those, and then the undead man is shot in the head. Dr. Leviticus turns back to see a gauntlet next to her head, and the voice tells her, "What I want is to dig up the past, and if I don't get what I want, it will be you who is buried." Meanwhile, over in Greece, Dick Grayson, aka Nightwing, is summoned to the international branch of the Court of the Owls to discuss his, less than satisfying results. The Court of the Owls thinks that they own Dick Grayson because they have threats against Damian Wayne, the current Robin. But what they don't know is that Dick is really playing them. Recently, the Owls of Dubai found themselves the target of a thief and outlaw named Raptor. However, his skills were deemed useful, and they were able to give him a financial counteroffer to have him work for the Owls instead. After his mission is complete in Moscow, Dick will meet with Raptor and accept his assistance and partnership and learn from him. Dick tells the man that they can make him join their little cult, stop Cobra from expanding into their territory. But just know that he won't be one of the talents. He's going to do things his way. Before leaving for Moscow, Dick meets up with Barbara Gordon, and to his surprise, it was not a date because she's in costume, to tell her that he's going to be going away for a bit of an undercover job. She tells him that she thought he was done doing all of that undercover stuff. He went through hell to get back his secret identity. It's going to be dangerous. And Dick tells her everything they do is dangerous. They're currently on a 275-foot high bridge. Soon, Barbara hears on the scanner that there's a crime happening and tells Dick that he had better at least get her a souvenir from this trip. Later, as Dick gets into Moscow, he finds his target and he acquires the documents that he had. But as he sits alone looking at the nesting doll with Barbara's name on it, he hears a voice telling him that he's pretty cocky for dropping his guard. Raptor states that he's followed him ever since his run-in over in the square since he figured the danger was over. The name's Raptor, your new partner. Dick gets up stating, "Nice to meet you. I told the Parliament that I would be doing this alone. Nothing personal, but I've already had some of the best partners." Dick begins to leap up the wall, but before he can go, Raptor kicks him in the back, slamming him into the wall. From the ground, Dick tries kicking, but Raptor grabs his legs and throws him off the side. Dick gets up trying to hit him, but Raptor just taunts him and holds out his gauntlet, shooting gas. With Dick stunned, Raptor cracks him across the face, telling him that he needs to sit down, shut up, and listen, because everything Batman taught you, it's wrong. As Dick gathers his strength, he begins to leave, stating, "I hope you had your fun because I'm out." And Raptor stops him, stating, "Wait, isn't that what superheroes do? Fight and then team up?" Dick stops to listen, and Raptor explains the Parliament gave him an assignment involving the Cobra unit. They hijacked a ship over in the Black Sea belonging to a prominent member of the Parliament. Raptor whistles for his aircraft, telling Dick, "You're a stranger here, so you're gonna need me. Someone to spot you." Dick figures, why not? Because he's got so much to teach him, and when he learned from Batman is wrong, what could go wrong? The next morning, Barbara calls up Dick, stating that she's going to be in Tokyo for a bit, but when he's free, she has a place for them to meet up so he can give her her present. But in the meantime, don't do anything dangerous. He tells her, "Me? Do something dangerous? It's like you hardly know me, Barbara." Shortly after, Dick and Raptor jump down into the Black Sea, and Dick notices a shark swimming a little close to them. Raptor says not to worry. These are common threshers, and they're not known to attack. But as the two of them swim off, Raptor is suddenly pulled underwater. Dick rushes underneath, and he sees Raptor struggling with a snake man. But before he can help, Raptor's gauntlet begins to click, and then a red liquid sprays out, covering the creature. The sharks from before swim over, attacking the snake man creature. And Dick asks Raptor, "I thought you said they didn't attack." And Raptor tells him they don't, but they do attack snake dudes who have just been sprayed or the shark attracted. Why would you even have that tool? The two of them quietly sneak into a ship, and Dick decides that he'll do some investigating on his own, and he heads into the lower levels. As he enters into a medical room, Dick notices two people laying on the tables there, and then he hears music coming from underneath one of them. After pushing the table, he finds a trap, and behind him, one of the bodies begins to get up, and then another person starts to crawl out of the first one's stomach. The one from the stomach grabs a scalpel and swings at Dick, but before she can hit, Raptor jumps in, taking the blow. After realizing what's going on, Dick throws one of his batons, hitting the woman, and Raptor says, "Did you want to know what the Parliament had that Cobra wanted?" Dick tells him yes, but then Raptor notices the scalpel still inside of him, and he says, "If this is how you watch a guy's back, it's a wonder Batman's still alive." Raptor then explains that Cobra's genetic research division is always looking for raw biological material. They prefer the forgotten people, the ones that no one will notice missing, refugees. The Parliament is creating a new nation, a stronghold for the elite, and these people will build those walls. Back in Greece, the Parliament commends Dick and Raptor for their success in taking back the boat, and they hand them their next mission. As they're leaving, though, Raptor asks a question that is kind of on Dick's mind. "You want the Parliament destroyed, right? Well, you need someone who's already got one foot in the dark, a guy who just delivered innocent people to the claws of the Parliament." Dick punches him, telling him, "Shut up, just tell me you have something that could bring the Parliament into light." Raptor whistles for his aircraft, and Dick asks, "Why should I trust you?" And he tells him, "Because I've always been playing the long game." The two of them then head to Norway for their next target, Nut Rudd, the world's most acclaimed designer of mazes. The story of Nut is that he got his fortune told by a tarot reader. The reader scared him by telling him that one day an assassin would come and kill him, so he turned his home into a giant trap-filled maze. But before they head inside, Raptor notices something and swings to protect Dick. His arm, though, is caught, and then he's slammed to the ground by Barbara Gordon. Raptor fires a dart at her, but Dick tells him him, stop, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's skip the fight and then the team up thing. Can we just have a minute? Dick pulls Barbara aside asking what she's doing, and she tells him, what the hell are you doing? She tracked his phone signal here because he stood her up and she was worried. Dick explains that this is the undercover job that he was doing. And things got kind of a little crazy, but he's close. That's the important thing right now. He then leans in to whisper that house down below them, there's a blueprint of the Parliament's secret headquarters. They want it destroyed, but he's going to take it and finally put the Parliament in jail. Raptor calls out that he doesn't want to be that guy, but they should probably get going if they're going to report back in the morning. Barbara starts heading down to the house with them, stating, well, I'm going to join you. If you can't make a date, then at least we're going to do superhero stuff. The three of them sneak into the mansion and they begin going through nuts traps within his giant maze until they reach the last room. On the floor is another puzzle, but this one is with tarot cards. Once all three of them are inside, the door is shut and the ceiling begins to descend. Thinking back to Nuts' vision, Dick arranges the cards just as the reading would have told him, with him dying in his home. And just as the ceiling is about to crush them, it stops. Raptor tells him it worked, and then the lights go out and Barbara screams. Once the light comes back on, Dick sees Barbara on the ground and Raptor nowhere in sight. The two of them chase Raptor down the hallway, and as they enter the room, both of them stop and look in horror as they see Raptor standing over Nuts' body. Barbara says to Dick, you just let an innocent man die. Dick runs over punching Raptor, and then on the screen, the Parliament watches, stating that they did a good job. Now the Bat family will know Nightwing's moral failing. The payment will be, but then Dick grabs Raptor and slams his head into the monitor. But before he can hit him again, he says, that's enough. From behind them, Nut gets up stating, did I do a good job? I tried real hard not to breathe. Dick asks, what's going on? And Raptor explains that he just used some of his fake blood that he keeps stored in his gauntlet. The problem with not feeling pain is that it's easy to bleed out. Raptor helps him up stating, here's the deal. The Parliament thinks he's dead and we saved your life, so thank us. And why don't you hand over that blueprint in return? As the three of them leave, Barbara yells at Dick about how they're supposed to inspire fear into criminals, not help them play sick pranks and steal money. Dick tries to defend himself, but Barbara goes on stating that he pretended to be dead to infiltrate Spiral. Then he sold his soul to destroy the Parliament of Owls, swinging so far out it's like he doesn't want to come back. As she leaves, Dick asks Raptor why he didn't tell them sooner that he wanted to dismantle the Parliament. And Raptor tells him, because earning trust is shown by actions, not words. I told you, everything Batman taught you is wrong. Dick asks, now what? And he tells him, we should stop by my home before we go back to Greece. A long time ago, the Court of the Owls needed a way to keep track of whoever they gave their coffer to. To do so, they hired a mad inventor to make the Book of Wisdom, unreadable to all but a select few. But in my home, I have Dr. Leviticus, the one who created the book. Once Dick and Raptor sit down, Dr. Leviticus explains that the Book of Wisdom is something that she did in fact create. But she's done other things like cure death, aging, even lactose intolerance. A long time ago, she found a way to bring the dead back using an alloy, electrum, and the Owls wanted to use that for its immortality. The book would mechanically store information from the patterns on the coins. But now the Owls want her dead, well, more than dead, so she built a copy of the book as well. The only thing that they're all going to need are the coins. Later, Dick and Raptor are welcomed back to the Parliament Grove, the Owl's labyrinth, by the Orator. He tells them that they did such a wonderful job, and he tells them that it's finally coming time to celebrate the birth of the Owl's new nation. A new nation needs their symbols, their gods, and these refugees will be the blood sacrifices. The festivities will begin in the morning, so until then, they're welcome to eat and drink. Once they're left alone, Dick says that he's done playing the long game. He's going to finish this tonight, and Raptor tells him, your instincts are right. We do it tonight. Later that night, the Orator is woken up by a knock on the door, and when he opens it, he's told that Dick Grayson and Raptor freed the rats from their cages. He then asks them if they told anyone else, and they say no. And then with a slash, the two are far dead, as the Orator says that it could hurt his standing with the Parliament, especially since he was recently promoted to God. Down in the labyrinth, Dick and Raptor led the captives out when suddenly the Orator comes in crashing through the wall. He shouts that there will be sacrifices made of the innocent, and Dick says, that right there, that's what you've been betting on the entire time? Dick throws his baton at the wall, bouncing it off, hitting the Orator in the eye, but he knocks him away and he slashes at his stomach. Suddenly a dart then hits the Orator and he begins to fall over. Raptor helps Dick back up and he asks, what was that? And Raptor tells him, the Orator's body has been conditioned to assimilate animal DNA, so I injected it with some animal DNA that I had lying around, that shark attractant. Raptor shouts for him to go before anyone notices, but when they turn the corner, Dick sees it. There in the center of the labyrinth is the box of coins. Dick grabs the box and Raptor tells him that he hopes he remembers how to get out, because I'm having a real hard time right now thinking straight. Dick looks back and he sees a cut on Raptor's leg when the Orator first attacked, and Raptor's bleeding out. He begins to take off off his gauntlet to give himself blood, but while Dick ties off the wound, the Order shouts that he's going to make Dick one of them. The two quickly get up and they begin running, but as they run to the exit, Raptor stops and says, "I can't go on. I'm a wanted man. If I go out and escape with you, then just put me back in a cage. So go, take the coins and leave." And then Raptor places his hand on Dick's chest and he pushes him out the door. As he falls, Dick calls out, "I'm ready for pickup, Tony!" And the voice tells him, "You should not be calling me that." A glider flies out and Dick catches it. Then he safely floats down to awaiting Spiral agents. However, what Dick doesn't know is that Raptor is still alive. Lady Eve of Cobra thanks him, telling him the coins work. The first names of the Parliament of Owls are coming through. And Raptor tells her the device that Dr. Leviticus made that Dick gave Spiral has a little back door. So every time they draw a name, so will she. Lady Eve then asks, "What about Nightwing?" And Raptor tells her, "Don't worry your pretty little head. I've got him wrapped around my finger." Our story begins in Sydney Tower in Sydney, Australia, as Dick heads out to meet with Tiger for a bust on the Parliament of the Owls. But as the two of them get ready to move in, they hear a scream, and then a giant cobra creature charges out of the doors. Dick fights it off, and Tiger looks at it stating, "I've never seen this before. It's a cobra convert, genetically enhanced assassin." Just then, Dick looks into the room where the owls were and sees them all dead. Seconds later, Tiger gets a call from headquarters stating that they found something. It seems that the Book of Wisdom has a backdoor transmitter on it. Whenever they recovered a name from the coins, it seemed it got sent somewhere else as well. But before Tiger can question Dick about it, he sees Dick already jumped off the balcony. Later, over at Raptor's hideout, Raptor sees Dick and he offers him a beer. Dick tells him that he knows that he rigged the book. He knows that he used him. As Dick grabs him, Raptor pulls away stating, "Hey, I didn't murder anyone. I sold the names to Cobra and they donated the money to help refugees, ones that the Parliament enslaved and exploited." Dick knocks Raptor through a wall stating, "It's not for you to decide. That's for the justice system." Raptor just laughs, fighting back, stating, "You're just going through Batman's version of justice. All that will happen is the rich bastards will get high-powered lawyers to help them get a slap on the wrist." He goes on stating, "This is my kind of justice, the kind your mother would have wanted." The two continue punching back and forth, knocking each other through the walls until Raptor tells him, "You see, I got all kinds of hobbies, and you're one of them." Dick looks up and he sees news articles from back when he was in the circus. Everything that's happened to him since his parents died, and everything up to becoming Nightwing. Dick turns back and grabs Raptor by the collar, punching him repeatedly, telling him to take this mask off so he can see the real him then. Raptor manages to push him away, stating, "I was going to show you when you were ready, but now is not the time." And he pricks his neck. As Dick falls to his knees, Raptor goes on stating, "All those things you got from Batman, Bruce Wayne, they all make you weaker." Dick reaches out, but then the drug takes over and he closes his eyes. All he can hear is Raptor stating, "You just need everything taken away from you." Over in Gotham, Bruce Wayne gets ready to give a speech regarding their recent attack. Before he can get into it, a voice calls out to him from the crowd. The man asks, "What do you have to say about the fact that the damage done to the city by the monsters is nothing compared to what you and the 1%ers have done?" Raptor then pulls his hood down and takes out the security guards, telling Bruce, "What do you say about taking in orphans and stripping away their culture to make little extensions of yourself?" He then pushes forward, grabbing Bruce by the neck, whispering, "I know you're Batman, so how about we get along with this?" Bruce clenches his fist, and then he releases it, allowing himself to be captured. Back at Raptor's hideout, Dick begins to wake up as Damian screams into the radio. He says that his father's been kidnapped, so if they hurry, Dick tells him, "I need to do this alone. This is more than me and Bruce. This is about Raptor and my mom." A little while later, Bruce sits up in his chair, strapped down, as Raptor tells him how he completely disarmed him down to his laser-cutting tool in his watch. Raptor goes on telling Bruce, "You took Dick Grayson from his home, his people. You raised him in a world of privilege. You turned him into a weapon for the rich against the poor and desperate. You ruined Dick Grayson. So it's time for Batman to face real justice." He continues stating, "Even now, the people at Wayne Enterprises went to work making a cover-up story stating how Bruce Wayne shown willing submission to prove his selflessness to everyone. With that, Wayne Tech's stock price rose, and with this lift, once it reaches $200, you'll be dropped." But just before he presses the button, a crack can be heard, and Raptor catches one of Dick's batons. He tells him, "It's time for your final." But then a second one flies and hitting Raptor right in the head, cracking his mask. And he says, "Fine, it's only fair seeing the eyes that have watched you all of these years." Dick runs in, uppercutting Raptor, and then he runs over to check on Bruce. But Raptor tells him, "No, this is what they want." And he hits the switch. Bruce's chair suddenly launches into the air out of Dick's reach, and then he knocks Dick away, going on about how this is what they want. They want to break the poor down so that they'll come running and worship the rich, offering everything to them. The two continue going at it, and Raptor starts to overpower Dick. But as they fight, Raptor continues to talk about how even with his disease, the government wouldn't help the poor with
with drugs. Even after everyone left, there was one who came by and picked him up. It was Dick's mother, Mary, and the two of them stole the medicine that was supposed to be given to them, as well as whatever else they felt that they wanted from the mayor's home. So from then on, he always watched from the shadows to protect her, till she was killed by a selfish man who didn't get money that wasn't his. Dick then smiled, stating, "I was mad at you for all the doubt and pain you caused, but it's really you who's in more pain than me, isn't it? You loved my mother, and when she died, you blamed yourself until you could finally blame someone else." Dick grabs a pipe, cracking Raptor across the face, stating, "The thing with Bruce, though, is that he raised me to not be like him. We saved each other so that I wouldn't cross into the shadows like you have." Raptor picks himself up, telling Dick to shut up. "You don't even know me." "You're right, I don't even know your real name." Raptor starts to swing, and Dick tells him, "You don't have to do this. I know you don't feel pain, but..." Dick then breaks his arms and legs, leaving him there so that he can go save Bruce. Back at the lift, Bruce tries to pick the lock as the stock price continues to rise. Though he picks it to get up, he has nowhere to go. He begins to let go as the chair begins to fall, and Dick swings in, grabbing him before he hits the ground. A little while later, Tiger shows up stating that Raptor has a pretty clever device, so they're gonna confiscate it. But since Raptor's wanted in 17 countries, Tiger can forgive Dick for his hasty exit back in Sydney. Tiger then turns to Bruce, stating, just in case Raptor says some nonsense about him being Batman, they have the technology that can make him change his mind. Dick and Bruce watch as Tiger takes off, and he tells Bruce that this is all his fault. He almost got him killed. He almost fell. But Bruce puts his hand on Dick's shoulder, telling him, "You didn't. I jumped. I jumped because I knew that you would catch me." It was a late night in Bloodhaven as Paul sits in his office on a call regarding the most recent weapons shipment to a client. There's a buzz at the back door, and Paul tells his client to hang on a second. His takeout just arrived. As he opens the door, he doesn't see anyone, and then he's suddenly pulled out. The man on the phone begins asking if everything's okay, but all he can do is hear Paul screaming. The next morning, Dick heads over to Bloodhaven Community Center to apply as a counselor. As he sits in the office, Sean Sang says that his resume looks really good. But her only question is, why did he come here from Gotham? It's rare for people from Gotham to make their way here, let alone apply for volunteer positions. Dick thinks about it, and he wants to tell her that he's here so that he can work on trusting people again. With the things that he's done and the people that he's met, people have died, and he's begun to question his own judgment. But rather than stating that, he says that it's because of that new tourist campaign. It really got his blood up. Get it? He laughs, stating that he's sorry for the bad jokes, but Sean tells him that it's okay. She tends to get a little suspicious with everyone, real bad habit. She then extends her arm, welcoming him to the long hours, zero pay, and non-existent benefits. As the two go on, there's a knock at the door as James Nice introduces himself and says that he's sorry that he needs to borrow Sean for a quick meeting. James tells Dick that if he's looking for something to do tonight, there's plenty of after-dark entertainment in Blood. As Dick leaves, he says that he appreciates it, but he's not really much for the nightlife. He heads off, and James turns back to Sean, telling her that he really just wanted to talk to her about tonight. He thinks it's time to wear the costumes. Sean says that she's not really sure they're ready for it, but James tells her that they've already lost Grace. It could be something to help face their monsters together, even for her. Later, Dick begins setting up his new apartment, and he enjoys the life of not having to put a costume on in the evening. As 8:30 turns to 8:40, Dick realizes that this could actually get pretty boring. While laying in bed, he hears the sounds of sirens and decides that maybe just this once he'll go out. Surely he can figure himself out on a single night anyway. After suiting up, Dick listens to the police scanner to hear that there have been reports of a murder of Paul Petrino, who was brutally beaten and had his bones broken in 39 places. The report goes on to state that the strength used to beat him was inhuman. Dick lands on a nearby building and he hears something from the shadows. Gorilla Grim jumps out ready to attack. Dick tells himself that he knows who this is. Him and Batman kicked this gorilla's butt on more than one occasion, but it's strange that he would show up here in Bloodhaven. Dick easily dodges the attacks and he pins Grim down as the police arrive. And Grim shouts, "He didn't do it! He's trying to stay clean! That's why he came to the city!" As the officers pick up Gorilla Grim, one tells Dick thanks for the assist, but they are only going to be nice this once. They don't deal with the tights types around here in Bloodhaven. But before the officers can take him away, Grim pulls away, telling Dick that he's got to do something. Go talk to Sean Sang. She'll know what to do. And as he says that, the officer tases him and takes him away. A little while later, over at the community center, Sean tells herself that they're going to be here soon. She can do this. And the door to her office suddenly opens up as Dick walks in, stating, "Hey, we need to talk." She turns around, shouting, "Nightwing?" And that's when Dick sees that Sean is another one of his old villains, the Defacer. She shouts for him to get out of there because she would rather not hear anything that he has to say. He could ruin everything that the runoffs have worked so hard for. And as Dick begins to question who, Stallion charges through the door, knocking Dick to the ground. He grabs onto Stallion's hand and he throws him into a mirror, and Sean runs over, telling Stallion to calm down. Don't do anything stupid. Remember all that we've done in group. Remember the man on the inside. Stallion looks at one of the broken shards in the mirror
mirror and he says that he's done it again. Why can't he get this through his thick skull? Sean tries to comfort him and then tells Dick, look at what you've done. These people came here to get away from Batman and all of the others. Another voice tells everyone to calm down, and James walks in with the other runoffs explaining, Nightwing, this is a support group for former supervillains of Gotham. Sean starts pulling Dick away, telling everyone it's alright. Nightwing was stopping by just by mistake. Mouse then speaks up, stating that maybe since he's here, he can help them with the conspiracy. Dick asks, what did she mean? And Sean pushes Dick out, telling him, you've already caused enough trouble here. As Dick is leaving, he thinks about how these people are terrified at just the sight of him. But then again, that's how everyone treats you when you're with the Bat family. Once outside, James runs out asking Dick to wait. He just wanted to tell him something before he can go. All of the people here are because of Nightwing, and they do need help. The police don't listen to them, but they would listen to Nightwing. They already lost Grace to the Whale Enders gang. Dick tells him no. He just recently got wrapped up with a criminal but James stops him, telling him that he too was on the wrong path, but the runoff saved him, so maybe they can save Nightwing as well. Dick says fine, he'll help, but after that he's gonna walk. And then he asks if there's anything that they noticed different about Grimm. James says that Grimm was trying, but he did have relapses. The other night he was at Meadowdale Mall, where nothing good ever happens. Dick decides to head over there to find that it is actually an illegal street market, though the cops do nothing so long as the residents stay away from the boardwalk in the city. After a bit of asking around, Dick finds a woman who Grimm used to hire. He pays her and asks how did that work, and she tells him to get his mind out of the gutter. He just liked to act out little scenarios, like King Kong kind of things. Said it helped him remain secure to his gorilla hood. She tells Dick that she can show him where Grimm lives for a little extra. The woman's directions lead to the old whaler's dock where Grimm lived in one of the shipping containers. As Dick looks around, he notices a shipping building that has security cameras on it, which could possibly place him here at the time of the murder. He sneaks in to check out the security footage, but he sees that the tapes at the time of the murder are currently signed out. The records show that it wasn't the police who took it. The person who did smeared their name with some sort of liquid that smells like horses. As the sun rises, Dick decides that it's best to just call it a night. And the next night, Sean tells the rest of the runoffs to have a good night as they leave their meeting. Through the shadows, Dick steps out, stating that he wanted to wait until they were gone, and Sean says that's nice of him. But maybe they are not just the only ones who's been traumatized. Dick tells her that he knows. Back then he was wearing a different set of shorts when he first met her and arrested her. But right now he's here because he needs to talk to someone. He goes on stating that he's having a lot of trouble trusting people, and it feels like he may be a lot like the runoffs. Really, what he's trying to state is that he feels Grimm is innocent, and he's going to help him whether they like it or not, because helping the runoffs could help him too. Sean tells him back when she was taken away by the police, she was so mad at him that she couldn't see it, but the look in his eyes was something like, what if they had met under different circumstances? Dick says, like, what if it were just us? And she leans in, telling him, yeah. But the sirens begin to blare as two police cars pull up, and they tell Sean that they would like her to come with them as she's currently a suspect in a murder. Dick tries to stop them, but Sean tells him that he'll figure this out. One of the officers then pushes Dick back, telling him that he can go back to Gotham. This is a job for the real police, no ad campaigns, as he points to a billboard that has Nightwing on it. A little while later, Detective Elise arrives at the most recent crime scene of Robert Chapman with Defacer's tag sprayed all over the place. But before she can even drink her coffee, Dick appears behind her, stating that they need to talk, and he's a little sorry for scaring her. She tells him it's alright, that coffee was crap anyway, but he is contaminating a crime scene. He looks around and asks, why would it matter? They've already taken their photos and decided that it was Sean Sung. Elise says, well, given the circumstances here, this is her work, but as Dick finishes up and gets ready to leave, he tells her that that might be an easy way to look at it, but if she looks harder, she'll find that something isn't right. After leaving the crime scene, he heads over to James Nice's house to let him know what happened to Sean, and he asks, how did Nightwing know where he lived? And Dick tells him, I am a detective, you know. After explaining the situation, Dick then says that someone is setting up the runoffs, so they need to have a meeting tomorrow night. James tells him that that won't be a problem, and then it asks Dick if he remembers when he said that he came from a dark place. 6 years ago, James was driving with his girlfriend, and he was using a lot of drugs, and he ended up crashing their car. Though he walked away, Jamie didn't, and his case was thrown out over a technicality even though he was guilty of killing her. He then says that he knows that he volunteers to help the runoffs, but what if they weren't innocent? Dick tells him that when Sean was taken, he saw the look in her face and it wasn't guilt, it was faith. The next night, everyone decides to gather up, and Dick tells everyone thanks for coming to meet me, but Stallion stops him, telling him, we're here for Sean and Grimm, not you. Dick decides to tell everyone that's fine, but right now they're gonna need to tell him everything about this conspiracy. As everyone speaks up, they all explain how a few weeks ago Grimm was approached by Paul for a job, which Grimm took. When Grimm went to the meeting, it involved a crew of Bloodhaven businessmen. Paul for the import-export trade, Robert Chapman as the mob lawyer, and Carter Forsyth who handled real estate. While Paul was handling the arms trafficking, Carter laundered the money through his business as soon they made contact with Robert's contacts, the second hand. But there was also a fourth, silent partner who was obsessed upset about missing the shipment. Dick tells everyone that with this information, he needs to go find Carter because he has to know something. But before leaving, Stallion says that he'll go with them to make sure that he doesn't get stomped on. And Mouse speaks up stating, Nightwing, you're like us for leaving Gotham. So right now, you're one of the runoffs. Over at Carter's construction site, Carter begins packing up his paperwork, telling his assistants that they need to hurry. Then there's a sudden thump at the door and Stallion punches it down, telling everyone, howdy! Carter shouts, asking if he knows who he is, and Dick with the rest of the runoff steps in, stating that he's the guy who's going to be telling them who killed Paul and Robert. Dick grabs him and Carter says that it wasn't him. That's why he's trying to get the hell out of here. If you didn't notice, he's shaking here. Then there's another thump and the trailer begins to shake, knocking everyone down. A voice tells Dick that he shouldn't have come here, and as Orca picks him up, she tells him, here be the sea monsters. Dick remembers that this is actually Grace Balin, a marine biologist who sliced her own DNA with that of a killer whale to repair a spinal cord injury. But as Dick dodges a forklift thrown at him, he's hit in the back of the head with a pipe by one of Whale Ender's gang members. Grace gets ready to attack, but Stallion jumps on her, telling Dick that he better be quick because he can't hold her for long. While Grace tries to get Stallion off, Dick fights off the gang members as Juan rides up on his bike. Grace manages to throw Stallion off, and Mouse jumps in to try and stop her, but as Grace catches her and tosses her to the other side, Dick runs in to protect her, and Grace starts beating down on him. Through her punches, Giz's squirrel runs up Grace's back with a pair of headphones, and then there's a booming screeching sound. Grace falls to her knees, and Juan asks what was that, and Giz says that he just played the sound of an air gun at 300 decibels. As the fight ends, Juan mentions that his bike is missing, along with Carter. Elsewhere in an alley, Carter runs off, but someone on Juan's bike, wearing Juan's mask, runs him over. Dick and the runoffs quickly manage to find Carter, but it's already too late. As everyone turns around, Carter suddenly begins coughing, and Dick shouts, he's alive! Juan says that he has some first aid on him, and Carter tells him that that isn't going to do much. He then says that he didn't get a look at who it was, but there's one more of them. They need to hurry and stop the murderer before they get their silent partner, Mayor Madrigal. And then Carter slumps over as he draws his last breath. Dick tells everyone that they did a good job with Grace back there. Now they just need to go to, but Mouse stops him, stating no one is going to help them. People are just going to see them as villains when the runoffs leave. Over at Bloodhaven PD, Elise sits with Sean, telling her that even though she feels the police force don't need help, something Nightwing told her is strange. The positions of all of the recent victims' heads were all turned to the left, and after some digging in the past 5 years, the solved murders all had their victims' heads turned to the left as well. And right now, it seems like they may actually have a killer running the streets. Over at the mayor's office, Madrigal looks out his office building when he notices the cops arriving there. He tells the person on the phone that he's gonna have to call them back when there's a sudden flash of light. The officers on the ground see the flash and they ask what it could be, and another one says that he's not sure, but someone called in with an anonymous tip that the mayor was in danger. They then watch as Dick crashes into the office, and they ask if they think that it could be him. Once Dick gets up, he looks over at the mayor to see someone holding him wearing a Robin mask. The man holding the mayor then turns away, blasting at Dick. Dick dodges the attack and he runs up, hitting the man's arm, holding the device that he just used. As he beats him down, he says that he knows where all of the missing weapons went. The gauntlets made him as strong as a gorilla. The teletube allowed him to move from scene to scene, and right now, he's trying to frame him, Nightwing. As the two struggle, the man extends a mechanical arm, grabbing the mayor and pushing him out the window. Dick runs over to the window, but then he sees Sean fly by, grabbing a hold of him. The man runs over, grabbing Dick by the back of the head, telling him that he just let an evil man get away. The guilty must be punished. As the man throws Dick aside, Dick manages to grab the mask, ripping it off. And as the city advertisers run into the office, everyone looks over to see James Nice. The officers all begin charging into the room, telling everyone to get down, but James grabs the female advertiser and teletubes out of there. The officers shout for Dick not to move, but he runs and jumps out the window as the officers open fire on him. After ducking away into an alley, a hand reaches out grabbing him, and Sean tells him to get over here. She tells him that she dropped the mayor off, and it looks like someone's been setting them all up. Dick says that he knows who it is. It's James, but how did she get here? And then Dick hears a click of a gun, and Elise says that she owed him, but he also owes her some coffee, so how about they go for a ride? A short while later, Elise is driving Sean, telling an officer that she needs to go ahead and drop their suspect off at their arraignment. As she drives off, Sean asks Elise if they can just let Dick back in, and she says no. They can't have him be seen. He needs to stay under the car for now. During the ride, Elise asks Sean how does she know where to go, and Sean says that James handled their budgets for the community center. There was money moved around, but there was a property purchased listed as a quiet reflection project. The strange thing was, why would anyone buy property to relax in an industrial wasteland like Rail Peninsula? Meanwhile, in that building at the Rail Peninsula, the woman Sherry asks where are they? James tells her that she's the head of the tourism department. She should know, but just know that they are far away from that superhero that she's putting up on the billboards. Sherry says that she told him about the corruption of the mayor and the others. She helped him, and James tells her that she did help him, but she too is guilty. He changes masks and Sherry grabs an energy drink, stating that she had this flavor called Winter Cherry, which is funny because of her name. And then she splashes it onto James's face. He fires a few blasts, but Sherry gets up and and runs. Not long after that, Dick and Sean make their way into the facility and they find Cherry trying to escape. Sean says that it looks like she's about to fall over, but Dick catches her and Cherry says that she'll be fine. She just needs a little pick-me-up energy drink. She takes it out and says, "Forgive the smell." Someone says that it smells like, and Dick finishes her sentence stating, "horses." He then says that she's the one from the ledger, and Cherry says that she's sorry. Once everything started, she didn't know how to stop him. She then goes on stating that all of the recent advertising with Nightwing on the billboards was for him to try and save Bloodhaven from her and James. James jumps out of the teletube telling her that it's too late, nothing can save her now. Dick jumps in the way to block James's attack, but James punches and knocks him away. Sean runs up grabbing James, telling him that she never really did like him anyway. But as James struggles, he picks her up and he slams her against the wall. He raises his blaster to strike Sean, but then a grappling hook catches it and pulls it back. Dick shouts for Sean to get Cherry out of there, and James runs in, tackling Dick into the teletube. As the two of them pop out, James says that this is where it all happened. This is where his girlfriend died. He then cracks Dick in the head with a blaster, stating that all he had to do was pay the officer who arrived, so no one would punish him. And because of that, he had to punish all of them. James then holds a mirror down to Dick's face, telling him, "Everyone has to look at the monster in the mirror. So what is it that Nightwing's guilty of?" Dick says that he's guilty of trusting people like him, and then he looks in the mirror and he sees a human, one who makes mistakes, one who tries to do better. Dick tries to pick himself back up, stating that maybe he should look into his own reflection. And Elisa's voice shouts for James to freeze, but as James turns back, he charges up to fire another blast. Elise fires her gun and the bullet hits the blaster, causing the blaster to backfire, throwing shards of glass into James's face. James screams out in pain and he trips over the ledge of the bridge, but before falling, Dick runs over there and catches him. A little while later, the news crew shows up and Elise tells the news that the officers here single-handedly took down the villains. She just wants to tell the people of Bloodhaven that they are safe from crime without the help of superheroes. The next day after the group session, Dick goes to see Sean to help her with moving her things. She says that even though she was released, it seems like public service didn't like the idea that she was a murder suspect. Dick tells her that he'll do anything he can to get her back in as soon as possible. And they both look up at the billboard of Nightwing being taken down, and Sean says that she's gonna miss seeing that guy around. Dick thinks how he wants to say that he is Nightwing and that he's not leaving because he wants her to know who he really is. But as he walks off, he just says, "Yeah, Nightwing's all right." Sean grabs Dick by the arm, telling him don't be stupid, and kisses him. She then says that when she got arrested, he saw her for who she was back then as Robin. She can do the same for him. So with things settled, Dick figures that he'll stick around as Nightwing in Bloodhaven, even if it is more in the shadows. And as the night sets and he swings off at his patrol, a man watches, stating that it looks like he decided to stay. Too bad there's only room in this city for one of them.
Well, Nightwing.
Late at night, Dick and Sean kiss hanging off of a flagpole. And Dick thinks that the only bad thing about hanging 100 feet above ground or so, actually there's nothing wrong about kissing Sean. After setting her back down in her apartment, Dick tells Sean that he just received a call about a robbery in progress. He's gotta go spank some bad guys. He swings off and Sean tells him, wait, she's been bad too. So Dick just laughs, telling her that he'll save some for her. As he hurries off, she sighs, stating that maybe then they could talk. Earlier that morning in San Francisco at Titan's Tower, the Titans lounge around and Beast Boy tells Damian that he seems a bit distracted. As Damian grabs a handful of peanuts, he says, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm just seeing what people are saying about me on Chipper." He flips through the feeds and he sees people praising him for taking over the Teen Titans. But then the conversation switches to Nightwing as being the better Robin, and how he should have been the one to take up Batman's mantle. And then the tags hashtag the original Robin and hashtag best Robin start trending. And Damian begins to shout, "What is this?" He jumps up asking the rest of the Teen Titans if Batman was to ever retire, who would they assume is going to take the mantle? They all think about it and say probably Nightwing. Damian then throws his phone on the ground, shattering it, and he tells everyone that he'll be back. He has an appointment in Bloodhaven. Back in Bloodhaven, Dick responds to the robbery call, finding the 4 men wearing horse masks posed as the 4 horsemen robbing an armored truck. It doesn't take Dick long to take the group down, but as one of them manages to get back up, he's suddenly kicked by a green boot. Damian says, "Batman of Bloodhaven, huh?" And Dick shouts, "It's so good to see you. What brings you to town?" Damian scoffs. "It's certainly not the caliber of criminals." He then goes on saying that he's heard of what he's doing here with his old enemies. So if he's planning on becoming Batman, he's getting off to a poor start. Dick tells him to give him just a second. He missed a call and afterwards they can talk. As Dick listens, is a message from Sean stating that she didn't want to ruin the mood or anything, but she's late. Like, really late. Dick's eyes widen as the message plays, and at the end, Sean tells Dick to come over when he gets a chance. Bring a pregnancy test. Dick hangs up the phone and Damian goes on asking if he really thinks that he can take the mantle from him and steal his legacy. And Dick doesn't answer and he says, gotta go. Damian grabs his shoulder, so Dick flips him to the ground, telling him that he doesn't have time for a Robin meltdown. You're a self-absorbed 13-year-old with raging hormones, and I really need to go now. Dick then hooks onto a building and he jumps off, telling Damian to just wait for the cops. I'll meet you at my apartment in an hour. A few moments later, Dick sneaks back into Sean's apartment, telling her, hey, the only guy who comes through your living room window is here. And as he walks through the apartment, she doesn't answer. So he calls out saying, okay, not answering me is really starting to freak me out now. And then he sees Sean's phone on the ground. When he tries to pick it up, he looks into her studio and sees one of her paintings with the word Daddy spray painted across it. A short while later, Damian crawls through the same window that Dick entered in, and he says that he didn't know the address, so he just followed. But before Damian can get very far, he sees Dick crying on the ground. Through his tears, he quietly says, she's gone. Damian walks up, telling him that he scouted the place like he normally does when he enters, and there was no signs of a break-in, and judging by the painting, she's the artistic type, so typically flighty and always chasing drama. Dick hands over the Merry Adventures of Robin Hood book that he gave Sean, and he tells Damian that he's 13 and doesn't know what he's talking about. Dick leaves thinking that whoever took Sean left the coordinates inside of the book, and the coordinates lead to Richard the Lionheart's grave over in France. As Dick lands on a building, Damian tells him, I'm coming with, and Dick tells him that he's not. I'm not dealing with another hissy fit, so Damian stops him, telling him, our worlds have changed. Drake is gone, Duke is in the mansion, and I'm stationed in San Francisco with the Titans. However, the one thing that's the same is your attitude, and you're gonna get yourself killed to that help. Dick tells him, fine, but I have one question. Did you steal the old Batmobile? And Damian tells him, indeed I did. Now let's get going. However, back with the four robbers, the man from before wearing Dick's old costume kills the men, stating that this broken city needed Nightwing. And now a broken Nightwing needs Deathwing. Later, as the two of them reach Western France, they begin their investigation to find that the coordinates have brought them to the tomb of Richard I. He was a real-life king who often had roles in Robin Hood storylines. The problem is, no one's there. Damian scans one of the tombs and he says that someone is inside. So Dick tries to push Damian away and Damian pushes back, telling him to wait. Based on the temperature variations, whoever is in that tomb has no face. Suddenly a voice shouts that they do have a face. It's the face of Dick Grayson, the face of Deathwing. The man wearing Dick's old costume jumps out of the tomb, grabbing Damian, stating that he knew that he would come. You would do what I would do, just not as well. Dick starts to fight against Deathwing, trying to free Damian, but Deathwing used Damian as a shield when Dick throws his punches. After cracking an elbow into Deathwing's face, Dick finally frees Damian and he tells him that he needs to get back. Deathwing pulls out his batons, but at the end of them are blades, and he runs through, slashing at Dick's back. Damian tries to attack, but Deathwing knocks him away into the tomb that they just came out of. Dick gets back up, trying to get a hold of Damian, but Deathwing kicks him in the face, stabbing the blades from the batons into the tomb, breaking them off and nailing the lid shut. Dick charges into Deathwing's back, asking, who are you? Who made you think that you were Nightwing, and where's Sean? As Dick slams his batons into Deathwing's skull, Deathwing reaches back at Dick's face, stating that Sean has nothing to do with this. She's just the last thing standing in my way of making Nightwing become Deathwing. Dick gets back up, shouting, you're delusional, programmed. Tell me where Sean is and I can help. But as Dick charges back at Deathwing, Deathwing says, I can't tell you. I can only show you what's to come. He grazes Dick's forehead with a small dagger, and suddenly Dick's eyes go wide. Dick begins to see him, but different versions of him, some good and some bad. He tries to speak, asking where's Sean, but his words trail off. Deathwing raises the dagger, telling Dick to become the man that he's become, you're gonna have to suffer loss and fall farther than the ground, farther than hell. But before Deathwing can plunge the dagger down, a voice shouts no. Another person in an old Robin costume kicks Deathwing, telling him, not while Robin lives. Damian runs up shouting, that fool nailed the lid down, but he compromised the structural integrity, though the same cannot be said about your forehead. Dick can hardly say anything in his current state of mind, and he asks, who are you? And Damian says, it's me, you fool! Where have you been? On the other side of the room, Deathwing picks himself up, telling the fake Robin, you're a mistake! Even he said so! You don't have his blood! The fake Robin pulls out the blade of batons, telling him, no, but I will. Damian starts shaking Dick, telling him to snap out of it. He's Damian, Robin to his Batman. We're the greatest team ever! Finding a new partner, considering having a child to replace me, I don't want to be alone. I need you. Dick slowly starts to come out of it, asking, what happened? And Damian tells him, nothing happened. But this is insanity. The two see Deathwing ready to kill the fake Robin, and they rush over, knocking him out, freeing him. Dick reaches down to help the fake Robin up, stating that there's no need to fight, and the fake Robin begins to remove the skin mask, saying, "Of course not. We simply lose." As the mask comes off, the boy says that his name is Danish, and his father was a truck driver. No, his name is Damian Wayne, and his father is Batman. After looking at the fake Robin's face, Dick knew who made these Dala-O-Tron copies of him and Damian. Sean was kidnapped by one of the sickest minds that him and Damian have ever encountered, Professor Pig. A short while later, in another part of Paris, Professor Pig stands with Sean, shouting to his Dala-O-Trons, "Soon, we will have a new addition to the gallery." One of the Dala-O-Trons breaks their glasses, grabbing the sharp edges, and begins walking towards Sean, when suddenly there's a voice calling out to Pig. "What do we do with little piggies, Nightwing?" "We make them squeal all the way home." Dick and Damian crash through one of the windows and they begin taking out the Dala-O-Trons. But while the two of them handle the Dala-O-Trons, Pigs turns back to Sean and begins to pull out a small blade, and he gets ready to thrust it down onto her. Dick calls out to her, but then a batarang is thrown, cutting her ropes. Just as Pig swings, Sean steps out of the way and trips him. Dick tells Damian thanks, and Damian responds telling him, "It's only practical. I am the better shot." Meanwhile, outside, the fake Robin watches over Deathwing, and Deathwing asks, "Are you enjoying the show down there, you little backstabber?" The fake Robin asks, "How did you?" And Deathwing tells him, "It's the acid and the Dala-O-Tron masks that Pig gave us. Tape really doesn't stand a chance. Just imagine what it's going to do to our real faces." The fake Robin then asks, "So you know?" Deathwing says, "I know that you lived your life as Damian Wayne, the son of Batman, but before that, you were someone else." The fake Robin says, "Yeah, I was the son of a truck driver from Manchester. Whatever Pig did to us, it did not erase all of what I was. I remember going to school, playing football with my brother Tariq, and I remember my father. So what can you remember?" Deathwing looks down, telling him, "I don't remember. All I remember is that I was a failure." Deathwing starts to hit the back of his head against the stone wall. The fake Robin tells him that he has to fight for himself, fight to remember who he was. And after a few hits, Deathwing asks, "Where am I? Why am I tied up? Danish, please, help." Danish then cuts the ropes, telling him, "You're free now, free to remember who you were." And Deathwing tells him, "Yes, I had a purpose, not to make Dick Grayson better, but to be better." And he starts to choke Danish. Back inside, Sean sprays Pig in the face with paint and kicks him in the groin, finally putting an end to the fight. Dick shouts on the floor, "Are you all right?" And Sean asks if that was the Robin that he's talking about, because she thought that he would be taller. As the two hug, Damian turns back saying, "Blah." However, as she looks out, she sees Damian taking off and rushes out. Dick asks where is he going, and Damian says, "You just wanted your girl. Well, now you got her, so stay here." Once outside, Damian runs down the alleyway shouting, "Only I can steal the Batmobile!" And then he feels a rock hit him in the back of the head. Deathwing calls down, telling him that it's a neat trick having it voice activated. Says I'm a dead match for Nightwing. Deathwing jumps down, but before Damian can attack, he sees Danish's bloody mask. Damian shouts, "He was just a child! You're gonna pay for that with your life!" But before Damian can even finish his sentence, there's a gunshot and Damian falls to the ground. A shadowy figure walks over, telling them that there is only one path by which Richard Grayson will reach his true potential. Robin dies at dawn. A short while later, Dick and Sean head out to look for Damian, but that's when they see Danish's body in the trash pile. Dick turns and slams Pig into a wall, asking, "What's going on? Where's Robin?" And Pig says that there's another patron. "I was his physician made of pain. He is Dr. Simon Hurt." A few days later, over in Egypt, Dick and Sean are on a guided tour. Dick says that he can't wait to see the sunrise over the ruins, and the guide laughs, telling him that they will see things that they will remember for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, thieves jump out of the sand, and Dick starts to take the men out. One of the men pulls out a knife, but after still suffering an injury from fighting Pig, he trips and falls. Just as the man can strike down, Sean runs up and kicks him with a blast from her rocket shoes. The thief flies off, and then the guide crawls away, but Dick grabs him, telling him that was a pretty crappy tour. He goes on telling the guide, "I'm a superhero and I would never threaten someone's life for information." She's the defacer though. She's a genuine supervillain. Sean holds the rocket over the man's face and asks, where can they find Dr. Hurt? After tying the rest of the men up, the two jump down a hidden shaft and Sean quotes the Robin Hood book, "Hope be it ever so faint, bringeth a gleam into darkness." Dick asks, "So you read it?" And Sean tells him that she understands where he got his hokey goody-goody worldview. It told her a lot about how he looks up to old-fashioned heroes and what they stand for. And he he would make a good role model, as well as a good father. Sean goes on saying that that's why she's here for him and Robin. She needs to know that she would stand up for something, and it would be for good moments. As the two walk down into the temple, Dick says that she's always standing up, but then there's a sudden crash. One of the statues falls over where Sean was walking, and Dick shouts, "No, no, no, no!" Deathwing calls out that she only kept him from reaching his fully realized form, so that is why he had to drop a statue on her. Dick manages to kick Deathwing back, and as he does, he runs over to where the statue fell. Sean holds the statue from falling, holding out her legs, pushing it back with her rocket boots. Dick holds up the statue, and as he does, he can feel his ankle being crushed. After letting the statue down, Deathwing runs away, hacking at Dick, telling him, "That's the difference between us. Nightwing has a weakness. Deathwing doesn't." Dick pulls out his knife that was used on him, and he charges at Deathwing, telling him, "You're not a better version of me. You're just a failed me." The two crash into the stone pillar as the knife cuts into Deathwing's face, and then Deathwing drops to the ground shouting, "I'm sorry, please don't hit me." Sean runs over to check on him and says that whatever the knife did to him back then, it's doing that to Deathwing right now. He's just another lost child. She then tells Dick to go ahead. She'll stay here with Deathwing, and Dick tells her that Deathwing can't be trusted. Sean looks back and says, "Look at him. He's lost, alone, and scared. This is what I do." Dick decides that he's going to push on ahead, thinking about how Dr. Hurt is just trying to make him hate himself, experience an array of tragedies to see what he could have been. Dick then walks down the hallway where he finds more Dolotrons, all dressed as versions of him, pointing and telling him, "Come see, come see." Dick steps into the altar room and shouts at Dr. Hurt. They got here before dawn. Dr. Hurt steps aside, showing Damien on the altar, holding up a bloody knife, telling him, "Sadly, I tend to jump the gun when I'm excited." Dick shouts for Damien, and he runs at him, and as he does, Dick begins to fall through the ground, and Dr. Hurt tells him to awaken, fall into a hell of hells, and if he's strong enough, crawl back to his body. As Dick starts to get lost in his own mind, Dr. Hurt says, "You will live this tragedy over and over so that you can become a finely tempered weapon if you are to survive the dawn that is to come." Back outside, Deathwing begins to scream, and Sean asks, "What's wrong? Is there something that I can call you besides Deathwing?" And Deathwing tells her that he doesn't remember much from before, but why is she here helping him? He attacked her and vandalized her paintings. Sean says that even if that is true, he's a victim like the Dolotrons. Deathwing goes on saying that there is one thing that he remembers, and before this he was no one. He chose to do this. He jumps up grabbing the dagger, shouting that for the things that he did to Dinesh, he needs to die. Sean grabs him by the shoulder, telling him that she knows how he feels. She was hurt once too, but now she owns who she is and atones for it. He can do the same. Inside Dick's mind, Dick stands over a beaten pig, telling him, "This will end my pain." But before he can strike down, a batarang is thrown from a helmet wearing Nightwing. Nightwing begins hitting Dick Grayson, telling him that he won't let him kill Pig. So Dick Grayson jumps on top of Nightwing, beating into his face, shouting, "You can't be Nightwing! Playing hero means you lose everyone, including yourself. Now die!" And as Dick looks down at the broken helmet, he sees Damien. He shouts back that it's just another trick, but before he can punch down, Damien grabs his hand. He asks if this is really what he wants to become, a pathetic mockery of what he once was. Damien starts to hit Dick, shouting, "Guilt, fear, they're anchors dragging you down!" And the more Dick tries to fight back, the more Damien beats down on him. As Dick sits broken, Damien tells him that he needs to remember what he first said when they met. "Remember!" And Dick says, "You're right. I've been hurt. I've lost the people that I've loved. But that's not what makes a Robin." Dick cracks Dr. Hurt in the face, yelling, "I will never let myself be defined by tragedy." And Sean's voice calls out to Dick. But when he turns back, Sean says that Robin, he's still alive. Dick runs over to the altar, yelling for Damien to wake up. Damien looks over and he struggles as he tells Dick, "You're an idiot. I was simply in a deep trance repairing the damage." Sean says, "But he stabbed you, like in death parts." And Damien begins to get up, telling him, "It's only a flesh wound. All I did was simply contract my muscles to move my liver out of the way." And Dick shouts, "You could do that?" Dr. Hurt then starts to pull a gun, telling them, "No! Robin will be no use in the days to come. He's too stubborn and proud of his father." Then a voice tells him that reminds him of a kid that he met, named Dinesh. Deathwing appears out of nowhere, punching Dr. Hurt, and Hurt spins back, hitting him with the pistol, shouting that he is nothing more than a pathetic creature, nothing more than a dry run. Deathwing pulls out the dagger from before, stating that he thought that he could fix a broken Nightwing, but being Nightwing fixed a broken him. Deathwing thrusts the dagger into Hurt, and Hurt shouts that he won't be back alone. He will drag him down as well. He pulls out his own knife, and he stabs it into Deathwing's chest. Before the others can help, the temple begins to shake and crumble, and the three of them, Sean, Dick Grayson, and Damian Wayne, all escape outside. Seconds after they escape, everyone watches the the underground temple collapsed on itself, and Sean asks, where did Dr. Hurt and Deathwing go? A few days later, in Bloodhaven, Sean tells Dick that the pregnancy test came back negative. But for now, she will still need a little space alone. And as the night sets, Dick and Damien look out onto the city, and Damien says that he's going to be coming back soon. His father confiscated the Batmobile. Damien goes on, telling him, I was wrong, and yes, I'm admitting that I made a mistake by coming here as I did. Perhaps I was just looking for an excuse to. And Dick smiles, telling him, aw, you just missed me. And Damien tells him, if you tell anyone that, I will bring 1,000 hells upon you, Dick Grayson. Dick laughs. Fine. I'll tell you a secret too. Back when Bruce returned, there was a moment when I thought that maybe it would have been better to keep you as my partner. But I was too young then. I was too afraid that I would be bad at being a dad. But now, before he can finish, the radios go off that there's a break-in at the bank. Dick asks if he's up for a little action before he goes. Damien tells him, indeed, pity these miscreants. The heir to the mantle of the Batman and the original Robin are here for them.
Over on the streets of Bloodhaven Boardwalk, though, Roland Desmond takes his time walking to work, enjoying the bright lights of the town. As he walks up to Marcus Casino, he sees a homeless woman picking through the trash, and he asks if she's found anything good. She tells him that something big must be coming. Lots of jitters and nervous stomachs. Nobody finished their fancy club sandwiches. As she starts to eat, a tourist walks by bumping into Roland and continues walking like nothing happened. Roland stares at the woman whose veins about to burst, and after squirting a drop into his mouth, his body turns back to normal. He starts to take out his wallet and gives the homeless woman some money, telling her that she used to always chase his underage self out of clubs. But she always looked the other way when he was lightening some customers' pockets. A short while later, Roland walks around the casino to find a rather lucky man winning all of his hands at blackjack. Roland tells the man that he must be from out of town, and the man says, yeah, Toronto. But how did you know? And Roland leans in, stating that he grew up here, so he's got a certain kind of kinship with anyone from here. And he doesn't like him much at all. The man tells him, yeah, whatever. But then he loses a hand. Roland flips open his jacket and he tells the receiver, come and get him. And then suddenly the man is dragged off by the staff members. Moments later, the two men throw the man into a room, and Roland tells him that he could tell that he had been counting cards. Nothing distracts a man like a little unprovoked aggression, huh? As Roland takes another puff from his cigarette, the two bouncers call out, attention, he comes. He wears socks of the red panda skin. His cufflinks are made of the finest Argello horn. He is Tiger Shark. As the doors open, Tiger Shark walks in. The man says that he is the majority owner of the Marcus Casino, and he would like to invite the two of them to a special viewing of his aquarium. Meanwhile, at Sean Sung's apartment, Dick comes in through the window asking, so, what's with all the romance? She tells him that she was going to surprise him, but she fell kind of asleep. You know, just wanted to give him some good luck for tomorrow's interview. As Sean helps Dick with his shirt, Dick says, actually, the second hand is still getting high-tech weapons into Bloodhaven. I need to find out who that is. She takes off his mask, stating, you can be Nightwing anywhere. How about you be Dick Grayson for once? Dick thinks back to when Barbara told him that he went through hell to get his identity back. Why not focus on being Dick Grayson? And he tells her that he's going to go to the interview, though he's a little rusty. She can help him with his interpersonal skills, can't she? Back with Roland, he looks at Tiger Shark's giant tank, and he says that he's got some nice things in there. Seconds later, the man cheating from before is thrown into the tank, and Tiger Shark says that he's got something big coming up. The biggest thing this second-rate town's ever seen. He then grabs Roland by the shoulders and tells him, I've been watching you. Walking the floor is beneath you. You're a predator, a hunter, one who has evolved perfectly for your environment. A group of sharks then swim up to the man and they begin to eat him, turning him into chum. The Tiger Shark goes on stating, I would like to offer you to search Bloodhaven and find Nightwing and bring me back his skin. Later that night, Dick begins to head out on patrol when someone calls out to him from the rooftops. He turns and Blockbuster appears, punching him down. Dick quickly recovers after hitting them, and then as he begins to fight Blockbuster continues to counter his hits and then headbutts him into a wall. Dick's body smacks into it, and Blockbuster takes out a small squirter and he sprays a drop into his mouth, stating, I'm not here to kill you. Before Dick can ask who, Roland reverts back to normal and he tells him, my name is Roland Desmond. Mark was my brother, and I'd like to offer you a job. Long ago, back in Dick's Robin days, Mark Desmond was the original Blockbuster. He was a chemist and a smart one at that until he made a concoction that increased his strength. The smarts left him and he became very aggressive and easy to manipulate, especially from his own brother. However, there was a point when Roland had betrayed his brother and he was taken in. Afterwards, Roland came back stricken with guilt and he wanted to do something good. So he picked up where his brother left off with a concoction. As Roland finishes his story, he reaches out to Dick, telling him, so, are you gonna take my hand or make me look like a putz? Dick, of course, takes his hand and he asks, how are you able to control control the blockbuster transformation. And Roland says before Mark got hauled off, he developed a new version of the muscle juice. Lets you keep your brains, which is nice because you're gonna need it if you want to take down this tiger shark guy. Dick questions him and Roland says, yeah, he's a smuggler straight out of Gotham, specialized in rare animal products. And now he's using my casino to launder money from sales of illegal high-tech weapons from the second hand. The more Roland talks, the angrier he gets, reverting back to Blockbuster. And after another drop, he reverts back, stating, that's why I need you. I'm losing control. Roland then hands over a piece of paper stating that these are the names of the harbor police under their payroll. With his prior history, no one's going to believe him. Dick Grayson takes the paper and he says, you're right. Why should I trust you? And Roland goes on telling him how some of the shark's gear is spilling into the streets of the poorest neighborhoods. His city is getting used and people are dying, and this is just the beginning. Over the radio, Dick listens into the police report of violence at the mall, and he tells Roland that he's got to get going. As Dick swings by, Roland yells, it's happening, isn't it? It's up to us. We're the only ones who can stop this. Over at the mall, the two men begin running, and one asks, where did they get that thing? And the other man says that some guy told him it fell off the back of a truck. He thought it was one of those love dolls. An android jumps down before the men, holding out her arm, charging the blaster in her palm. And the second man shouts, come on, switch to love mode! Switch to love mode! As the android fires, Dick swings in, grabbing him, and he tells him, run! Don't ever buy strange robots again! Dick jumps back up, fighting the android, but her advanced processor allows her to dodge all of his attacks, easily knocking him to the ground. He looks up, stating, maybe I need to spruce up the resume a bit. And then he notices the forklift. He jumps on it and drives the forklift into the android, skewering her into the warehouse wall. A voice then asks, what the hell are you looking at? And Detective Elise runs out of her police car with her gun drawn. Dick tells her that that is an algorithm model war droid, serious military hardware. Like this is being brought into Bloodhaven, and a source says that some of the cops are helping with that. She takes the paper from him and begins to read the names of the supposedly dirty cops. And Dick asks her if any of these people could in fact be dirty. She thinks on it and says, let's see. That's none of your damn business. She heads to her car and Dick shouts, come on, you owe me from the James Nice case. And Elise snaps back at him, telling him, what? You think we're equals or something? You come to my town, do my job for free, get in my way, and you face no consequences? I don't owe you anything. So get out of here before people start to see us together. The next morning while Sean is at work, she finishes up a call regarding most of her money for the community center being taken away. And the voice tells her that it must be nice to come back, right? Sean gets up hugging Dick and asks, so, is she dating a sexy longshoreman yet? And Dick tells her, actually, he didn't get to the interview. She yells at him, telling him he had one measly job interview. And Dick says, why are you so focused that I need something to keep me here? As Sean walks off, she says that things have changed. Ever since they got back from Egypt, and them finding out that she wasn't pregnant, she thought that he was disappointed, but it seems like he was relieved. Dick gets up telling her that one of the things that made him fall in love with her is that he could be honest, and another is that she knows exactly who she is, who she was. But he can see that that anger inside of her still defines her. The pregnancy made him realize that he wouldn't want his child growing up driven by tragedy or anger, and while he would teach them not to do that, he fears that she would have the opposite effect. Dick hugs Sean and he tells her he just doesn't want to lie. They can work this out, but he has to go. It's important. He leaves and Sean's phone rings, and the operator asks if she would like to accept a call from the Blackmate prison inmate, Beatrice Butler. She wipes a tear from her eye, she says yes, and as the call connects, she says, hey, Pigeon. Back with Dick, he follows the lead on the dirty cops back to the pickup site along the coast. But before he has a chance to do anything, Skyhook swoops in, grabbing him, throwing him into the broken ship. He lands and then the lights come on and he's surrounded by villains. Roland then calls out to everyone who is interested in purchasing weapons from Tiger Shark. They can rid themselves of the superhero problem. In front of them, a superhero sample to test their weapons on. Roland leans out and he tells Dick, hey, thanks for taking that job for me. A few moments later, over in the other parts of town, Giz works away with his latest weapons when his phone begins to ring. He picks it up stating, hey, Nightwing, yeah, I'm staying away from the computer like you told me 100 times. Dick says, good, but that's not why I'm calling. Would you happen to have the blueprints for a Sea Phoenix 3000 luxury submarine? Not for any particular reason. Tiger Shark shouts at the villains, you let him escape, but I will give one of you free weapons if you can bring me his masked head. While many of the villains are now chasing Dick, Giz calls back, Giz the Blue Cheese. And Dick says, call me Nightwing. I already have a code name. Giz tells him, right, well, I got your blueprints. Here's the escape capsule on deck 3. So Dick charges through the underground men, Shrado and his boss, China White, Snake Pit, until he finally gets ahead to find Clock King in the middle of stealing things. Clock King shouts, wait, I must have it! And Dick tackles him to the ground just as the arrows are shot into the room. As Clock King gets back up and runs, Shadow appears pulling out more of the arrows, and Dick jumps on her and headbutts her. Still a bit dazed from the hit, Dick doesn't have a chance to fight back as Magog picks him up and throws him across the room. He gets back up, but Magog then punches him back down into the skeletal display. He continues to attack, and Dick blocks the hit, and then he grabs one of the bones with his feet, and he sticks it right into Magog's eye. Magog's energy begins to lose control, and he shoots Dick into the wall and out into another room. Kid Amazo then steps up, and just before he can attack, he's blasted away into another room. Dick gets up huffing while holding Magog's staff, and then he promptly nearly passes out. After a few moments, he manages to pick himself back up and walk towards the escape pods when another voice tells him, nice work. Rather than opening the hatch, Roland punches right through it, and Dick sighs, fine, let's do this. Roland laughs, telling him, no, you misunderstand. The thing is, you've already lost the war, and like any good war, it's going to end in a bomb. Roland pulls off a plate revealing a bomb, and it's already counting down. Roland then pulls out the solution to change him back, and he says, I'm going to defuse it. And Dick asks, why are you doing this? Dick gets back to work on the bomb, and Roland steps into one of the capsules, telling him, what I said about this place being used was true. However, then some guy shows up acting like he loves this place, like he grew up in it. The only one who can save the city is going to be Roland Desmond. Giz radios back asking if everything is okay and if Nightwing is alright, and as Dick is watching the countdown happen, he tells Giz to tell Sean that he Cthulhu, and before Dick could finish, the submarine explodes. However, what Giz didn't see or hear was that 3 seconds before the explosion, Dick had spotted Clock King wearing the same suit the Time Bomb was wearing. He grabs him, telling him make room, and as the bomb goes off, Clock King of course froze it. Once the explosion stopped, Dick says that they have to go rescue everyone, and of course, Clock King tells him, no son, the vest only has a limited charge, and if we exceed it will drain us, which is why Tiger Shark wouldn't touch it. What happened to Time Bomb when we removed the vest is that he lost molecular cohesion and he crumbled to dust. He had to be vacuumed up. But while Clock King is looking away, Dick pats him on the shoulder, telling him that no one dies on his watch. Clock King looks at his watch and he sighs, and he takes off his glasses, stating, these are antique frames passed down from my grandfather. Dick punches into him, and when he wakes up, Clock King finds himself, along with all the other villains, safely floating out to sea. Tiger Shark shouts that they need to get back onto his ship, and seconds later, that explodes! Meanwhile, Dick opens his eyes up to see Sean next to him, and he begins telling her that he's sorry about how he treated her, but she stops him, telling him to just kiss her. And then he opens his eyes and sees Elise. He quickly pulls away, and Elise tells him that he could be a little happier to see her. She did just drag his ass out of the bay. And he asks, what about the vest? She points back, stating that sparking, burned up thing over there, next time, wear floaties. Dick gets back up and he looks out at the ocean, asking what happened to all of the people in the super criminals. And she tells him that the ones without a wanted poster are on their way back home. The rest are on the run. If she hadn't rescued him, maybe she would have gotten a few of them captured. She lights up her cigar and says part of this is her fault. He asked her for some info, and instead of looking into it, she just got all kinds of pissed. But that's what he needed, right? Dick tells her he couldn't trust his source, but he can trust that she hates him. And then Dick realizes that means that Tiger Shark is still out there, so he runs to the jet ski, shouting that she owes him for almost getting him killed. She yells back, how? She saved his life. She can still taste his damn lips. And back at the Marcus Casino, Tiger Shark storms into his back offices, and inside, Roland says nothing distracts a man like a little unprovoked aggression. And now he would like the casino and him out of town. Tiger Shark scoffs, hitting a switch, telling him that he is right where he wants him. The second hand wanted to give him a little token of their appreciation, but he was never all into that exotic alien weapon crap. Just then, two literal tiger sharks claw their way out of the underground hatch, and they begin eating at the guards. Roland looks back, telling him, yeah, I grew up in the streets of Bloodhaven. Ain't many environments tougher than that. Roland transforms and he begins to beat up the tiger sharks, and after bashing one into the ground, he takes the second one, ripping open its jaw. Tiger Shark begins to run for the door, and then a headless tiger shark is thrown into his path. Roland walks up to Tiger Shark, telling him, that's one thing. If you wanted to win, you're gonna have to get your own skin into the game. Later, Dick pulls up to the docks and he runs into the casino, shouting for Roland. From behind the bar, Roland tells him, night work back here. Come and sit and enjoy the drinks on the house from the big winner. Dick takes a seat and Roland makes the cocktail, and he says after all of that, the second hand will want to be a bit more conservative on who they make their sales with and aim for a higher caliber of customer. They're gonna need someone who's a smart, controlled businessman who knows the city like a native. Someone who can remind their clients that they need the latest technology to protect them from the Bloodhaven boogeyman known as Nightwing. So cheers to that. And if you would see yourself out, there's a lot of transitional paperwork left by the previous owner. Dick tells Roland, wait, something he should know. He's gonna beat him because he knows him. Roland asks, how's that? And as Dick goes on, he tells him, you may have convinced yourself that you care about this city, that you're the hero that it needs. But the truth is, it was never about guilt. You didn't come back here because of what happened to your brother. You took the serum because you were alone and scared, and to prove that you weren't weaker than your little brother. Roland spins back, bashing the bar top, and Dick smiles, and Roland tells him, get out of my sight. Meanwhile, back at Giz's place, Mouse asks, so you're not a stripper? And Gig says that this is even sexier. He's been helping Nightwing with tech support, and also looking into some interesting stuff with the second hand. Mouse tells him to be careful, and Giz says, don't worry, to catch this ghost in the machine, we're gonna need to be a ghost. But what Giz doesn't see is that there is someone watching him, and over at Sean's apartment, Dick arrives and he hugs her, telling her that he just needs to, but she stops, telling him that she's sorry. She asked him to give her some assurance that he would in fact keep his feet on the ground, that he would be the thing that she always loved, him. But he wouldn't give her that, and instead he got scared of what could happen. He asked her to change, and she isn't running from who she was, not even for him. Dick shouts that he knows that what he said was messed up, but they can fix this, and Sean yells back, no, there isn't anything to fix. Stop trying to swing in and save this. It's over between us. There's nothing left to save. As Dick leaves, Sean shuts the curtains and sits on her bed, and Beatrice walks in stating that she always thought that her paintings were an extension of who she was. It's time for her to paint again, for both of them to fly. Some time passes and Dick did end up getting a job at the Marcus Casino as a dealer. As Roland walks by, he tells Dick, "You're good at your job. I've got my eye on you, kid." But during that, at Mouse and Giz's apartment, Mouse walks in shouting for Giz to help bring in this stuff. She then sees Goob run up to her with his bloody paws. She runs to Giz's room to find Giz bloody laying at his computer, and the weapon that he was working on stating, "Access denied."
As the moon rises over Bloodhaven, one can see all of the inner workings of the city. You can see the families gathering on the patios for the Night of Eden, the black market dealings going on in the alleyways, and the dancing in board parties. All of these things can keep a person busy, but tonight, Dick has to remain focused on the bigger issue. As a Cobra agent shouts chaos for Kali Yuga, he is punched in the face, and Dick begins to take out the rest of the Cobra Lancers. The question is, why a cult dedicated to washing away the world in a wave of discord would rob a fundraising ball for a Bloodhaven politician? The correct answer is, they wouldn't. That's when the reasoning behind it begins to sink in. Someone else is behind this. Dick feared this day for months after he learned that he got out of prison. Raptor, the individual who said that Batman was doing it wrong and had trained Dick Grayson wrong. The individual who claimed to be better than Batman. Raptor once helped Nightwing bring down the Parliament of Owls. He was his partner and even a mentor. But when he tried to kill Bruce for taking Dick Grayson away from the Circle and putting him into a life of privilege, he turned into one of the most dangerous enemies that Nightwing has ever faced. As Raptor swipes at the politician, Dick dives in, taking the hit to push the politician out of the way. Raptor stands back up, stating that he was waiting to see if he changed. Thought maybe giving him a little more time to follow his lead. But here he is, saving another trust fund baby power fiend in a designer suit. Raptor turns, firing a hook from his gauntlet into a waitress on the second floor, pulling it back, causing her to fall off. Dick runs in to catch the woman, just as Raptor expected. However, as Dick turns back, Raptor is gone. Later that night, Dick and Helena kiss under the moonlight, and they stop with her stating that she can tell that he's not all here. Dick says that he's sorry. He covered 20 blocks and Raptor just disappeared. He's definitely up to something. And Helena tells him more thievery she suspects. But he's not anything special, just another gangster. Go out and stop him. That way you can come back to Gotham. Dick looks down, stating that she knows how he feels about that. And Helena says, yeah, this Bloodhaven needs Nightwing thing. But she puts herself fully into everything that she does, whether it's being a spy, a superhero, or his lover. Down on the street, Detective Elise shouts, "Hey, Tights, you think I'm gonna be digging in the tracks to find you? You're nuts." Helena then gets up and tells Dick that she will not be second to anyone or anything. Dick jumps down and tells Elise thanks for meeting him, but she says don't get used to it. After her two men got busted for helping out Tiger Shark, Internal Affairs started cracking down on her whole department. Assisting a vigilante is just the kind of thing that they're looking for. That, and after their little kiss when she pulled him out of the bay, it messed with her head and marriage. She turns to leave and says that she knows he's a little warm for her form, but the less that she sees of his cute bod, the better. So for now, he's on his own. So without having any ears around the town through the police, Dick turns to the only other people that he can trust, the runoffs. As he jumps down in front of the community center where Sean holds her meetings, he finds everyone standing outside. Stallion tells him that the ex-supervillains of Gotham club meeting has been canceled. It might be a permanent thing, so why doesn't he just skedaddle? Dick says, please, I'm sorry how things have gotten. I wish that I didn't have to do this, but I need some eyes on the street and could have used your help. Stallion pushes her way up, yelling, if you don't remember, our friend Giz got killed helping you. And Dick tells him, Giz went out on his own, and I have to live with that, but Stallion pulls back, punching into the ground, telling Dick, I said skedaddle. We quit being villains because it ruined our lives. So then we tried to be heroes, and we lose our lives. So best get on with it. Dick gets up, dusts himself off, and says he's right. He needs them to leave, run off to somewhere else. As Dick leaves, he begins to head towards the place that he wished he didn't have to go, because this person can help. He makes his way into the casino and he fights his way through the guards, and just as the last one falls, Roland Desmond steps out. Dick tells him that he needs his connections and his knowledge. If he helps him find and stop a man called Raptor, Dick Grayson will leave Bloodhaven forever. The next day, Roland gets ready to speak in front of a group of local officials at Bloodhaven about how he wants to help change their city for the better. And just as he's about to take the stage, Raptor appears, slamming his face into the mirror, stating that he's going to show everyone how fake he really is. Roland shouts, Raptor! And Raptor throws him through the glass, stating, it looks like Nightwing's been telling his tales again. That's just something Nightwing would do. Use any method, even crawling to an underworld boss like Blockbuster just for help. Raptor then attaches a wire around Roland's neck and he begins to fire it over a statue before the officials. Raptor heads to the podium and shouts, "You've all been conned by this man. He would want you to think that he's a self-made man pulling himself up by his own bootstraps." The lion pulls back, lifting Roland into the air, and Raptor goes on telling him, "I'm gonna show you that this man is just like everyone else trying to get ahead. What if I could show you the beast deep down inside?" Just then, Roland begins to let Blockbuster out, and he charges at Raptor, and as Raptor dodges the attack, he hits Roland with a mist, stunning him, stating, "That's it. Show everyone what it really means to be the king of Bloodhaven." Roland shouts out in pain, but as his eyesight comes back, he sees Raptor is already gone. Roland then says, "I just wanted to talk to the kids, so they have something to aim for." Meanwhile, over at Blue Blood Labs and Chemical Transport, scientists work with the local fishers at extracting horseshoe crab blood and making vaccines. But just then, Avery's voice calls out that she can't believe she's saying this, but they don't want their money. They just want the blue stuff. One of the fishers yells, "Like hell? I got up at the butt crack of dawn to pick up these critters. You can go get your own." Avery points her gun at the fisher, asking, "How about a mix of a little purple into that stuff then?" And another voice asks, "How about nah?" And Dick throws a baton, knocking the gun out of her hand. As Helena gets ready to fire her crossbow, Dick says, "Do I really have to say it?" And Helena tells him, no. She knows that he prefers her Bloodhaven scum served up alive, so she can't kill them. It's all they ever talk about when they're engaged in other business. Dick grabs two of the horseshoe crabs and cracks them between one of the Whale Ender's men and then puts them back, stating, "Thanks, fellas." Behind some barrels, Avery slams a syringe into one of the barrels, stating that if the Enders want to keep being players in Bloodhaven, they're gonna have to level up. Dick calls out to Avery to just come out, and she tells him no, and her voice begins to change. She lunges out after sticking herself with a syringe, and as she jumps, she misses and falls flat on the floor. Dick looks over at the other men with Avery, asking, "You too?" And he puts his hands up, telling him, "Oh, hell no." A short while later, Roland gets a call from Dick stating that his tip was right, but it wasn't Raptor. Laying out subtle clues really isn't his thing. Roland tells him no, it's not. He was here and he forced my hand in front of the children. They saw Blockbuster. What the hell did you bring into the city? But before Dick can answer, Helena says Roland Desmond. How disgusting. Dick turns back stating, "Wait, you've been listening to my conversation?" And Helena tells him, "Of course she was." Dick sighs, stating, "After all of this, you still don't trust me." And Helena tells him, "No, she doesn't. That would be stupid." Unlike him, she learned to never trust anyone other than God. Dick tells her, "Look, I don't trust Desmond. I'm just using my resources since we both share a common interest in helping Bloodhaven." Helena grabs Dick and smiles, telling him, "You poor sweet boy," and then knees him in the stomach, telling him, "This is for having me take on the Whale Ender's gang on a mobster tip." She then punches him to the ground, and Dick gets up asking, "What was the second one for?" And she tells him that he allowed her to open herself up and feel comfortable. He left her vulnerable, letting her trust him. That was a lesson that he taught her. Never let your guard down. Later that night, Dick gets ready for his shift at the casino, trying to figure out what he should be doing next. He listens in on Roland's conversation with one of his men as they offer to take out those kids who saw him. Roland tells him that he better not lay a hair on them. Do whatever it takes, put them through college, whatever they need. Dick then takes out the earpiece, thinking, at least he was right that Blockbuster does have some moral code. But then a man clears his throat and Dick says that he's sorry. And the man tells him, "No problem. Here's 10 grand. Raptor pulls his glasses down and tells Dick, "Go ahead and deal me in." Raptor then says, "You know, I was gonna teach you what you'd forgotten and bring you back to the world you've been taken from, but you abandoned me too. You broke my bones just like the floor broke my mother's. Now here we are. You could try and stop me here. Leap over the table, snap me into pieces, but then Roland would see your hand and know that you're secretly Nightwing." A waitress jumps up from the table, offering a Raptor a drink, and he laughs, telling her, "Haha, no thanks, the hard stuff makes me crazy." Dick flips his cards and says, "Congratulations, sir. You win that round." Meanwhile, over at the home of Beatrice Butler, otherwise known as the Pigeon, she runs off to begin her own investigation. Sean finds one of Raptor's masks lying around and says that Pigeon tested her to see if she would join their fight. So whatever Pigeon is up to, she's in this. But this isn't their fight. They can all get out now. Goober the Squirrel jumps off of Mouse's shoulder and onto the laptop, starting to type. As information about Nightwing appears on the screen, Mouse says that when Nightwing asked for the Runoff's help, Giz jumped at the chance. He saved lives and didn't die a villain. Everyone gathers around and each one says, "For Giz." Back at the casino, Raptor points out into the crowd, telling Dick, "Look what you traded in for. You traded Bruce Wayne for Bloodhaven, a city of the guilty. Once again, you bet against your own people, your own history, your own mother." Dick begins shuffling up a new deck and he says, "My mother came to you when she needed help. Helped steal treatment for leprosy. She was an angel to you, so you promised to protect her. Even after she started to go by the name Mary and built a life with my father. You continued to do so from the shadows because you were a wanted man. But you followed her and traveled the world only a few steps behind. Ever since we first fought, I've been trying to piece together my childhood to remember you, interviewing people from back then, and here's the theory that I came up with. That night, before the Flying Graces went on stage, you sat back watching the performers get ready. You had already given up being Mr. Numb by then, and you always felt a pang of envy because you weren't joining them on the stage. But then, you saw something strange, a new guy arguing with the ringmaster. Something was off. However, that's also when the crowd started to come in, and that's when you saw Bruce Wayne. As the night went on, you would watch from underneath the bleachers to make sure that Mary's performance went as planned, except you got distracted. In front of you was Bruce Wayne. It was Mary's birthday, and you figured, why not get her something nice? Something nicer than my father would have gotten her. But then, that's when the dry thud could be heard, followed by the screams. Everyone lost a piece of themselves that night, but you weren't the Guardian anymore. You were just another petty thief, Raptor. So a new brand was built. Took pieces of half a dozen superhero costumes, all to convince yourself that you weren't a bad guy. And that's when you built a metal glove and named it after the Romani wizard, Sukala, chained to a rock to prevent himself from destroying the world. You blamed Bruce Wayne, the rich, even me. Anything to avoid blaming yourself. And as Dick flips his cards, he says, "Dealer wins." Raptor sits in silence for a moment, but his look of sadness fades and he begins to laugh. He smacks the chips off the table, yelling, "Nice detective work! Better than Batman, but it doesn't change a thing." Just then, some of the people begin to scream in pain as their muscles start to grow. Raptor then whispers that he gave the people what they needed to cure what ails them. Now, they can be themselves, Dick Grayson. Over at the Wales End neighborhood, Thrill pulls up with Mouse as Sean touches down, stating that he remembers this place. His parents used to bring him here. And as the three walk in, Sean says that it was closed when the factories left the neighborhood. The Whale Enders gang has been squatting here for years, but what they came for is the lab. Mouse looks around, stating that this place is like new. Before Gracie came to Bloodhaven, she was a biochemist at the Gotham Aquarium. A voice then says, yeah, it was messing around a place like this that turned her into Orca. Gracie gets up from leaning on a wall, stating that Whale's Enders are done. They tried to replicate her experiment, and right now she's not in the mood for a house call. So get out. Sean chases after her, yelling, wait. Bloodhaven is under attack, and we just learned that people are being turned into monsters. You were one of us once. Gracie turns back, yelling, stop, this isn't a runoff's meeting. She's got nothing to share with them. Sean shouts to the group that she said herself that she would follow anyone who'd accept her. So when the Whale Enders came to ask her to make the chemical that changed her, she didn't. Because if she did, then they wouldn't need a bodyguard with the strength of a killer whale. They wouldn't need her. Mouse holds up Pigeon's laptop, stating that Raptor and Pigeon want to tear Bloodhaven into the ground. They're going to use their own citizens to do it. She can read the code, but not the formulas. They need her. They need Gracie Ballin. They need Orca. Back in the casino, Stalin and Grimm arrive to see Raptor making his escape with Pigeon. But inside, everyone is turning into blockbuster monsters, forcing Dick to suit up as Nightwing. While the chaos breaks out on the floor, one of the dealers begins to pick up the chips to cash in. But just before she can get the last chip, Dick runs through, grabbing her just as the table is thrown at her. The dealer stops Dick, shouting, hey, those are mine, back off! But as she goes on yelling, her tone changes and she begins to grow in size. But before she could fully transform, Roland charges through, punching her, saving Dick Grayson. Dick tells him, wait, you could hurt her! And Roland says, no, I'm not. She's an employee and a friend. But you're just a tourist. Roland spins back around, grabbing Dick, shouting, you were awful quick to get here, Nightwing. We made a deal to stop Raptor. Have you been spying on me? Dick asks him, what has he done? Look around. We gotta get all of the non-drinkers to safety. Everyone else has been turned into monsters because of contaminated cocktails. And as Roland lets go, Dick says, where the hell did Raptor get some blockbuster serum anyway? And Roland says, all right. Without weapons from the second hand, we were at a disadvantage. With all of the other bosses starting to look towards Bloodhaven, I had a couple of scientists take a sample of my blood so that they could make the serum available for mass production. We took out the parts that let them keep their smarts so that they could just focus on the parts that gave you power and rage. It's only going to be sold to the bosses who needed it so that we can level the playing field a little and then sell them the antidote for a higher price. But before I could get out the shipments, that thieving stalker took them. The two continue to fight the blockbuster horde, and Dick then asks, what about the antidote? And Roland tells him Raptor burned it. The psycho is all on me and makes this situation just as much on you. Just then, one of Roland's employees calls to him him, stating that they have a problem. Some of the roided freaks are getting out into the streets, and just as they do, Stallion and Grim show up, knocking them out. And he says, actually, there's been an update. A gorilla and a cowboy are fighting off the critters. As Dick follows Roland to the elevators, he says that they need to get outside and help those two, and Roland tells him, first we have to get to the 17th floor and initiate a full bomb scare lockdown so that no more of these things get out. You go help out the ex-villains. You can trust me, just like you trusted me with the whole tiger shark thing. The elevator door opens up, and Dick says that Grim and Stallion can hold their own for now. As the two get in, Roland begins to take his antidote, and Dick realizes he can't be Blockbuster for extended periods. It hurts. And that's when a twisted voice says, so thirsty, dry and caged. Roland then tells him, I'm pretty sure we met before. Remember Tiger Shark? Just then, the top of the elevator is ripped off by a giant tiger shark who says, I drink all the tasty blood. Over on the nearby building, Pigeon begins bringing up the last of the crates, stating that it's almost time. His beautiful masterpiece will come to fruition, and anyone who tries to stop them in this failed city will either be broken or dead. Raptor then grits his teeth, stating that he couldn't do it. When it came time, he couldn't kill Nightwing. I had him. I showed him how he'd lost the long game, how he'd learned so damn little, but his eyes, he's got his mother's eyes. Pigeon then tells him that when he found her rotting in a prison and wrote her about her work, it wasn't just a mutual condemnation of a sick world that drew her to him. They had a shared pain. Defacer took her heart and future just as Nightwing took his. They will end Nightwing together. Back in the elevator, Tiger Shark makes his way in, and Dick then asks, I thought Tiger Shark had skipped town. And Roland asks, did you really think that I would let this crazy freak walk free? Tiger Shark punches into the side of the elevator, causing the lines holding it to snap. The elevator begins to fall as Dick jumps out, catching himself while catching Roland, and Roland tells him, look, just so you know, this changes nothing. We have a deal. While Tiger Shark begins to climb up the shaft, Dick begins to swing back and forth, allowing him to throw Roland up to the open elevator door. Roland then heads down the hall, calling out to the security guard on shift, and when he finds him, he sees his throat has already been slit. Back with Dick, he tries to maneuver around to avoid Tiger Shark, but as Dick kicks off, Tiger Shark bites right into his leg. Using Tiger Shark as a platform, Dick kicks off of him and up into the opening. Dick then shouts to Roland to hit the switch, and as Roland hovers his finger over the button, he begins to pull back. Tiger Shark lunges up, but at the last second, the door slams shut. Dick then rolls back, stating that he thought that he didn't want to talk to him, and Roland then asks, did you get hit in the head too hard or something? And Dick tells him, be quiet, I'm on the phone. On the other line, Sean says that she tends to get over bad breakups when things get a little crazy, and if their enemies can get it together, Defacer and Nightwing better do it as well. Pigeon is working with Raptor. Mouse was able to get into Pigeon's computer, and they found out that the casino is just a distraction. They're going to poison the entire city. They have canisters planted all over, hidden in plain sight. And Roland then asks, what is it? And Dick tells him that they're sending a final message on night wings. As the two look out, they see a swarm of birds flying their way, all with small canisters with the Blockbuster serum around their neck. Back outside, Stallion holds down a mutated man and asks, so what are we doing here? And Sean flies down, telling him that she needs him to prime them up so that she can carry the antidote without any issues. As the paint cans on her legs light up, Sean starts to weave throughout the crowds, tagging everyone that she can, and then there's a rumble on the ground. Suddenly, Tiger Shark breaks out shouting, fills out a hole, now I make holes in you. Sean sighs and then pulls out a syringe loaded with the antidote, and up on the roof of the casino, Raptor begins to think back to a time when he was spending time with Dick's mother, Mary. As he does, Pigeon asks if he's thinking about her again. And Raptor tries to explain, but Pigeon says that she did all of this for him, for us. So why can't I be the one that you're thinking about? However, before she can finish, he's hit in the back of the head, and Roland says that all of these damn birds on his roof. Shoot! Dick then runs past, shouting to Raptor as he punches into him. Raptor spits out a tooth, stating, I always let you live out of respect for your mother, to teach you, but now I have nothing left to offer. He swipes, slashing at Dick's chest, and the two go back and forth, punching and tearing into each other. As Dick takes a kick at him, Raptor grabs him by the face and spins him around. With one quick jab, Raptor lays into Dick's back, and over with Roland, he picks Pigeon up and throws her into the ground, stating that he can do this all day. Pigeon then says that he likes being the strong man, and she sprays the Blockbuster serum in his face. She gets back up, telling him that since he's already got the serum in him, this should go extremely painful. She was the avatar of the Ishtar, the goddess of sacrifice. Cities are monuments, they must fall. And just then Sean yells, hey, monuments don't like you much either, and slams a statue strapped to the spray can down on top of her. Raptor sees Pigeon get crushed and headbutts Dick off of him to go get to her. Sean hurries over to Dick, and as she checks on him, her phone begins to ring. She grabs it, stating, give me some good news. And after a few seconds, she begins to yell, hell yeah! She turns back to Dick, telling him that they did it. The runoffs came together and saved the people in the casino, and they came together to help Nightwing. Dick struggles and says, Raptor, he still has the trigger. And that's when Raptor smacks Sean out of the way, telling him, yes, I do. Dick jumps up screaming at Raptor, punching into him, shouting, "You could have been a good man! You could have been the man that she thought you could have been!" And suddenly there's another scream as Roland charges through, breaking the two apart. Roland falls to the ground, stating that he needs to get it under control, and Raptor laughs, telling him, "With all that muscle, you still missed." Except Raptor's nose begins to bleed, and his visor cracks as he falls to the ground. He gets back up, telling Dick that he finally did it. He knows that they made a deal, but he's got a new idea. They can rule this city together. He can be the brother that he never had. Roland extends his arm, and Dick shakes it and then sticks him with one of Sean's antidotes. Dick tells him that that's the antidote to the Blockbuster serum. Roland falls to the ground shouting, "You played me and cheated!" And Dick says, "Yeah, guess I did learn a thing from Raptor." While Sean starts tying Roland up, Dick checks on Raptor while he lays mangled on the ground. Raptor says, "You know what really gets me? It's not just that I wasn't there for Mary, it's that I was never there for you. Always in the shadows, 1 foot behind. You never knew who I was because I never let you. My real name is Richard." Raptor passes on and Sean hugs Dick from behind, and Dick says that he missed her so much. She tells him that she loves him too much. Nightwing can call in to face her anytime, but Dick can never call on Sean. Lights begin to shine down from the police headquarters, and before Dick knows it, Sean is already gone. A few weeks later, Dick gets ready to go out on patrol when he stops by the pier to see Elise. She hands him a cup of coffee, stating that one of his old buddies just kidnapped a couple of radio pundits and threatened to show how the left and the right are just reflections of. Dick takes a sip of his coffee, stating, "Mr. Nice." Elise lights her cigarette up, stating that it looks like he picked up some new toys along the way. She would go with him, but he knows how her hubby gets. But, think he can call in some help? And there you have it, the full story of Dick Grayson's origin to the Grayson storyline to the Nightwing Rebirth. Now, I really liked him as Grayson, and I really liked Nightwing Rebirth. They went in a different direction recently, and that's why I have not been covering it on the channel. I'm not a fan of Rick Grayson, and I'm honestly just waiting for that to resolve.
Nobody
so
was.
that's where I'm at with Nightwing. But what do you think about Nightwing? Do you like Nightwing? He's such an odd character, and I personally really enjoy him, but not everyone does. So let me know what you think in the comments down below, and I'll see you next time right here at the Comicstorian channel. And don't forget, please consider going to our Twitter, subscribing to the channel, and hitting that bell for a notification.
There's nothing here.
The Dark Crisis is the end of everything currently going on in DC comic books. Dark Crisis started about midway through 2022. It is kind of picking up the events from Dark Knight's Metal to Death Metal to this weird future state kind of thing that happened in DC, and then they had a few other weird events going on. DC kind of got scattered to the winds with no real end goal or purpose, and so they decided to put together one final event before doing a soft reboot at the beginning of 2023.
Yeah, future
to
state
bring
never
us
really
to
went
this
anywhere,
beginning.
did it?
So this storyline is known as Dark Crisis and is going to be kicking off with the Justice League number 75, which opens with the death of the Justice League. We're then going to be bringing you through 4 issues of Dark Crisis, and then we're going to go into a series of multiversal worlds known as the Worlds Without the Justice League. We'll then jump over to a 3-issue Flash tie-in explaining a whole bunch of Flash-related stuff, and then pretty much wrap up Dark Crisis with Dark Crisis 5, Deadly Green, 6, Dark Army, and 7, which, if you're paying attention, will bring you right up to the dawn of DC that kicks off in January 2023. This is the Comicstorian channel, where I bring together all of your favorite comic books and I read them to you dramatically, bringing you an audio drama. The purpose of this is to organize convoluted reading orders like this list and let you know what you should be picking up at your local comic book store. So, let's get into Justice League number 75. In the skies over Kahndaq, Black Adam is suddenly bathed in a purple light, and he vanishes. One by one, the other members of the Justice League all disappear from their posts, from their homes, from their cities. Over in Star City, Black Canary begins to disappear before Green Arrow's eyes, but he reaches out grabbing her. "Hold on, pretty bird," he shouts. And they all appear in a dark room, Dinah shocked by Oliver's actions. "Come on, after everything we've been through, where you go, I go," he tells her. Black Adam steps out of the shadows. "You two, the couple, where are we?" he demands, and Oliver looks at him with a cocked eye. "You know our names, right?" The room is then bathed in a light as the door is opened. Black Canary steps forward, discovering the rest of the Justice League in a vast chamber outside, everyone confused. But President Superman steps forward with Dr. Multiverse. Superman, I've called the Justice League to the Hall of Heroes because the multiverse is in grave danger. I thought the Justice League Incarnate would be enough, but we failed. I'm sorry I took you all out of your lives. Superman flies forward and Calvin Ellis tries to quickly explain. He tells them how Barry Allen is trapped in another reality. And Darkseid, the real Darkseid, is enslaved by a great darkness, an ancient evil that has been awakened. It has created an army of unbelievable destructive forces. In all of my travels, I've never known fear like this. He tells them, and he points out the cracked windows in the Hall of Heroes, telling them that the great darkness is trying to take control of the Bleed, which is the space between realities in the DC universe. If we don't do something now, nothingness will overtake everything. Calvin explains. When suddenly the House of Heroes is rocked as the great darkness lashes out. It's breached the Hall of Heroes. We're out of time, Calvin shouts, and the rest of the heroes stand beside President Superman. Our Superman tells him to take the lead, and Dr. Multiverse begins to glow, letting them know that she can teleport them all away. Hold on, she shouts as they all disappear at a flash of light. They arrive within a destroyed city, shattered planets visible in the skies far above them. My gods, what is this place? Aquaman asks, and Dr. Multiverse steps forward. Ruins of a dead multiverse. The heroes are surprised, believing the dead multiverse was gone. That at the end of the death metal crisis, this was all eradicated. A voice calls out to them, making the heroes turn. It was swallowed by the darkness. I saw it happen, forced to watch over and over again. Punishment for my sin, Pariah calls to them. My antimatter chamber started the Great Crisis, and now I will use it to correct my mistakes. The heroes are all surprised, remembering that Pariah's world was the first to fall to the Anti-Monitor. That he was then cursed to go from one destroyed world to another, which is why I'm here now. Pariah says as he turns it back to his machine, Superman trying to reason with him, to explain that the darkness is still using him. But anger flashes across Pariah's face as the darkness raises up around him, taking shape. Lies! For the multiverse to be reborn! Your world must die! He shouts, the darkness taking the shape of the greatest villains throughout the multiverse. And Pariah smiles as he urges his dark army forward. The heroes gather, rushing forward to meet them in battle. Justice League! You know what we have to do. Superman shouts, but Batman moves forward, throwing his batarang to take down the enemies. Black Canary, let them deal with the army. We can't let Pariah turn on that machine. The last time he did, he destroyed his whole world. Batman shouts to Dinah. The two Supermen meet the darkness with heat vision, while the rest of the heroes team up to take down their most challenging foes. There's something wrong with them, Aquaman shouts as he and Aquawoman are fighting against Doomsday. You're right, Aquaman. They're not themselves. Darkseid is not a brute fighter. Superman shouts as Calvin takes another punch to the face from the rage-filled Darkseid. Wonder Woman points out that they're not fighting their enemies, but merely shadows of them. Darkseid bellows, throwing one Superman into another. The great darkness will bring an end to everything, Superman. Once we are free, the darkness will wield these creatures full power. He growls, but the magical lightning cracks at the despot. New god! Face the power of the old gods! Black Adam roars, the lightning striking Darkseid again, throwing him away. But the monster is only stunned for a moment before he blasts Black Adam in the chest with his Omega beams. John Stewart tries to move in, the Godstorm radiating around him, his massive constructs knocking the Shadow Army aside. But Pariah only laughs at the former Lantern's power, pointing out, my army is stronger than anyone realizes. A voice calls out and the heroes all look up in fear. Once I was the spirit of vengeance, but I have now been shown the truth. I am now the spirit of darkness. The Spectre shouts as he looms over everyone. Pariah continues to work on his machine, but Batman swoops in, his batarangs prepared. But the Shadow Army rises up to stop him, and Wonder Woman is forced to grab him out of danger. Watch and learn, Bats. Cover me, Canary. Oliver shouts, rushing in with his bow. Ollie, what are you doing? Dinah shouts, using her canary cry to stun Doomsday. The arrow flies through the battle, zipping past friend and foe alike until it lands into Pariah's machine, exploding. Pariah screams in rage as his machine explodes, his Shadow Army retreating. Aren't you all glad I came? Now let's shut this down and go home. I'll make the chili, Ollie says with a smile. Doomsday roars as he lashes out, his blow slamming Oliver into the ground hard enough to crack pavement. Ollie! Dinah shouts, her cry going out, destroying the shadowy Doomsday. She rushes to Oliver's side, cradling his broken body. Why did you follow me? She asks. Oliver coughs, the light dimming in his eyes. I'll always follow you. He gasps. Meanwhile, Pariah reaches for his machine. I can still fix this. This isn't over, he says, and Batman responds. Yes, it is, swooping in with Superman and Wonder Woman. But Dr. Multiverse lands between them, warning the Trinity that Pariah is stronger than they know. Pariah's hands begin to glow. You have only delayed the inevitable. I had hoped all of your talk of heroic sacrifice for the greater good was more than just words, but instead, you will be mourned. He says, bright light shooting out of his hand, and in the blink of an eye, our heroes are gone. Their skin seared off of their bones before they all disappear into nothingness. I wanted to bring peace to the multiverse! Pariah shouts, turning his power on the rest of the heroes, the lightning cracking behind him. You will die for your sins, murderer! Black Adam shouts, punching the Pariah in the face. Pulling back and landing another blow, the villain doesn't even flinch, merely catching the third blow from the mighty Black Adam. I have survived the deaths of infinite Earths. You think a punch from a false god could hurt me? He asks as he throws Black Adam to the ground, light continuing around them, wiping the heroes out of existence. Pariah rushes forward, grabbing a hold of Black Adam, bathing him in his power, but as Black Adam feels himself dying, he utters a single magical word with all the strength that he can muster, everything that he has. Shazam! He shouts, bellowing, lightning cracking in the distance, striking the two of them, throwing them apart. Pariah falls to the ground, and Black Adam merely sinks into the darkness. And back on Earth Zero, at the start of all of this, the kids play outside of the Hall of Justice, while the rest of the younger heroes are trying to figure out what happened to the Justice League. Where did they even go? John Kent arrives, demanding to know where is his father. And suddenly, the building shakes as if a bomb went off. Wally, John, and Naomi rush through the hall to the meeting room, and they sift through the rubble that was once the roof. They all look at Black Adam in surprise. They're dead. The Justice League are dead. Sometimes, as the death of the League had passed, Nightwing leaps over a car, avoiding another blow from Brick, questioning why he's even in Gotham. No Justice League means no Batman. Gotham's prime real estate again, the villain shouts, but John Kent comes flying in out of the air, grabbing Brick by the head, slamming him onto the ground. Nightwing pauses for a moment. Okay, 3 things. What are you doing in Gotham? Where were you 15 minutes ago? And I totally had him, Nightwing says, but John is shocked, asking how Dick could be making jokes at a time like this. You heard Black Adam. The Justice League is dead. Why are you not freaking out? What if they're really gone? Nightwing looks at him and matter-of-factly pointing out that Superman has already died once. He then turns and walks away, motioning for John to follow. The Gotham PD are taking care of Brick, but I think I know what you need, he says, and they head over to a food truck where Dick tells John the story about his own father's funeral, about how Batman had a matter-of-fact attitude about Superman's death, that maybe he thought that if he acted worried, the other heroes would too. Dick did something similar after Batman's last death, putting on a new bat suit and continuing on. So you just don't get worried about them dying at all now? Dick shakes his head, pointing out that they react. John takes a sip of his drink, telling him that young Justice is already planning statues and they have a memorial planned. You're all overreacting. The Justice League is coming back, Dick tells him, and John looks at him for a moment. What if they don't this time? People don't always come back. Dick frowns and images of Alfred begin to flash through his mind. The both of them continue to eat their lunch until they are interrupted by a loud explosion nearby. And as they both stand up, Dick thanks John for coming by, apologizing for acting like Batman in the situation. I don't want you to be worried, so I try to hide my own worries, he says, and they both quickly change into their superhero costumes, rushing forward to continue in their father's footsteps. Over in Central City, Wally is sitting with Iris, asking how long since she heard from Barry. She looks down, explaining that it's been almost 2 months. That she had kind of gotten used to him disappearing and hadn't thought anything of it until she heard about the League. Avery was with the Justice League Incarnate. What if? Wallace asks. And Wally takes Iris's hand, telling her that they will find Barry and they will bring him home. He leaves Linda with her and motions for Wallace to follow. Grab your suit, Ace. We got work to do. In mere moments, the two Flashes are racing down the streets, with Wally explaining that the last time that Barry died, all of the villains came out in force, thinking that they had a free pass for crime. If the League is really gone, then we're about to get a tidal wave of poorly named bad guys, Wally explains. What do you want us to do about it? Wallace asks, and Wally turns to him and smiles. We're gonna play a little whack-a-mole. Their first stop is the middle of the city, pulling people out of harm's way as Giganta is rampaging. The two of them leap into the air, punching her hard, dropping her to the ground, wrapping her up in her own chains. You come out of hiding again, Giganta, and I'm gonna give you more than an earful, Wally tells her before they dash away. Wallace groans at the jokes, but he looks at Wally and sees him smiling. He knows that Wally West is putting on a brave face to take his mind off of Barry Allen and the League being dead. They grab some of the trench in Happy Harbor, a monster on Midway City, Malcolm Merlin in Park City, and Wally keeps smiling. He keeps distracting himself. After a while, they make a bet to see who can nab the most villains. I get the Northern Hemisphere, you get the South. The U.S. villains captured by 8 buys dinner in Chicago, he says, and Wallace nods, speeding off. There he goes. No longer scared, but doesn't mean that it hurts less, Wally says to himself. He stops to the Flash Museum, looking at the statue of Barry. The moment is interrupted by his phone. John, talking fast, telling him about Cobra attacking Washington. You can count on me, Wally says as he pulls back on his mask, dashing away. The brave face continuing. Meanwhile, over in Sector 2814, Hal Jordan continues to follow the strange creature as he flies through the void of space. Okay. This is Green Lantern of Sector 2814. I need backup immediately. I'm in pursuit of a dangerous interplanetary creature, he shouts over the comms. Yeah. But none of the League is responding because they died. And the monsters break through the Earth's atmosphere, falling towards the ocean. I need backup. The Viro cannot reach the Earth's oceans. Aquaman, he says again. But the monster shouts as it collides with the water. Hal Jordan tries to follow, but the alien is much faster underwater and begins to morph, its body breaking down into smaller versions of itself. The people of Atlantis look up in shock and fear as they see the strange creatures rushing towards them. But Jackson Hyde suddenly comes rushing past them, swimming up at the aliens at top speed. I wish Arthur was here also. Feels strange not fighting by his side, he says to himself, and he swims amongst the creatures, hitting them with a powerful blast of energy. Whatever you are, you will not get past me, he shouts, but his anger turns to pain as the monsters grab him and they all begin to bite into him. I didn't become Aquaman just to become chum, he shouts, knocking them away, but the green light suddenly fills the area and harpoon constructs stab into the creatures. You kept them occupied, kid. Good job. The name's Hal Jordan, Hal says with a smile, and he tells him he doesn't know what the aliens are, and they're gonna need Arthur Curry. You don't know? He's dead. He and all of the League are dead, Jackson tells Hal, bringing a look of shock to Hal Jordan's face. Hal quickly gains his composure. We've got to stop these things. Jackson nods, ordering Hal to drop his shield. I hope you know what you're doing, Hal tells him, and Jackson shakes his head as he begins to control the water around them. Dude, we're dealing with an alien of unknown origin. They can survive in space and sea. Of course I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing, he tells Hal, and the two of them create a massive centrifuge of force. That centrifuge somehow separates the newer aliens from its original form. And in a moment, the parasites that evolved within Earth's ocean disappear, and the original alien floats before them. Jackson is surprised as the alien moves forward, pressing his forehead against Jackson as a show of thanks. They begin to float towards the surface, and Jackson tells Hal that Atlantis will need him with Arthur gone. It's all right, you take all the time you need. I'm gonna find out what happened to the League. But as he's beginning to leave, he turns back, informing Jackson that him and the other young heroes are going to have to step up. The world is going to need all of you right now. I'll be ready, Jackson calls to him. Somewhere else, Pariah, the man who killed the League, walks through the cold winter, moving through a snowy park. But that's when a light flashes and he is now on another Earth in the same park. A young woman tries to help him, asking if he is confused, if he needs help finding something, but the image shifts again, and his young wife is standing before him, asking him to build his machine. But he moves away from her, pointing out that she doesn't exist. But she is everywhere that he looks, explaining to him that she did exist, that he failed her. The world shifts again, and Pariah finds himself back on his home world. And again it shifts, and he is in the park, children playing nearby. There is no universe where Pariah's family still lives. He whispers quietly to himself, but his wife looks up from where the children play. But why couldn't we? Build your machine again, bring us back. You have such power, you can do anything, she tells him, and he walks towards her, putting his hand on her face, telling her that even though this multiverse might be a false one, will not burn down creation a second time. For a moment, she disappears and he continues onward, but he looks up to see her standing there with their two children. Your work doomed us! And now you say your work cannot save us, she shouts, her anger knocking him to the ground. She reaches down, taking his face into her hands. I will not accept this fate, she shouts, black tears falling from her eyes, dripping onto his face. Build the machine, Pariah! Put things right! She hisses, and he waves her away, getting up, rushing through the park, her voice still echoing through his mind as he rushes to a nearby church. If you would rather die than give your family life, then die! She shouts at him, and he nods, pulling himself up to the church, reaching its rooftops. This is how one saves the world, not with good deeds, but by standing aside and leaving the world alone. With that, the world shifts again, and below him, everything is destroyed. Where am I? This isn't my mind. This is real, he says with a surprise, and a voice of darkness fills his mind again. Yes, Pariah. Now do you see the multiverse is in danger, and this time, only you can save it. Pariah finally nods, darkness filling his eyes, leaking down his cheeks. I'll build the machine. This time I will save the world. My great darkness, he whispers. Meanwhile, we cut back to Gotham City. Nocturne has entered the museum, scaring away the guards as she stalks forward, memories of fighting Batman long ago echoing throughout her mind. She finally finds what she's looking for, an ancient Egyptian necklace that used to worship the night sky. But as she reaches out for it, she looks around, realizing that Batman isn't coming to stop her. Can't do it, can you? A voice calls as Batgirl drops to the floor. Is it because you need a challenge, Natalia? Or is there something you're not telling me about your feelings for Batman? She asks, and Nocturne lashes out at her, asking what it's like to not be good enough to die with the other heroes. You're a backup at best, she snaps, but Batgirl whirls around, kicking her in the face. Looks like I'm more than enough to ruin your night, Stephanie tells her, Nocturne whirling back around, kicking one of her Eskrima sticks away. But Stephanie moves with it, whirling, bringing down the other, and the two stop for a moment. New move, Stephanie? Who taught you that? Nocturna asks, and Batgirl glares at her. He did. She snaps. Their fight is over. Nocturna reaches for the Batgirl's fallen weapon, asking what happened. You know what happened. He's gone and it's different, Batgirl tells her, sighing, stating that Gotham now feels like a black hole, that the night has become even darker. You shouldn't fear the night, even when it's particularly empty, Nocturna tells her. And the conversation is interrupted by Stephanie's comms. That was Oracle. I need to deal with it. Don't steal anything. Batgirl tells her as she turns to go. Enjoy the night, Stephanie, Nocturna tells her. The villain turns to leave but finds Firefly waiting for her on the rooftops. I have an offer. The Secret Society has a place for you. Your skills, your talents would be appreciated. She looks at him, asking why he thinks that she would join them. But he motions off to the side of the roof, pointing to the gathering of villains. We have a plan, Nocturna, and it's so much bigger than Gotham City. We now cut to Dark Crisis, Issue 1. Outside of the Hall of Justice, a gathering of heroes and civilians are standing in a candlelight vigil for our fallen heroes. Nightwing standing before them, giving a speech of what the Justice League meant to the people of Earth. As long as we continue to fight and keep these candles burning, the Justice League's legacy will live on. He finishes unaware that Deathstroke and his comrades are watching from a nearby rooftop. When the last of the words are uttered, Slade blows out his candle. Weeks later, John and Wally fight against Cobra in Washington. Which cult is this again? John asks as he knocks another soldier away. Cobra! One of the cultists shouts. Yeah, what he said, Wally calls out, moving fast, pulling people out of harm's way. These attacks are happening all the time now. With the Justice League gone, everyone thinks that it's their time to take a shot, John shouts to him, but Wally thinks that this is different. That all of the smaller groups are freaking out while the heavy hitters are keeping quiet. The Cobra army rolls forward in their tanks, proclaiming that the world is lost in darkness. But a massive green boot slams down, knocking them away, and Wally and John look up to see Hal Jordan floating towards them. I take my first vacation in years and you let Cobra attack? Hal asks. Perfect timing, Uncle Hal, Wally says with a smile, but Hal isn't smiling. John, Wally, what the hell is going on? Where is the Justice League? So, later, the three of them gather around Black Adam's hospital bed within the Hall of Justice as he recounts once again what happened to the League. The last thing that I remember was seeing the Justice League being ripped apart by Pariah's powers. Never have I seen heroes turn to ash like that, transformed into nothingness, he says, looking half asleep, telling them that the darkness was halted, but the League died. Hal looks at him for a moment. That's the guy you trust, Wally? He asks, turning and stalking out of the room, and John and Wally follow him, explaining that Black Adam has been working with the League, that Superman vouched for him. We checked his story as best as we could, but then the attacks started happening and it didn't matter if we believed it or not. Wally tells him, but Hal shakes his head, explaining that they need to find out what happened to the Darkness and the Justice League. Find Barry. I'll look for the perp, he tells them. And John doesn't know what to do, but Wally explains that he needs to find his way to shine. Both Hal and Wally leave, and John is alone now, flying up to float in front of the statue of his father. He looks at the statues of Batman and Wonder Woman and a smile crosses his face. Over in Brazil, Yara Flor is fighting against a fire demon that is burning the rainforest around her. The end is coming, Wonder Girl, and you will be one with the dark! It shouts, but John is there flying out of the sky, punching the monster with Yara. He quickly moves around using his super breath to put out the fires, and afterwards he introduces himself to Yara Flor. I'm sorry about your father, she says as she shakes her head. I've seen how much you've been doing to fill his shoes. What brings you to me? She asks, and John is a little sheepish, finally telling her that the world needs a new Justice League. I'm putting together a team, he says with a broad smile. She looks at him for a moment before she breaks out laughing. No. What is happening across the world is also happening here. I can't ignore that. My responsibilities are to my tribe in the rainforest, she explains, turning and jumping on Jerry the Pegasus's back. I can't be your Wonder Woman. I'm just me. There's no way I could join a team of superheroes, she says, wishing him luck as she flies away. John's next stop is New York City, where the new Batman is chasing down a truck of gun runners. But John is suddenly there, stopping the truck in its tracks, and Batman screeches to stop as John pulls the gun runners free. Hey, look at us, the new world's finest, John says with a smile as he floats down to the new Batman. The Trigger twins were leading me to the arms supplier. You messed that up, Jace growls at him, and John apologizes, quickly explaining the situation. Superman needs Batman, he says with a hopeful smile, but Jace shakes his head. Not this one. Go ask one of the Robins, he says as he speeds away. But John once again won't be detoured. He moves through the world, gathering as many heroes as he can for his new team, until finally he returns to the Hall of Justice, where he discovers Black Adam talking to himself as he watches a group of people gathering outside. Black Adam, who are you talking to? John asks as he comes up behind the god. And Black Adam whirls around. Never use that super hearing on me, boy. John apologizes but points out that Adam should be resting. People of Kahndaq need me, he says as he moves to leave, but John stops him. Wait, I know I've only been Superman for a brief time, but I'm learning. From Nightwing, from Hal, from Wally, and now you. I know what the world needs. We need the new Justice League. Black Adam turns to go. There is no Justice League.
Just back when they were trying to
world
make
needs
the
capable
Rock,
protectors, not
Black Adam.
children. He says, and he
I remember
floats
there was
into
like
the
an
air,
art
flying
change
out
and
the
it,
door.
like,
You're trying to
turned
run
out a
before you
dime,
can walk, son
just
of
started
Kal-El.
looking like the Rock.
You are not ready for this rule.
Well, we know why.
And you and I both know who should lead a new Justice League. Meanwhile, over at Titans Academy, Nightwing watches as the students begin their work on the trapeze. Today's lesson is about trust. There's no net. He explains as they begin to flip and hang from the wires. Below them, the others are watching, with Cyborg pointing out that he's turning them into a circus. Stop, Victor. You know this is Richard's favorite class, Starfire says, but Chupacabra comes around the corner,
There's the
dripping
most clothing
blood, and
I've seen
Nightwing is there in a
Starfire
moment,
wear.
asking the young hero who did this. He looks down in shock as he sees a bomb strapped to the kid's chest. That explosion, it wasn't stopped. It ripped through Titan's tower, with the core Titans right there and the new students right there. And the villains from afar begin their assault outside. And Deathstroke, the same Deathstroke who was supposed to be dead, gathers with his top officers. Leave the teachers to me. I'm going to hurt them like never before. Kill Legacy once and for all. A couple of villains bring a wounded Beast Boy over. Hey boss, look who I found spying on us, they say, and Deathstroke pulls out his pistol as Garth is pushed to his knees. What the hell, Slade? You destroy Titan's tower all you want. You know we'll just rebuild it again. Beast Boy snaps and Deathstroke nods, putting that gun to Garth's head. We're not gonna destroy Titan's tower, Garfield. We're gonna let it stand as a bloody warning to anyone who tries to pick up the torch and put on a costume. With that, Deathstroke pulls the trigger. Meanwhile, over in the darkness of Multiverse 2, Pariah begins to rebuild his machine, talking to himself. The Justice League wasn't enough. We need more heroes from Earth Zero. Once the skies turn red, we will be brought to Earth Zero, and I will use the deaths of the Justice League to destroy the multiverse. He shouts, and energy crackles around him, energy powered by the deaths of the Justice League. The students of Titan Academy try to help Nightwing to his feet after Deathstroke's assault on the tower left most of the big-name heroes knocked out. But while still shaking out some of the dizziness from his head, Nightwing is forced to get back up when a group of Secret Society members storm in, grabbing the children. Nightwing charges after them, but as he finds himself completely surrounded by Deathstroke and his society, Deathstroke asks him, "Where were you rushing off to? You gonna save the day? And is this supposed to be the next generation? Disappointing. One sneak attack and you're crumbled. And if you think this is the only attack that we planned, you're going to be sorely mistaken. You need to make sure that no one steps up to try and fill the Justice League's shoes." Nightwing shouts that the Titans have stomped him before and they'll do it again. Deathstroke waves his hand forward. "Tell that to Beast Boy." Beast Boy's body is tossed in front of him, and Deathstroke asks, "I always wondered what would happen if you shot a shapeshifter in the face. He'll live, but that one, it's going to leave a scar." Nightwing screams as he runs forward, but he's knocked down and he demands to know, what does Deathstroke want? If he wanted him dead, they could have done it by now. We're here to prove a point. Sure, we could kill everyone here and no one would care. But you, the prodigal son, the chosen one, they'd care. So let's do it one last time. Deathstroke tosses Nightwing his batons and tells everyone to watch. Nightwing grabs his weapons, rushing in, and both he and Deathstroke begin to exchange powerful blows that would stop any normal man.
But through the bloody fight, Nightwing manages one clean hit that sends Deathstroke to the ground. And he begins to laugh. He wipes the blood off of his mouth. That was good. Nightwing won the first round. Who should we pick for round 2? Who would you pick to go around with old Deathstroke? Suddenly, it hits him and Nightwing tells him, if you kill me, you'll let everyone go. And Deathstroke laughs. You were always my trophy. Why would I waste my time on anyone else? As a clang at the batons hitting the ground, and Nightwing holds out his arms. Just get it over with, you old creep! Nightwing points the firing end of his staff at Nightwing. Look who just became my favorite Robin. And he fires. But there's a ping as the bullet bounces off of John Kent's chest as he flashes in view between Deathstroke and Nightwing. Nightwing puts up his fist telling him, you have your dad's timing. Deathstroke asks, did you think that I wasn't prepared for the Super Sun? Suddenly someone crashes through the roof and Deathstroke introduces Cyborg Superman. You see, he's seen the truth too. He knows what's best for us all. Get him! Without saying a word, Cyborg Superman rockets forward, grabbing John by the throat, bringing the two of them outside of the tower. Cyborg Superman flexes, pulling his arm back. You should learn to respect your elders. And John throws him off. You are not my father! As the two of them fight back and forth, back inside, Deathstroke tells Nightwing that he doesn't understand. This is much bigger than the two of us. We've lost so much misery. Together, we can put a stop to. Just then, a voice rings out in Deathstroke's head, telling him that the darkness calls for him. Do not kill the superheroes. I need them. Remember the mission. Sow chaos. Create a crisis. Bring my dark army to you. Deathstroke smacks the side of his head to try and drown out the voice. Shut up! And he tells Nightwing, you're lucky. New orders just came in. As the portals begin to open back up, the secret society walks away. And Deathstroke turns to Nightwing. This is just the beginning. It gets a lot harder from here. Spread the word. Legacy is dead. It's open season on you superheroes. Consider it a mercy killing because any survivors will be turned over to the darkness. But there's two individuals still fighting that we kind of forgot about. Back outside, John and Cyborg Superman continue to punch into each other. Cyborg Superman grabbing him. Your father was willing to die to save lives. Are you? John breaks free of the hold, launching him and Cyborg Superman down through the tower. But we're about to find out. Cyborg Superman struggles to crawl over to John. This isn't over. But Cyborg shows up, crushing Cyborg Superman's head. It is over. I'm sick of you giving cyborgs a bad name. With that, Nightwing helps John up, and John says that he's sorry about the school being destroyed. But Cyborg says that this isn't the first time Titan's tower was destroyed. Nightwing tells John that his dad would be proud of him. John looks over at the destruction, asking, Woody, I don't know what I saved. When suddenly a voice tells him, I was right. You are not ready to lead the Justice League, son of Kal-El. But I was wrong about you, Nightwing. Deathstroke may have led this attack, but the blame for this tragedy falls at your feet. Black Adam floats down. Where were you, huh? If you're so great, why don't you lead the new Justice League, or go after Deathstroke? That is exactly my intent. Deathstroke's forces laid siege to my home as well. These attacks are happening worldwide. I have no choice but to agree with you. It is my burden to lead the Justice League. I will turn them into the protectors that they should have always been, the kind of force that this world needs. Meanwhile, up in space in a slave trader ship, a ringless Kyle Rayner breaks free of his cell, blasting his way to the hangar to try and escape. But as he sees more people flying towards him, he takes a shot, but at that moment, Joe Mullen deflects the blast and she asks, Hal, do all of your friends try shooting you first when they see you? Hal flies down hugging Kyle, and Kyle returns to the hold. Hal, dude! Oh, and hi, who are you? Hal introduces Joe, and Kyle says, right, I heard about her. Best detective the Corps has, right? Hal then says that they have other things to discuss while they finish this escape. And good news, Guy was already looking. The bad news is that the Justice League are dead. But Hal says that Pariah created a dark army composed of their greatest enemies, and the Justice League stopped them from invading. Black Adam was the only survivor, and he claims the Justice League died.
Wally West and the rest of the speedsters are trying to find Barry Allen, hoping Barry will be the key to resolving this mess. Kyle says that he appreciates the save, but they're going to need more than just the 3 of them. Hal laughs. I know. So he opens up his hand, giving Kyle Rayner another ring. That's why I brought you back. You ready to report to duty? Deathstroke's attack on Titan's Tower has left what heroes were able to fight broken with yet another defeat, and those with hope feeling guilty that they did not do enough. But those still fighting, those wanting to try and make a difference, have all been taken under Black Adam's wing. The sole survivor when the Justice League was attacked, he drills into their heads that the Dark Army out there managed to kill the Justice League, and that they could be next at any second. They must prepare themselves to do whatever it takes to defeat this enemy, and that starts by killing Count Vertigo. Many of the younger heroes think that killing him would be extreme. They're supposed to bring hope to the world, not more death. However, Damian tells them that that's the problem. The reason Deathstroke is winning all of his fights is because he knows that we won't kill him. Black Adam then says, "We must put Vertigo's dead body in front of the Hall of Justice as a warning to Deathstroke and his ilk." But John Kent's eyes flare red as he tells them that they are not doing anything of the sort. Black Adam shouts at him, "The Justice League is dead. You didn't see what I saw. I'm the only one left standing after Pariah's army attacked. This is what must be done." The argument begins to heat up, with Black Adam's grip on Vertigo's head tightening, and Yara Flor using her last...
Alright, I will be back in a minute. I have bathroom obligations. Alright. I'm back. Ready to side quest.
So to pull him off, Black Adam asks, "Are you challenging me?" She folds her arms, telling him that she doesn't even know him, but she doesn't like him. Black Adam tenses up and then turns, leaving. "You are all a waste of my time." Now with no one leading them, everyone begins to wonder what is next. But Yara tells John that she wants to help. She wants to join his Justice League. Damian scoffs. "There is no Justice League. Black Adam is right. Pennyworth used to tell me things like, it's always darkest before the dawn. Well, I have a feeling that we have not yet reached the darkness, and when we do, we're not going to be ready." "How can you be so," John asks him, but Damian stops him. "Realistic? No, we need hope. That's what the Justice League does, Damian. It gives hope." Damian shouts at him, "Maybe that's why they died." With that, the three of them stand on the steps of the Hall of Justice in silence, trying to hold back their emotions. And then a voice tells them that he is sorry for interrupting. But if there's no Justice League, how about a society? They'd love to help, if they don't mind some old-timers lending a hand. The members of the Justice Society fly down, Wildcat telling them, "Watch who you call old." And meanwhile, over at Deathstroke's headquarters, Pariah whispers into his head, telling him, "You have a mission. You must create a crisis." Deathstroke stares at his computer, telling him, "Get out of my damn head!" But at that moment, his doors open up as the members of the Secret Society throw someone in. Look what we found. The person that's thrown in is Ravager. She slowly gets up, having been beaten by the others, looking at her father. "I thought you were already dead." Deathstroke tells her that Adeline, Wintergreen, and Joseph have gone into hiding. But Ravager snaps. "I wouldn't even tell you if I knew where they were hiding. You're broken. But all of this is a new low even for you. Everything that I've seen, that we've seen, superheroes, supervillains, it's all a mistake, Ravager. The Justice League died, and it was a matter of time before one of the little punks tried to pick up the torch. But I will be there to cut them down when they do. But you, I want you here, with me. You will be my legacy. I'm going to be a part of something bigger. The darkness, it speaks to me." As Deathstroke inches closer, Ravager kicks him away, asking, "What the hell is wrong with you? Stay away from me." After hearing the crash of being kicked back, the Secret Society rushes in, asking if everything is okay. And Deathstroke tells them, "Perfect timing." He stands up, opening his mouth as black liquid is vomited out. "I think I might know how to start a crisis." However, the black liquid doesn't fall to the floor. It begins to lash out at everyone, infecting them as they all scream for it to stop. And Ravager is made to sit there and watch. Meanwhile, out in space, the Green Lanterns have all gathered in Sector 666 on the lead that Black Adam mentioned that Necron was a part of Pariah's Dark Army. Those suspicions were right as they find a fully restored Black Lantern power battery waiting for them. Unsure what might be inside, Hal informs them that he'll go in, and Kyle and Joe tell him that he knows that they're going with him, right? Knowing that he can't win the argument, he tells Simon and Guy to watch the battery, and if they're not back in 24 hours, they are to destroy it. Guy tells him, "You got it." And once they're ready, the three of them reach out to the Black Lantern battery and are suddenly sucked into a dark and twisted world. They all hit the ground. Pariah says, "I'd hoped that you'd come. The fearless like me. The great Hal Jordan would understand." Kyle begins to shout at Pariah, "Where is the Justice League?" "Gone. The heroes of Earth Zero are special. Each of them is a world unto themselves. I can use that to rebuild the multiverse. Soon a new crisis will pull me and my dark army to your world, where I can use the rest of the heroes there to restore what was lost. The great darkness would rather this all go away and return to nothing, but I can keep its power under my control." Hal asks him, "Are you sure it's not controlling you?" Pariah screams, "You dare suggest that I cannot master the darkness!" Hal attacks with his Justice League constructs. "Damn right I do! I've only known 2 people to wear that armor, and I wouldn't call them friends." Pariah is forced to defend himself from the attack, telling them that their world is broken, and from this darkness, there will be a better multiverse. Hal then tells the others to keep the pressure up and go past Pariah to his terminal to find several floating orbs, all with the symbols of each of the fallen Justice League members. He picks up one, feeling its power, and Pariah screams to not touch his worlds. Hal takes a closer look and says that these aren't worlds. The Great Darkness, it's not using the Justice League to restore the multiverse, it's turning them into weapons. Suddenly, Hal feels the power ripping through his body, breaking him down until there's nothing left. And as everything turns white, he blinks around asking, "What is this? Where is my ring?" At that moment, a giant green construct sword slams down next to him, and an unknown Green Lantern tells him, "That was a warning shot." Another lantern flies down telling him, "You're not welcome in this world. This is Sector John Stewart." And Hal is shocked. "Wait, Sector what?" But back on Earth, Black Adam touches down knowing that the young heroes are not capable of being able to do what needs to be done, which is why he will lead seeking the aid of a very particular person. He tells the figure that he thought that he could push the younger heroes, but they are too concerned with hope, and that is why he believes it is time for doom. The man steps forward. "Right. Sounds like a job for Lex Luthor." As the city of Emerald shines bright around him, Hal Jordan finds himself in chains as the Kyle Rayner of this world accuses him of being one of the Lantern's greatest foes, Parallax. Hal sighs, asking if he really had to bring up that. He can already tell this whole world is nothing more than a giant construct. After attacking Hal, one of the Lanterns holds out a gun, telling Hal that he is very brave to face the darkness without his ring, when suddenly another voice says that Hal might be brave and bold. Just then, the familiar sound of a crack of lightning and red blur rocket past, stunning the Lanterns, as Barry skids to a stop, telling Hal, "You know, that jacket of yours really makes you stick out like a sore thumb in any world." Hal asks if it's really him. He thought that, but Barry tells him that Wally found him. "Ha! I knew that kid had it in him. But, did you know that this world is fake?" And Barry tells him, yeah, he knows. He knows about Pariah, but he doesn't know why Pariah needed to make these construct worlds for everyone. Whatever it is, he's using the Justice League to power something explosive. There's someone that could possibly help them investigate Pariah's plans, but that would mean traveling to their world. But while Hal and Barry begin their journey back on Earth, the current heroes are doing what they can to fill the shoes of their predecessors, and for some, their fathers. However, one member of the Bat family hasn't moved in hardly Ian, and he refuses to leave the best side of his best friend. Nightwing sits alone next to Beast Boy's bed, with Alan Scott telling Mr. Terrific and Dr. Midnight that Beast Boy was struggling to recover, but feeling sorry for himself isn't going to help. Nightwing says that Beast Boy believes he was killed. That's why he's not waking up. The trauma of Deathstroke's attack was too much. One of his best friends thought he was dying, and I failed him. Alan tells Nightwing that once he saw the Flying Graysons perform, back before he was born, and they were amazing, fearless. But when they performed, they had everyone's eyes on them, just like he does now. Nightwing sulks. "I can do it. Use that ring to lead us out of darkness, create a new Justice League, or use the Society or whatever." Alan tells him that they don't need a fancy title or a team name. They don't need them to be heroes. There are a lot of people out there still wanting to be a hero. They need someone to carry on the legacy of those that have fallen. Nightwing tells him that Deathstroke beat them. His goal was to break their spirits, to toy with the Titans with him. It's going to take a lot more than some smiles and optimism to beat him this time. Alan says that he doesn't think that this is just Slade holding a grudge. There's something darker at work. Something is controlling Slade Wilson. But back over with Black Adam, he is now standing before the Legion of Doom, explaining his view on the situation and the need for them to permanently remove Deathstroke before he has a chance to attack again. Lex says that Deathstroke is a concern, but in our time with the totality, we observed the multiverse's truths and some lies. The idea of the Omniverse was false. It created an imbalance in our multiverse, which I believe Pariah is manipulating. We need to. Grodd then shouts, "We should do nothing! Allow Slade to finish his mission, kill all the heroes, and then the brutal battle between the sides will determine a winner. Then we will swoop in and destroy the victors when they are weakened." And just then, there's an explosion destroying the hall as Grodd begins to lift himself up and a heavy boot steps on his head, stomping him into the ground. Deathstroke leads his army in asking, "Do you really think that I didn't foresee this alliance? The darkness knows all. So instead of conspiring to die against me, do the smart thing and join me. Let's burn it all down together, huh?" Black Adam looks at Deathstroke, telling him that those chains that he wears, the Dark Army had them as well. And Captain Cold shouts, "Screw that! The rogues don't join anything." As the battle begins elsewhere, in a very industrial Gotham, Barry skids to a stomp and Hal gets down asking if this is Gotham. Batman's world? Of course he'd create a world like this. Barry tells him that the Bruce here is a little different. He found him first. He tried to talk to him but at that moment there's a ting as a gear is thrown into the ground. Batman appears telling them that they are interfering with his investigation, and Barry begins to run around stating, "Here we go again." Again? What do you mean again? Meanwhile, back at the battle, both sides are on equal footing, but off to the side, Lex is monitoring the world and finds that there is a spike in dark energy and that their foes are pulling power from an outside source. And that darkness is at the edge of the multiverse and is connected directly to Deathstroke, making him the key. Lex launches himself directly at Deathstroke, and Deathstroke says, "Aren't you supposed to be smart? How can you not see that you're on the wrong side here?" Lex punches him. "With only one eye, I lacked vision. You're just a soldier, a hired gun. It's not really you pulling the trigger, is it? I know what happened to you, your children, the Lazarus pits. People talk. Anyone can see that you're being controlled. You yourself has been through it before, had your humanity stripped away by a greater power. Trust me when I say that you will not get what you want, and I promise to help you." As Deathstroke sits defeated, Lex lifts his hand to deliver a fatal blast, but suddenly he's attacked from behind by the darkness. The darkness has spread to all of the others, and as Black Adam is watching, he yells out, "No, not again!" And watching from afar is Pariah. He watches the ever-growing darkness, stating that in the beginning there was only one, a single black infant dude, so cold and dark for so very long that even the burning light was imperceptible. But the light grew, and the infitude shuddered, and in that instant, a new multiverse was born. Out there, in the deepest parts of the void we call space, is a planet, a dying planet, one that a young 13-year-old John Kent can hear the screams from. But there's another cry for John telling him to wake up. Lois shouts that he needs to get out of bed and go help his father with a giant robot. Can he hear her yelling? Go. And be sure to tell his father that she is busy working tonight and that he has to pick up dinner, since she's the only one who has to work for a living. Something not too greasy though. Her stomach has been bothering her. John hurries up, putting on his costume, and he rushes into town to help Superman fight off another giant robot that is attacking Metropolis, telling his dad that they need to go pick up dinner and walk the dog. After taking down the robot, John and Superman head out to another planet to play fetch with Crypto. And John asks if he ever just wants to go. Like, go past Jupiter, Pluto, just to really get out there. Superman asks if they need to go over this again. John tells him no. He gets it. Superman tells him, "Good. We need to hurry back home. Your mother is waiting for us." Time goes by and John turns 14. He's still plagued with those same nightmares of a dying planet. This time he can see it. Durla, Darkseid, millions burning. He heard them dying. Lois hurries to his bed, telling him that it was just a dream, that he needs to go back to bed, that he has school in the morning, and Superman stops her. I heard them too. It happens, not every day, but once in a while, and it's horrible. We have to do our best to not let it hurt us. There's nothing that we can do. I would if I could, son. Then John says that they are Superman and Superboy. They save people, it's what they do. Superman says that he has already tried. He nearly died trying. But there's only one of him, and there's a whole universe of hate out there. John is furious. You tried? Who the hell are you? Do you think that matters? They're dying. We're just sitting here doing nothing while they scream. Superman sighs. You're right. I'm sorry. I wish I could do better. But we'll talk about it in the morning. It'll look better in the morning sun. Yellow light has all sorts of powers. It'll be okay. Time passes, and at the time that John turns 15, he decides that enough is enough and he's going to take the fight to Durham, where he's thoroughly reminded that just because he is a Kent doesn't mean he can save everyone. Orion beats John down, telling him that he is a little far from home. You're going to learn the rough and painful way that there's only one real truth in this godforsaken universe. John tries to pick himself up, broken and bloody. You're a monster. What makes you so high and mighty to judge me? Just who the hell are you? Seconds later, Superman comes speeding in, knocking Orion away, telling him, he is my son. Once Orion's taken care of, Superman turns to John, telling him that they are going home. John tells him, we can't! The war is here! Everyone is suffering! Superman clenches his fist and glares. You just shattered a truce that was made years before you were even born. Right now, Darkseid is deploying his armada of death. Like the billion planets before it, Earth will soon face its crisis. We will go home. We will make our stand, and we will defend our family. No one else can. At 16, Superman tells John that it has been a brutal year, but he did well. Heck, he did the impossible day after day. They're safe. The whole world is safe. For a bit at least. But that's why he and his mother talked, and John sees his new hover bike. Holy crap! Superman tells him to watch his mouth. It does 0 to 60 in a minute, tops out at 120, and that's parsecs per hour, not miles per hour. John rockets into the sky, telling him not to worry. Superman tells him that he's serious. I have supervision. I can see if you disobey me. By 17, John is doing most of the superhero work in Superman's place. But even allowing for that, Superman can't idly sit by knowing his son is out there fighting. One night, John returns home after hearing the screams again, broken. He says that he tried, but Orion was there. He was murdering children. Superman yells, "You went back after I told you not to?" But John tells his father that he won. He beat him. He saved the kids. Superman tries not to yell or shout, and Lois puts her hand on his shoulder, stating that John isn't like him, and he isn't like John. This is just who John is. Finally, the age of 18 comes, and as much as Superman says that this is a mistake, John tells him that they've been over this. He cannot stay here. Not while what is going on is still happening. He isn't a kid anymore. While Superman defends the Earth, he'll take care of the rest. And he'll be back in a month to check in. And if there's any actual trouble, he'll use Uncle Jimmy's watch to call his father. Superman says that this is Darkseid's universe. There's going to be trouble. And John laughs.
Too bad John never really got to grow
I'll be the
up
one
with
causing
his
it.
parents.
Superman opens his arms. All right, one more time. John tries to refuse the hug, but Superman tells him, "You're going to war. I get a hug. Those are the rules." John gives in and hugs back his father, as his father tells him that he needs to listen for once in his life. When he's out there, he has to remember that he carries all of his parents' love with him, that it will get him through the worst, like how his love got him through this. It keeps getting him through everything all the time. I'm so darn proud of you, son. As John gets on his bike and takes off, Superman watches as his son fades into the sky. He tells Lois that he was there. Here. He saw him. He got to see John grow into the man that he had to be. He didn't miss it this time. No, not for anything. He wouldn't trade any of this for anything. Now in a world without a Justice League, Aquaman, down in the depths of Atlantis, Aquaman sleeps, but he can hear his name being called. He suddenly wakes up to feel something amiss, but Mara tells him that she is sorry to wake him, but he did tell her to not let him oversleep. Aquaman tells her, Yes, of course, thank you, Mara. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Everything that happened between us, and it's still, well, we still endured. Aquaman says that he had the strangest dream. And Mara says that it's all over now, they can't be late. They both know how he gets. But before the big event, Aquaman needs to let off a little steam by having a sparring match with his friend, Black Manta. As Manta gets a hit in, Aquaman says that he liked him much better before. And Manta says that is real funny. You nervous or something? It's a big day. What do you think that she is doing right now? Aquaman throws another punch, throwing Black Manta, telling him that he has gotten to know her pretty well over the years. What do you think she's doing, Jackson? Just like her father, Andy is also in her own sparring match with her grandmother. However, they try and go easy on each other and try not to leave too many bruises on each other's faces. Meanwhile, back up at the surface, the caterers get the venue ready for the event as the coordinator tells one of the staff members that they need to hurry. Mr. Curry wants an update. He wants everything to be perfect. The staff member says that he hopes so as well. The Curry family deserves nothing less. As the coordinator walks away, the staff member reveals himself to be the shapeshifter Charlotte, one of Aqua Woman's enemies, and he arms all of the bombs that he spread throughout the venue. Not long after everyone gets ready, as guests begin to arrive at the event, in Flash fashion, Jess blows by everyone, nearly throwing everyone off course. As Andy's ship shakes, she tells everyone not to worry, they'll just have to forgive her partner. They're a bit of a show-off. Once things settle down, Aquaman begins to walk his mother and daughter down the aisle, whispering to the two of them that he can totally see the bruises on their faces. His mother says that she has no idea what he's talking about. But as Jackson waits for his father, Jess races by, stating that, by the way, the catering assistant is actually Charlatan in disguise. He has bombs all over the place. Jackson asks if they should be worried, and Jess says, nah, I was deactivating them as we were speaking. You shouldn't even notice them missing. A few moments later, Charlatan tries to activate the bombs when suddenly Jess says, hey, not what you were expecting, right? Right? Well, naturally, I'm a restless person. The world is just so slow. Literally can't stop moving and thinking and moving again. And Andy made me promise that I wouldn't sneak a peek at her brand new dress. I mean, I could have, but I didn't. Like right now, I'm lending you a little Speed Force so you can actually watch this. See? Look at them. Look at Andy and her amazing family. Why the hell would you want to ruin this? Her grandparents are getting their vows renewed, and Andy is going to sing at the reception. It's about the sweetest thing in the world. And you're like one of Andy's greatest villains or whatever, but just look. One of my favorite things about Andy is her big, wacky family. Awesome family that she's got. They've all been so great and supportive of us. Especially her father. Have you met him before? A split second later, Jess brings Charlatan to Aquaman, telling him, this is one of Andy's villains. He tried to blow you all up, but I stopped him. Flash back. Aquaman stares at Charlatan and punches him so hard that he reverts back to his original self. Afterwards, the party goes off without a hitch. Everyone's singing and dancing, and Aquaman steps forward for a moment, stating, look at this. Look at what we built. We gave this to them, and now we get it all back. And maybe one day it'll all be real, like it was meant to be. This isn't real. Not yet. I don't have everything yet. I don't have my hands around your throat. You may think that you've beaten me, but better men than you have tried, and in the end, you will all learn that not even death will hold me. I've been dead before. I have come back. And soon we'll see if you can say the same. So Aquaman's aware that none of this is real and that he's currently dead. But we're not done with these worlds turning them into weapons. Next up, we have Green Lantern John Stewart's world. Many know the story of John Stewart and how he became known as the Guardian. But before he was the Guardian, even before he was a Green Lantern, John Stewart was a Marine, a soldier. And before long, John and a lot of other soldiers were sent across the ocean to fight a war. But while he was there, just like with many other soldiers, something terrible happened. Bad enough that John did something that he wasn't in the habit of doing back then. He prayed. He prayed for the strength to save the people who needed it. And in a flash of the light, where John once stood, there stood an invincible knight, his eyes blazing with the light of heaven. That's how your brother became a superhero. Earth's first and greatest, and after the Battle of Oa, he founded a team of lanterns called the Watchtower to protect Earth while he flew all over the multiverse. One day, when he had done what he set out to do, he took his ring and he passed it on. John Stewart became an architect, just like he always wanted. And now, we all live together in the house that he built for us. He's finally putting up a fence to keep the rabbits out of the flower garden. Isn't that nice? John puts down his hammer. That's enough. I'm working on it. Can I stop hearing about it? John's mother tells his sister Eleanor, what about the war? What if Suddenly Eleanor's eyes turn green and a voice calls to John. Eleanor begins to float in the air with the brightness of a Green Lantern, and the voice tells him that they need him. John asks, "Raynor, is that you?" And Kyle says that they have found him. Many of them have fallen. The bright revenant is with them. Suddenly, Eleanor is set back down and asks, "Is everything okay? Did something happen?" John's mother tells her that everything is fine. Why doesn't she practice her reading for a bit? She needs to talk to her brother. After pulling John aside, John's mother says that he told her that he formed the Watchtower so he wouldn't have to go back. But they said that they found her. He gave her back the daughter that she buried, the same age that she was when she was lost, and she hasn't aged a day since. She knows a miracle like that has to be paid back someday. Is that day today? John sighs. They're called the Radiant Dead. They're the ones who killed the old Guardians. If they killed the central battery like they were meant to, there wouldn't be a core anymore. Probably nothing else. So I took the battery from Oa and I hid it. In the shape of my baby sister. It really is still her. My memory of her anyway. She's just more than she used to be. Don't worry, I'll fix this. John's mother says that she'll never forget what he did for his sister, but swear that he'll come back. John tells her that she'll never have to bury either of them again. So he steps back outside, giving his sister a hug, telling her to take care of Mama while he's gone. He'll be back soon, and he'll finish that fence. But as John begins to fly up into the sky, his entire body begins to shine bright green, becoming the embodiment of will. He meets with the other lanterns, and the second everyone sees him, they all cheer that the Guardian is back. He saves them. He does. Even as the bright revenant awakens and sends out its minions, it descends towards Earth to try and destroy the source of the Green Lantern's power once and for all. Even though the bright revenant killed heroes and gods of 1,000 worlds, it never fought against the Guardian. After John destroys the creature, the Lanterns cheer once more for their savior, and John returns home to Earth. Eleanor asks if the monsters will come back. Will they try and take her away? And John's mother tells her no. With her brother John around, they'll never be apart again. And last up, we have Kendra Saunders' Hawkgirl's world. For many people, they live their lives knowing that one day it'll all end. The chapter of their life will come to its conclusion, and it will be a unique ending. But not for Kendra Saunders, because she lives a life of endless deaths and endless rebirths. And that is why today is special. That is why she has found herself at the entrance of the Temple of Life. And even though this temple is called the Temple of Life, it's really anything but. It sounds fun, living knowing that no matter what, whether you die or not, you'll always come back. Like some sort of mystical video game with infinite lives. But what Kendra thought was a blessing turned out to be a curse, a burden. She realized no matter what she did, it was something that she had done before, a life of perpetual sameness. She is no longer unique. She wasn't even a person. She was a vessel waiting to be emptied and killed again and again. Like Da Vinci said, I thought I was learning to live, but I was only learning to die. But today that changes. Today she gets her life back. She gets her mortality, and nothing is going to stop her. Inside of this temple is said to be the base of mortality. Legend has it that an ancient god king created the world and made everything in his image immortal. Nothing died, and because of it, nothing lived. The beauty of the world that was once so vibrant over time turned dumb. The god's son and daughter told the god king that he was wrong to make everything like them, and the god king agreed. He cried a river of tears which flooded the earth. Those tears receded, and the animals and plants all regained their luster. They knew that their lives would end, and therefore they had better get to living them. And if she does this, then Kendra has one more shot at life. She takes the vase and the drinks, and at first nothing happens, and then suddenly it was gone. All of the memories of her past lives gone. She was alive. The dream of her own future. No more reincarnation, just the life ahead and what she chose to make of it. But at that moment, the skeletons of the temple came to life and attacked. Is this how it ends? Right here, right now? No more coming back. This is her death, and that is why she feels so alive. As she fought, Kendra could feel her heart beating faster than it ever has before. That this is what it felt like before she knew about the past. That this is what it feels like to know the future is your own. Not one that is handed to you, but one that you must fight for. That's true living. That's the dream of her life. But as Kendra smashes the last skeleton, she leaves her mace and walks away. And in the shadows, a man laughs louder and louder. And as Pariah steps out, he laughs loud enough that the world around can hear him. There is a world that turns in chaos. It
don't think
spins
I've ever
on
seen a
time
horse
as
in this
everything
game.
falls to ruin. However, in the middle of the destruction, there is a sanctuary. By day, the great machine is a marvel. It spins order from chaos. The tumblers and tines of a sacred system. A metronomic
Like the Barbie
megalopolis.
doll of horses,
This city
but it's a horse.
is Gotham. The one who constructed this dark feat is the man known as Mr. Wax, the architect. During the day, everything runs on time. In Gotham, people live and love with peace, with pleasure, and above all, with precision. By night, when the great gears come to a halt, there is movement that not even Mr. Wax can control. The men and the women of Gotham sleep soundly, though there are predators who stalk the darkness because they know that there is something far more terrifying that preys upon them. And that thing is the night. Armed with his cogwheels, the Knight takes down those who creep in from the Madlands to get a piece of paradise. But tonight is different. Though routine taking down the thieves, one among them tonight fought back. Fruitlessly, but fought back nonetheless. The Knight removes the man's mask to reveal Oswald Cobblepot, and as expected, begged for his life, saying that he can't remember, but he was hired to move this tech, that it has nothing to do with him. The Knight tightens his hold around the portly man's neck, telling him, "I have hunted you for years. Martha and Thomas Wayne, gunned down. Crying boy. Decades of investigating, false leads, connections, finally obtained a DNA match. Proof. You're the one who killed my parents." Oswald begins to laugh, asking, "Your parents? Oh, that is rich. It all makes sense what the old man said. Changing evidence, hacking the machine." Well, I have news for you. I don't even know who you are. Better yet, the Predator doesn't even know himself. Oswald begins to have uncontrollable laughter, and the Knight tells him to stop, to fight it. Don't let the sneer touch. But Oswald begins to bash his head against the Knight's helmet over and over again, till he is lifeless and dead. However, in his office, Wax watches the video of the Knight's encounter, stating that he really wished that he could get audio so that he could listen to what these freaks were saying to each other. Can't he at least get one alive? Wax's aide, Jay, says, well, people don't seem to mind it. The Knight has very high approval ratings. Wax yells, "This isn't about popularity. Remember the sneer deniers at the start? Did we worry about their approval? There was a plague of madness, for God's sake, a psychotic virus so destructive that the weight of shattered minds literally broke reality. How do we fight that? There's not one of those memories that didn't get scrambled. Heck, I can't even remember how this stuff even works. But we got it done, right? The machine to secure an island of sanity. We designed and built it before anyone could stop us, and..." Jay stops him. "With all due respect, there is no we about it. I saved us." Wax sighs, sitting back. "I am just the builder. I never understood this need to break stuff, to punish. It's a shame that they owe their safety to someone as destructive as..." But at that moment, in a matter of seconds, the Knight jumps through the window, grabbing Max, jumping back out. Later, as Wax begins to open up his eyes, he shakes his head, telling the Knight, "You've gone too far. What are you even doing?" The Knight looks back over his machine, telling him that he has been running tests. Etheric engines, scanners, psychic detectors. Took them from a villain. The villain said unsettling things. Thought I'd solve an old crime. Now, unsure. These machines, I used them on myself, found anomalies, scanned the city, seeking patterns, coincidences, found a match. Wax begins to ask, "A match to what?" And Knight pulls back both his and Wax's mask. "Everything! Thought patterns, neural frequency, psychic profile, everything!" The two men stare at each other as if looking into a mirror, and Wax asks how is it possible, and Knight tells him, "One of us is counterfeit." Knight goes on, points of commonality, pain that binds, a trauma like treasure. And Wax tells him that he's kind of hazy about what comes next. The plague, the collapse, it scrambled everything. But then, a Knight picks it up. The divergence. You are a soul fated to build, wealth and intelligence, yes, but more so, charm and hope, enough to engineer a miracle. Wax tells him, "I've always hated the name Wayne. It's like to wane, to fade out.
Then there was another soul, one doomed to darkness, a soul whose gravity was its pain, whose bright corneas of identity collapsed in the foam and force of his own hatred, who chose to become a myth. And then a voice calls out to Knight as a group of men with their faces covered walk in and whisper something. Wax looks at the scars on each of the men's heads, asking what? And Knight says that they are the 3 red beasts. Informants, listeners, watchers, my family. Who are they? Wax says, I know who they are, but they're... And Knight pulls down the face covering. Sneer touched. Yes, a minor operation. It cures the madness, leaves them pliable, blank, useful. Knight walks over to the computer. The equipment that you seized emitted a signal. Sent it to my sons to track it. The two head into the Madlands as Knight says that it's intriguing. You never wondered who killed your parents? Wax tells him, of course I did. But what difference does it make? Better to improve the world for everyone than fixate on one sick guy with a gun. Somebody had to do something. Try to fix the madness. Knight tells him that is inaccurate. Can't solve chaos, only destroy it. Only a child thinks that he can turn the world into clockwork. The city is a lie. Out there is what's real. Chaos and horror. Only a half-wit would think that it's curable. That's how I know that you're the copy. Soon the two pull up to an old dilapidated building, and as they step out, they're suddenly attacked by a chained-up Sneer-Touched. Knight throws his cogs to stop one of them, and Wax asks, who would do such a thing? And Knight tells him that it's the only person that it can be. The mastermind behind all of this, the author of chaos. Just then the doors open and an older man with a gas mask walks out. Hello, boys. As Wax and Knight enter, Wax asks, Alfred? But isn't he? And Alfred asks, went back to dear old Bloody after your parents' demise? Convenient fiction, I'm afraid. But please, come in. The two follow into the home and into a lab, and Knight asks, what is all of this? Alfred says that originally the equipment belonged to one Professor Jonathan Crane. He was experimenting on his own patients, exploiting their aberrations. Imagine he thought it was going rather well until they brought in inmate 3141. This inmate was a nameless drifter, killer, but his unique physique overloaded Crane's machines even though they atomized his body. What emerged, what escaped, defies sense. A distillation of insanity, a psychic virus strong enough to overthrow an entire world, but not Gotham, not him. It is here that young Master Bruce studied the aftermath of Crane's catastrophe, the electric miracles of Maxi Zeus, the nerval trickery of Jarvis Tech, the cryogenics of Victor Freeze. I could go on, but Crane had reduced them all to data. As the Sneer Touch raged outside the city, Master Bruce saw an opportunity, a way to harness horror, to build paradise from the black science and purge any madness that had slunk in. He realized that he'd never achieve it unaltered. There was too much conflict in him, his drives, his genius, the savior and the destroyer. In a different world, their polarity might have made for a stronger composite, obsession tempered with conscience, but here it held him back. So he cut them apart. Wax asks, which one of us is the fake? Alfred tells him, both, neither. The first body was copied so perfectly that it makes no difference, only the psyches are distinct. Alfred flips a switch, starting the machine, telling them that unfortunately it simply isn't effective, that you both know that. We've tried it once or twice. I'm dreadfully sorry, Masters. Erasing memories, uploading new criminal evidence. This will be the 53rd time that you reset. Sooner or later, one or both of you will always find a way back here. As Wax and Knight collapse, Red Beasts come in and pick up the bodies, and Alfred tells them to take the boys home. They should probably thaw out another nemesis. Later, Wax wakes up in his office forgetting everything that just happened, and Knight finds the villain that he's been hunting for years. He finally has the DNA evidence. Victor Zsasz is the one that killed his parents. So this story is actually pretty cool. I really did enjoy it. It's a concept of, in an alternate universe, what if Batman and Bruce Wayne were truly separate, and Alfred was the mastermind trying to steer them to the goal? And what if they never could get there because Batman just will not agree with something that is fake? I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun, but what do you guys think down below? But before we can wrap up today, there's one more story to be told. There's the Worlds Without the Justice League Zatanna universe. There's magic in the world, but most people get it wrong. They define magic as extraordinary.
But power can be obtained, created, destroyed, and the only true magic, the unbreakable magic, the impossible to recreate magic, is time. There's never enough time, and time is running out. They're coming. She has to find someone first. If only she could slow time down. She can feel it as she travels Earth to Earth. She can feel someone trying to stop her. Not yet. She can't go back yet. This is her one chance. Here, no, here, maybe. As Zatanna appears, John Constantine stumbles out of a diner, taking a deep breath, finally stating that he made it. She makes it bloody hard to get a hold of. She can't keep this up. She isn't infinite. She's going to deplete herself. Zatanna asks, "This is my world, isn't it? I'm in control. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do?" John tells her that she knows exactly who he is, and then transforms into herself, stating that she took the form of John because as much as she hates to admit it, he is often the voice of reason in their life. She is no god. She wanted control, but she knows more than anyone else that they don't have control over time, that the clock is ticking. At that moment, there's a voice. And Zatanna knows that it was the one that she had been searching for. It was the voice of her father, Zatara. No matter how much time passes, she still feels like that young girl who just wants to spend time with her father, who looks at him like he hangs the moon, the stars, and the whole world. Zatara says that it's about time. And Zatanna smiles, stating that she wanted to make sure that it was all just right. She couldn't bring him back, even though she missed him so much. Zatara hugs her, stating that they've now got all the time in the world. And Zatanna says that that's not true. At that moment, there's a flash of light as the liberated Justice League members arrive, telling her that it's time to leave. Zatanna says that she knew that they'd find her and that there wouldn't be enough time. Batman tells her, "Trust me, no matter how you shaped this world, it'll never be enough time." Zatanna tells him that he's right. But that's the thing about time. It's the most powerful magic that they never stop fighting. Zatanna pulls out her magical sword. Okay, let's go kick some universe-distorting ass. It's been a while since Wally and Barry essentially traded places, when Barry and Mr. Terrific tried to pull Wally's consciousness out of the Speed Force. Since then, Mr. Terrific has been working on a way to track Barry, similar to how they tracked Wally. But he finally got a lead that isolated Barry into one of 3 locations. So with the help of Max Mercury, Jesse Quick, Kid Flash, and Jake Garrett, Wally and the others are about to jump into a portal, entering the Speed Force to try and bring Barry home. This is a mission for the entire Flash family, minus Impulse. Bart's a little busy. But before going through the portal, Linda stops by the lab with Jai and Ray. Linda asks if she could talk to Wally for just a moment. Jai and Ray shout that they want to help with whatever it is that they're doing, but Jay tells them that this is superhero business. Unfortunately, you kids can't come along this time. Linda pulls Wally aside, telling him that something happened. But right then, Mr. Terrific opens up the door, telling everyone that they need to go get ready. Each of them will be given a device that is tuned into what they think is Barry's resonant frequency. So once they locate Barry, they can just press the button on the device and it will signal Mr. Terrific to open the portal and bring them all back home. This should be an easy snatch and grab for the Flash family. But Ray expresses her desire to want to help, grabbing one of the devices off of the table, grabbing Jai by the arm, and the kids leap into the portal. Linda runs over, surprised that her kids just jumped into a time Speed Force portal. They're fine, right? Everything's going to be okay? And Wally turns to his wife. Of course, there's going to be 2 teams. I and Kid Flash will go in one direction while Max and Jesse follow behind. Linda looks at Wally and tells him, "The kids, Barry, bring them all home, Wally." Wally pulls down his mask. "I will. That's a Flash fact." And with that, they all leap into the portal. Mr. Terrific going back to working on his computer, asking Linda when is she planning on telling Wally. Was it going to be today? Linda tries to play it off, confused. What do you mean, Mr. Terrific? But he just chimes in again. "Your powers. I know about them. You need to tell Wally that you've gained Speed Force powers when he gets back. We'll figure things out then." Max and Jesse are the first to fall out of their portal and find themselves in the middle of the desert. Jesse asks where are they, and Max says that it reminds him of his old stomping grounds. Maybe they can ask those people who seem to be speeding in their direction chasing someone. Suddenly, an explosion goes off, and as the two look at the person being chased, they realize that it's this world's Barry Allen, that they've traveled through time to find a past version. But in another timeline, Barry wakes up with his beautiful wife, telling him that he is Barry Allen and he is the luckiest man alive. In this world, Barry is married and has 2 children with Iris, and everything is seemingly picture perfect. Even when called to stop Captain Cold in this ideal, perfect world, he is joined by his kid Flash. And while Wally starts to rescue all of the civilians and passerbys, Barry begins to focus his attention on Captain Cold, sneaking in his own hits here and there. And after making a ring of ice on the ground around him, Captain Cold managed to trip, launching himself into a nearby building. Captain Cold takes aim once more at Barry, but as he fires, Barry grabs a mirror, deflecting the beam, freezing Captain Cold instead. Barry and Wally cheer at their triumphant victory, but watching them from a nearby building is Wally and Wallace, with Wallace asking, What's going on, Wally? And Wally looks at him. I have no clue, but we're gonna find out. There's a rumble in the wastelands as a pack of apocalyptic stylized cars roar down the barren lands. The head of the group is this world's Barry Allen, fighting through his last chance to save the world. Barry bites the pin on a grenade, tossing it out his window to get one of the cyclists off him. And Jesse and Max realize that they don't have as much time as they'd like to stop this before everyone gets hurt. They go into different directions to take down the motorists, tossing them all from their cars and bikes when Barry Allen suddenly stops getting out of his car. He walks to the back of it, opening up a trunk, stating that Terra Mongus thinks that she's going to stop him. He's come too far and he won't stop now. Boom. He spins back, firing a rocket into the oncoming semi-truck. But Max Mercury speeds through, pointing it in another direction to miss the truck. Barry asks, "What in the waste?" And that's when the semi stops and Jesse jumps out. "Hey, Jesse Quick here. This is Max Mercury. We're looking for our friend Barry Allen." This world's Barry Allen tells them that he is Barry Allen, and he has never seen anyone that looks like them before. Jesse and Max sigh. We're on the wrong Earth again. And Barry tells them that wherever they come from, they should probably head back. Quick. Jesse asks why, and Barry looks back. That's why. Terra Mongus races in on a monster truck, shouting, "You have something that belongs to Terra Mongus, Flash!" She fires her cannon, and Max quickly grabs Barry, moving him out of the way before his car explodes. Jess then says that she really hopes the others are having better luck. But with the others, Jai and Ray, the children of Wally West, have decided that it would be fun to help look for Barry by sneaking into the portal when everyone was leaving. However, in their case, they've been split from everyone, and they have found themselves in a Gotham-style city frantically trying to just get home. But before they could figure out Mr. Terrific's watch, a figure appears. "What are you doing in my city?" Ray says that they're looking for their uncle, and Jai tells her to just shut up and run! Ray grabs Jai and takes off, with the figure stepping out. Speed powers? Henchman for knives, no doubt. He can make as many as he wants, but I can still run them out of the city, because no one can stop the Night Flash. The caped Barry Allen of this world rockets towards the 2 kids, but as he tries to grab them, Jai manages to punch him back, giving them some time to breathe. Ray checks her pockets, quickly realizing that during their escape, she may have dropped the watch, which is the only way for them to get home. At that moment, another shadowy figure pokes out of an alleyway, telling them to come this way. They don't have much time. The 2 follow the figure for a few seconds before Barry Allen arrives. "Where are they? You can't hide forever in my city. Do you hear me? My city!" But over with Wally West and Wallace West, the 2 spot this world's Barry Allen, and Wally notices something is a little off about this one. This world still has Wally as Kid Flash, but the Barry that's down there looks older, like he's the proper Barry. After the current world Flashes take down Captain Cold, Wally tells Wallace that they should split up. He'll take on Barry. Wallace tells him, "All right, I got it. I'll tail this Kid Flash." But as Barry runs back home, getting ready, he begins to enjoy his perfect life. That's when he stops, and he realizes that he is now in front of Eobard Thawne, Reverse Flash, which is not actually Reverse Flash, but it's who Wally West appears to be to this world's Barry Allen. Barry looks at him. "You! And Wally asks, why are you looking at me like you're gonna punch my head off? A second later, Barry knocks Wally into a wall, unleashing a barrage of punches, with Wally just yelling, "Wait, hey, stop!" He vibrates through the wall to get away, but Barry vibrates chasing him. "You can't get away from me like that. I invented this trick." But on the other side of the wall, Wally hits him with a cyclone, telling him, "I'm sorry about this. I didn't come to fight. I just want to talk." But Barry grabs bits of the debris, throwing them back. "This stops here, Thawne." Wally runs. "No, it's me, Wally!" But Barry then sees multiple figures. "Wally? No, it's another of Thawne's tricks. I'm not falling for it. I'm done letting you torture me. You're never gonna hurt my family again." Barry begins to beat Wally down. But over with Wallace, he sneaks into this world's Wally West home, or at least so he thought. As Wallace watches Kid Flash walk into the house, suddenly he appears behind him. "Hey, we've been waiting for you." Wallace is confused. "Wait, what happened to my Flash suit?" Wally asks, "Flash suit? Everyone knows you're retired. Besides, who needs the Flash when Burst has the Western Hemisphere on lockdown?" Wallace then asks, "Burst? But as Wallace looks down, he sees that his costume has changed from his Kid Flash costume to a black and silver costume. And he asks, "Where did this come from? What's going on?" Wally pulls him inside. "You're just in time for dinner. That's what's going on." Wallace gets ready to tap on his watch to return home, just declaring that he doesn't understand any of this and he's feeling kind of, but Wally stops him. "Look, come on in, Ace. Everyone's waiting for you." Wallace follows and immediately sits down at the dinner table with the former Flashes and current teammates, telling them, "I'm starting to remember now. This is right, exactly how it's supposed to be, where I belong. I'm finally home." Once the coast is clear in the ultimate Central City, the young boy who saved Jai and Ray says that it looks like he's gone. Jai asks who was that guy, and the young boy tells him that man, the Night Flash, is Barry Allen. Jai says, yeah, we're not in the right universe then. Ray says that it might sound crazy, but they're not from this world. The only way to return home would be by using the watch that she dropped when they escaped, so they need to go back out there and get it. The young boy says that they don't understand. The Night Flash is insane. After the accident, he gained his powers and used them to rule over like a dictator. Ray yells that they can stop him, but Jai tells her that they can't. They gotta go back home. The young boy says that if they really want to find the Night Flash, he can take them to see him. Meanwhile, with Jesse and Max in the Wasteland version of Central City, Terra Mungus is yelling to Barry Allen to give back the Pearl or she'll use his blood for fuel. Max asks, "What are they talking about?" And Barry Allen holds out a large pearl. "This is the last piece of magic left in this world, the last bit of hope." With no answer, Terra Mungus yells, "You have chosen violence! Get them!" Barry sighs. "I have to take this pearl back to where it all started, but I won't get very far with those monsters on my tail." Max and Jesse tell him that he can leave the monsters to them. It's kind of their specialty. While Barry heads off, Max says, "It's nice, you know. No matter where we go, Barry Allen is a hero, no matter what world we land in." But over with Wally and Wallace, Wally is trying to fight off the crazed Barry, while Wallace is removed and told what a great life he has here. As Barry has Wally pinned, Wally begins to yell, "You gotta remember, I'm not the Reverse Flash! This isn't you!" But Barry tells him, "You almost had me, but you're done! Goodbye, Thawne, forever!" Just before Barry could deliver the final blow, a portal opens up and Linda flies out, punching Barry, shouting to get away from her husband. Barry looks up. "Linda? Linda Park?" And she tells him that it's Linda Park West, and no one hits her husband except for her. Barry is confused.
Good message.
"I know you." She grabs him, telling him that that's because they're all a part of a family. She doesn't know what's going on, but they need him. Iris needs him. Ray and Jai are missing. The Justice League is dead, Barry. Barry shakes his head. "Wait, hold on. Hold on. I remember. Pariah, the world. I remember everything." As Barry comes to, he helps Wally up.
Give me the card.
"I'm so sorry." Wally tells him not to sweat it. He's just glad that he's not being punched anymore. Barry then asks, "What did Linda mean?" So Wally explains the entire Dark Crisis situation back on Earth. And Barry tells him, "The Justice League isn't dead. They're all on planets like this one. Whatever's going on, Pariah is in the middle of it. We'll need the League to stop Pariah. We need to find the others." He tells Wally to go back because the real world is going to need him. he's gonna get the Justice League back. Back over in Dark Central City, the young boy leads Iray and Jai into an alleyway and tells them to wait. The Night Flash could be here at any minute. And just as he said, the Night Flash appears and Iray gets to work punching and kicking him down. The Night Flash jumps back to his feet and turns to the young boy. What did you do? Did you turn them into mindless slaves? And the boy says that he was just using willing pawns, that's all. And maybe they wore him down enough that he can finally kill him like he killed his mother all those years ago. The Night Flash gets ready to defend himself against a knife-wielding boy when suddenly Jay Garrick appears, grabbing him. If you hurt those kids! Jai yells to Jay, telling him to wait, and Jay turns back, hugging them. Kids, I was so worried. Jai informs them that they're fine, but this kid, and the Night Flash stops him. That isn't a kid. The boy begins to laugh. Looks like I've overstayed my welcome. Until next time, Night Flash. And the boy suddenly speeds off, with Iray stating that she is confused. So Night Flash states that the night that his parents died, the chemicals splashed on him and also splashed on the boy. The boy's name is Knives Maroney, and he didn't just get speedster powers, but he also started to age backwards, and he's been fighting him for over 20 years. Jai and Iray tell Night Flash that they're sorry about fighting him, but Night Flash tells them that they thought they were doing the right thing. But he too could have realized that there were heroes like him out there. Jay then shakes Night Flash's hand and tells him that he wishes that he could stay, but they've got their own troubles to deal with. Over in the Wastelands, Max and Jesse are getting to work fending off Terra Mungus's gang, while Barry hurries over to the tower just behind them to return the magical pearl. As he walks into an all-silver room, Barry tells himself that this is it. This is where it all started, where the fraction landed. Everyone who died, Wally, Bart, Jay. Let's pray this works. He smashes the pearl onto the ground when there's a sudden rumble. As the tower begins to fall, Max and Jesse double back to save Barry as he falls out of the tower, and they ask if he's all right. Once the dust settles, Barry tells them yeah, for the first time in a while, he thinks he is. But back with Wally and the original Barry, the world begins to crumble, and they quickly head home to where Wallace was, and Wallace asks what is going on. Wally says that there isn't any time for an explanation. The world doesn't seem happy that they're on the move. Suddenly, all of Wallace's perfect family begin to run around him, stating for him to come home, come home. Wally opens up a portal stating that he has so many questions, and Linda says that they can answer them when they get home. The four enter the gateway, and Wallace asks, "What do I tell Iris?" And Barry says, "Tell Iris that I love her, and I'll be home as soon as I can. But for now, I'm proud of all of you. Forever proud. Keep everyone safe, all right, Wally, Wallace, Linda?" Wally and Wallace tell him that it's just like he taught them.
It doesn't
and Barry
explain
smiles
anything.
as he changes course to
Let's
find
read
the
this
Justice
fucking
League.
wonderful
Linda
rule
says that
again.
she hopes that he knows
when a
good
card
force,
is played,
because Iris
if two
deserves
or
all the
more
flowers in the
sides
world.
are touching
The three of them run
other
out and into
cards,
Mr. Terrific's
and
lab, where the
sum
others
of
are
the
already
ranks
waiting.
on the
And once all the
touching
welcomes are
side
done,
identical
Jai
to the
asks,
no,
where is Uncle
this is
Barry?
nothing. That's
Wallace
nonsense.
says that he's alive,
That doesn't
but he's
mean
trapped
anything.
in some sort of a dream planet. Linda snapped him out of it, and now he's off to save the League. Max says,
This
League.
pisses me off so
I thought
much.
that they were
If
all
I couldn't
dead.
just explain the
But Wally
role.
tells him no, they're out there. And Barry
English.
seems to know how to reach them. Jesse then asks, so they
Any
just
language.
wait
I would
until
take
everyone
it in
returns?
fucking Klingon.
Wallace laughs, asking,
Bro, it's just
when have we
explained
ever
a little
waited
bit
for
better.
anything? We're gonna do what the Flash family does best. We're going to save the world. As the corruption of darkness infects the multiverse, the fight between Deathstroke's army and the Legion of Doom is raging on, and Black Adam calls upon the power of Shazam! However, he's quickly silenced as Sinestro places a lock over his mouth before he could say anything else. Sinestro and the others tell him to join them. But at that moment, a portal opens up and Sideways steps out looking at the scene. Holy crap! Mr. Terrific hurries over, grabbing Black Adam, telling him that he's got him. Now let's get the hell out of here. Just as quickly as Sideways' portal opened, the portal closes, leaving Lex Luthor to fend for himself. Back at the Hall of Justice, Black Adam catches his breath, asking,
how many times do I
"You
have to
saved
win?
me. Why?"
I've won
And
like
Nightwing tells him,
50 times.
"You left your
already
Justice
against
League
this
communicator on.
shit sucker.
You're lucky that we found you. If it were, say, the Legion of Doom,
It's just monotonous.
they would have left you
There's
for
no
dead.
challenge here.
Did you find what you needed, Mr. Terrific?"
Learning stupid rules
Mr.
that make
Terrific
no
says
sense
that he
is
was
not
able to
challenge.
do a quick scan of
Winning
Deathstroke and the
1,000
Dark Army.
times to have a
Slate
chance to
is
win
the
a
key
shit
to
card I'll never
everything.
lose against.
His forces not only attack heroes, but they spread the darkness. And as that darkness is growing, so too do the foes of the dark multiverse. They are on the edge of a massive crisis, a dark crisis. Meanwhile, over on Earth Batman, the world that was created to turn Batman into a weapon, Barry Allen, who is currently freed from his imprisonment, races around Batman trying to tell him what's going on. Come on, Bruce, we've done this dance before. And Batman tells him, after our last meeting, I'm prepared. I don't need to hit you, just create something to stop you. He throws a small device that literally drains the speed force out of Barry Allen. Hal tells him, but are you prepared for me? And Hal Jordan chimes in. If you're prepared for him, that means that our Bruce is still inside. This prison world is fading. Hal looks at his ring, seeing his ring telling him that this world is just an illusion. My ring's not gone. It's just hidden. But I can't hide from my will. Batman turns his attention to the Green Lantern. Your will is nothing. There is only night. Is that so? Maybe in order to make you realize that this world is fake, I have to show you the real world, Bruce. As Hal projects an image of the entire Bat family, Batman stops, seemingly coming to his senses. How? He begins to feel weak with Barry catching him. Hey, that wake-up moment can be a real doozy, but we need your help. Green Lantern lands asking, so how do we free the rest of the League from these fake realities and get all of us home? How do we make them see that their worlds are a lie? And Batman turns to his two allies. Who else do we know that is an expert in the truth? Back on Earth Zero, the call goes out to gather as many heroes as possible, ranging from the old and the new. But there's one that no one expected to respond. Beast Boy, wearing an eye patch, stepping out. I survived, and I got a score to settle. Nightwing runs over telling him that he was so worried, but Beast Boy tells him, I know, I could tell you were by my bedside the whole time. Alan Scott chimes in. It looks like we've got our first line of defense. The JSA have total faith in you. Nightwing tells him that he wishes that they had more time, and Alan tells him, it's always like that, isn't it? We'll handle the multiverse. Make sure that we have a home to come back to. But at that moment, John Kent calls out holding a machine. Nightwing, the Great Darkness is not controlling Pariah. Pariah's mind has corrupted it. But we weren't able to find out how. However, we did extract Pariah's original antimatter chamber. It was the machine that Pariah built on his world that would trigger the destruction of the original Infinite Earths at the original crisis. At that moment, Wally and the other Flashes run over. Hey, we've got company. There's a rumble as Deathstroke rallies his army outside of the Hall of Justice. If there are any heroes, past, present, or future, I warned you! Everyone preps to hold the line, but as Nightwing is stepping forward to lead them into this final battle, Black Adam stops him. Are you insane? You're marching towards death! What makes you think that sidekicks will succeed where many others have failed? The multiverse will not be saved by mere children. You are not the Justice League. And Nightwing looks back at every one of the heroes, every one of the sidekicks, every one of the children. Yeah, we never were. We're the Titans! As the fighting begins, Deathstroke walks through watching. These children are trying to step into their parents' shoes again. How many times does that have to end in tragedy? Then he looks over at Ravager. Except for you. Prove me wrong. Kill Nightwing. But as the fight for the Hall of Justice is well underway, over in Superman's private world, it's already started to come undone as he sits on his farm looking at a picture of the family. After a few moments, he tells Wonder Woman that she can put the lasso away. He already understands what is happening. Barry tells him that he can move them all between worlds, but he can't get enough speed to get them out to join the confrontation. Superman smiles. You've done enough, old friend. Hal will find a way to bring us together. Thank you. Superman's surprisingly calm. That's because he's angry. When he's really calm, it's because he's really angry. Batman informs him. Superman says, I tried to escape this world many times, but it wouldn't let me. So instead I studied it. Pariah has used our minds to build our dream worlds, but I've become lucid. This place is only a prison so far as our imagination will let it be. Pariah thought that he could keep me trapped here by giving me a happily ever after with my family. He thought it would be enough. But it was still a world without the Justice League. For us to escape this place, we have to focus on our friends. The one thing that is real in these worlds. Meanwhile, back with Kyle Rayner and Joe, Pariah is watching as his infinite Earths flood into the multiverse. At last, my world will return! However, as the worlds begin to break apart, he is puzzled. What is going on? The Earths, they're unstable. I'm losing power. At that moment, there's an explosion as Superman appears, leading everyone. You're done. End this now! No! No! My machine needs your power for infinite Earths to return. This is far from over. I killed you. Your very existence is tied to these new worlds created in your image. If these worlds die, you will be erased. Soon my curse will be lifted, and I will know happiness again. The multiverse will be restored. Superman steps forward. At what cost? What you're offering us isn't real. Neither is what the darkness promised you. At that moment, everything begins to shake as Pariah asks, do you feel it? Your hopes have finally been answered. The crisis calls you. What happens next is on you. Pariah fades into nothing, and down on Earth, the effects of his machine can be felt. While still fighting against Deathstroke, there's a massive explosion. On the moon, Hal asks, what did Pariah mean? If they go home, the Justice League will be erased? And back on Earth, Black Adam says, I was right. You weren't enough. Today is truly the end. The true darkness is here. And before them, adding to Deathstroke's army, is Pariah and the rest of the Dark Army. There is a hall that is known as the World. It is one of the most famous buildings ever constructed, populated by living gods and people of steel, capable of unimaginable feats. However, there is another hall. It is not known all around the world. It is not spoken at all. And yet, it is from here, beneath the Hall of Justice, that war against the magical forces has been waged. As the great darkness approaches the Earth, it's where Jade and Obsidian have been summoned. In the room, they find John Kent, Nightwing, Yara Flor, Dr. Fate, Raven, and two Swamp Things, Holland and Levi. And finally, John Constantine. But also joining them is their father, Alan Scott. Dr. Fate explains that the Great Darkness is coming to Earth because it has somehow become corrupted, stating that he and Constantine have a plan. But it does not come without any risks. Alan then says that in the past, lantern rings, particularly his, have shown a connection to a primordial darkness. Obsidian stares for a moment, telling them that he knows why they brought him here. They want him to connect with the darkness and bridge the gap through his father's ring. But for him to do that, his father would be filled with so much darkness that he could never come back from it. Neither would anyone in the ring. He can't do that. He won't do that. John then gets up telling everyone that they believe in him, that they think that Obsidian can do this. So going into the ring has already been decided. The two Swamp Things tethered to the green, a half-demon sorceress and a laughing magician, and the new Superman, who just like his father would never ask others to undertake a risk that he would not. Once everyone is mentally prepared, Obsidian takes a deep breath as he begins to connect the darkness through Alan's ring, and suddenly all five of them are sucked within it. They arrive in a green construct city, and only three of them stand: John, Raven, and Levi. Raven asks where are Holland and Constantine. They were just with them. And Levi tells her that Alec Holland is a memory in the green. He has no human will to manifest in this place. He resides within him. As for Constantine, he does not know. But they must move quickly. The darkness will soon overwhelm this place. John then says that he'll fly up to get a better look, but as he goes higher, he sees a pair of eyes looking back at him, and he comes crashing back down to the ground. Levi says that this world is all wrong, a product of a stalemate between two wills that cannot hold. Raven says that she cannot teleport them in a place where there is no here nor there. Frustrated, John gets back up, throwing the car that he landed on, asking, "Why can't I fly?" Three of them travel by foot, but elsewhere, John Constantine continues to plummet deeper and deeper into the darkness. Of course, while everyone goes to save the day, I'm being tossed between dimensions into the dark cranny with no up and down. A voice then says, "It sounds like you're not afraid." John lights a cigarette. "I've had my share with darkness. It starts to look the same after a while. Soon, something begins to manifest before John, taking shape, and it's the Upside Down Man. Things are looking rather bleak this time, aren't they? John tells him that it always looks bleak. Isn't that your whole thing? The Upside Down Man stares him down. Is it now? Well, we sought out the Great Darkness. And John asks him, then why has the Great Darkness returned? And why now? No, you've got it all upside down. Has he really returned, or has he been waiting for the lights to go out and the show to begin? Back with the others, they continue to make their way through the city, but the more they walk towards the Pillar of Darkness, the more they realize they aren't getting any closer. On top of that, the darkness is beginning to seep into each and every one of them, causing them to start to question things. John and Levi are lashing out at Raven, stating that they shouldn't have even brought her. They could have figured out another way. But Raven responds that it's Constantine's idea to bring her. Levi tries to bind her, but Raven breaks free, and John yells, "This is like a home for you, isn't it? Fire and nothingness without an end. I have a feeling you don't even want us to leave this place." She scoffs, telling him that he is threatening a companion in anger over his own ignorance. How un-Superman-like. As their fighting grows, back with Constantine, the Upside Down Man begins to change forms. Do you not see? It is only in your presence that I am free to be who I really am. The form turns red as Trigon steps out, stating that the truth lies in the extremes. Doesn't it? Do you know if John Kent can live up to his father's legacy? Is Levi deserving the trust his world puts in him, even in this dark hour? And Raven, is it not only because of I that she strives so hard to be anything but herself? Constantine laughs, taking a drag of his cigarette. Is this all supposed to be some kind of test? The fighting outside rages as the darkness spreads within the minds of the three of them as they get closer to their objective. But they begin to realize how much of a problem this is going to be. Raven can't get near the darkness. If she did, it would consume her. It would get a hold over her that would be absolute. They all begin to debate as to what they should do, who should fight against the darkness. But it's Levi who puts his hand on John's shoulder, telling him that his father might not be here. But he is Superman. Their darkness will consume them individually, but together they might have a chance. He is a child of Krypton, but he is also a child of Earth. They are human, and at their best, they raise each other up. But as our heroes are trying to push through this, back over with Constantine, he realizes that Trigon, the Upside Down Man, they're all just the darkness changing shapes. Can't you see, darkness? I'm not one to get all emotional about goodness of light and hope and other such figments. I've been around long enough to know what they really are. But you've been watching for a long time, and you should know by now that in the darkness, people will always find their way. The darkness begins to change shape once more, spreading its wings. There you go, blaming me again, when all I have done is come to you for a little chat. Do I not, even for a moment, deserve love and adoration bestowed upon me? All of the time that I've been in existence, have you looked at me with anything other than fascination? Can't you see? We all sit here in the black for all eternity, and my flicker will be the only light that you will see. I would never snuff you out, because you'll manage that all by yourself. Even the Great Pale, this dark crisis, is of your own making. While Constantine communes with the darkness, the armor-clad John Kent presses into the darkness, asking, is this how Levi sees everything? He can see all of the scales of time and space simultaneously. There are nations beneath his fingertips. Nations! Levi yells for him to focus. Even with their support, the mind cannot endure close proximity for long. John makes his way through the dark and begins to see something sticking out. He reaches in, grabbing a hold of it, pulling and pulling and pulling until finally it gives way. John holds whatever it is, and over with Constantine, he looks at it. That's Pariah's machine, isn't it? It's him. He's the fulcrum of all of this. The darkness says that he has given him all of the answers that he can. But remember the favor. Now go and do not darken my doors again. Soon the light begins to shine as Superman begins to walk out with the ring holding Pariah's machine, and along with them is Constantine. John tosses the machine, stating, thank God, we were gonna go looking for you. But Constantine tells him not to worry, just having a chin wag with the dark. They all did the hard work. Levi separates himself from John, and John looks at the machine, stating that he doesn't know what it is. But Dr. Fate says that this is Pariah's. This is the machine that started it all, the first crisis. John looks at everyone. It's all Pariah, isn't it? And Constantine says the darkness isn't the corruption in them. They're the corruption in it. It was endless. No sensations, no sounds, no smells, nothing to touch. Everything that was ever known was erased because of his sins. And can you imagine what that was like? To be alone in the dark with just your thoughts for millions of years? Then there was a voice. It stopped him from going insane, so he shared his inner pain with it. The voice disappeared after that. It took a lifetime to hear it again. But that voice led them to today. And he won. The true multiverse was restored. At least that's what Pariah thought to himself, watching his dark army tear down the heroes that fought against him. All he ever wanted was to erase his original sin, and even now it's doubtful that he'll ever escape the darkness that he is lost in. Pariah mutters to himself. Deathstroke asks why is he subjecting him to the same fate then? You promised to end the legacy of heroes, not return to a bunch of worlds. Pariah holds out his hand, forcing Deathstroke to his knees.
That's probably.
Did you forget that the darkness still gives me power? Deathstroke grunts. I did what you asked of me. I got your army together. We've created a crisis. Now free me of this pain. Pariah tells him that he will get his way as soon as this world and its heroes are gone. Deathstroke grabs his staff, telling him, fine! I just need more lambs for the slaughter, so I'll bring them. Across the battlefield, the final battlefield, Roundhouse attacks and Nightwing tells him that he can fight this. You have to break free of Pariah. Ravager swings her sword, narrowly missing. He lies! How many of his students has he left behind before? More and more of the heroes continue to fall, and then a roaring engine can be heard as Jace Fox speeds in, mowing down whoever he can in his way. John tells him that it's a nice bike, but Jace tells him that he isn't joining any kind of a team. But he can't sit on the sidelines while people get hurt. And he isn't alone. More heroes begin to join the fight. Contrary to John's request to join the Justice League, they realize they just need to be here. And while things begin to look like they might be getting okay, like they might be winning this fight, Pariah joins the fray, obliterating as many heroes as he can with a wave of his hand, reducing them down to nothing more than bone and dust. But while things begin to look bleak inside of the Hall of Justice, Mr. Terrific and Black Adam run out with Pariah's antimatter cannon, telling everyone that they may have a chance if they just get it up and running. Jace looks at the machine, stating that his dad and brother might be geniuses, but he knows a thing or two about this. Pariah looks back, asking, is that my machine? Dark Army, stop them! All of Pariah's forces begin to converge on the cannon as Jace asks what do they do about that? Without even thinking, John Kent flies out and Yara Flor asks what is he doing, and John says to her, this is a job for Superman! Pariah orders everyone to focus in on John, but while distracted, Yara uses her lasso to capture Pariah, telling him whatever voices he is hearing in his head, it is not the Great Darkness. You need to see the truth. Pariah looks around at all of the destruction. The voice. I can hear it. It tells me what to do. I was in the dark for so long, alone. It can't be a lie. You lie! Pariah breaks free of Yara's lasso, and John faces off against some of his father's greatest foes, fighting harder than he's ever fought before. But as John is beaten into the ground, Pariah turns his attention solely on Yara, telling her, the universe understands. It will reward me for returning the infinite Earths, and then I will finally know peace. At that moment, there's a flash of light, and the antimatter cannon activates. The box closes in around Pariah. He tries to fight against it, but his body begins to fade away as he says that he can see it. My curse, it's over. I see my world, my family. John Kent sits up, smiling. I did it. I bought them enough time. I hope my dad is proud of me. He closes his eyes, awaiting his fate. Doomsday, charging in, prepared to end the son of Superman, the new Man of Steel. And just before Doomsday could take his life, there's a sudden
Not only do I have to find him,
John
I have to do his
opens
job
his
for
eyes to see his father standing there, holding back the punch. Using what strength he has left, he combines it with his father, punching Doomsday away. He turns back. You're alive! Mom is gonna be so happy! And with that, he collapses. Superman catching his son, telling him, Take it easy. You've done enough. You kept things safe while we found our way home. John looks at him. We? Superman smiles. It took a few detours, but we followed the light. With the help of Hal Jordan and the Flash, those that were seemingly killed had been consumed within Pariah's world, and they were now freed, and they were quickly turning the tides of battle. Mr. Terrific looks out, stating that the multiverse is still in danger. The damage that Pariah's infinite Earths caused is still here. How are things looking on your end? Alan Scott responds, stating that his ring is stating that the darkness still spreads across the multiverse. Whatever Pariah did is not done. Zatanna then asks the biggest question. If Pariah has been stopped, why is his army still possessed? Flash says that power like that won't disappear. The corrupted darkness must have gone somewhere else. Beast Boy shuffles forward. I tried to stop him. And another voice follows, much deeper and much more sinister. I don't care about the multiverse or any of you. A contract is a contract. Deathstroke approaches, infused with darkness, holding up Nightwing's body. And I won't be done until you're all dead. The world was starting to burn, and among the heroes with no superpowers, no mega weapons, or any sort of invulnerability, Damian Wayne stood there shoulder to shoulder with some of the greats. Even as the fight was looking to end in their failure, he was about to snatch victory from the hands of the army of the supervillains. Even with the Cosmos' heaviest hitters getting ready as soon as the small armies fell, the heroes had hope. However, hope was not the plan. With only the briefest of moments, Damian told John Kent his plan, and John leaned into it, telling him, I can't abandon the fight, not now. Damian looks at him. But you're gonna be fighting Doomsday. That's your worst nightmare. Do you really think that you can defeat him? I have to try. My father would. I can't spare many soldiers, but take a small team. And if you don't, Damian stops him. I will. Trust me. So without John, Damian is left to assemble a bare-bones team. He decides to take Sideways for transportation. He took Power Girl for his muscle, Dr. Light for the energy, and the brains as well, Damian. So as Sideways opens up a rift, they see a girl in red running through, about to be crushed by a truck. Damian rushes in to push her out of the way, but that also means pushing her through the rift that Sideways created. As everyone lands, the girl in red falls flat on her face. You can't fly or land gracefully. Got it. What's your name? The girl gets up, telling him that her name is Red Canary. Got it, but canaries can fly. And she tells him that she's working on it. Power Girl looks around the abandoned subway, asking where are they, and Sideways says that he just went where Robin told him. Sorry about the rough landing, it's been quite a day. Damian tells everyone that they're on a need-to-know basis, but yes, they are in a different world. Everyone steps out onto the main street, where it's revealed that they have made it to Earth 53, a world where the Justice League were apes. Red Canary asks if that means that there are ape versions of themselves. Damian tells her that it doesn't matter who lived or died here, a world where the Justice League were apes. Using a watch that he borrowed from Mr. Terrific, Damian informs them where they need to go. But as Damian is trying to figure out where to go, Red Canary realizes that the clouds appear to be alive. Power Girl realizes that they're not clouds, but they're actually shadow demons. Damian turns to Dr. Light, asking if she would please take him up to the platform, and Power Girl grabs a hold of him, stating that they're going to want Dr. Light on point for the shadow demons. He could say please later. Damian scoffs as he folds his arms and ever politely says, thank you. Once Damian is dropped off, he begins to hack his way in while Power Girl and Dr. Light hold back the shadow demons as best as they can. While Dr. Light can easily handle anything created of shadows, Power Girl is struggling with the fights, telling Damian that whatever he is doing, he might want to hurry it up. So after a few moments, he yells that he's got it. If they follow this branch, okay, I know where we have to go to find the chains and take control of Pariah's dark army. Suddenly, all of the demons begin to withdraw. As Sideways yells that they did it, they scared him off. But Red Canary asks, did we? Because it looks like they just all merged together into one big cloud monster. As a giant merged shadow demon reaches out, Power Girl and Dr. Light are trying to hold it back, and Dr. Light has an idea. She tells Power Girl to turn her attacks towards her, and Power Girl asks if she's sure, and Dr. Light tells her that she can absorb all kinds of light, hence the name. Power Girl turns her heat vision towards Dr. Light, amplifying her light energy, resulting in destroying the shadow demons. Sideways opens up a rift into the tuning fork, stating that they have stopped the giant one, but all of the little ones are still coming. Let's go.
Yeah,
Everyone jumps through the portal, and Power Girl looks around, stating that she can't read this place. Her X-ray vision can't penetrate the walls, and they're soundproof even from her hearing. So the five quickly and cautiously proceed, with both Power Girl and Dr. Light beginning to find their surroundings familiar. Both Power Girl and Dr. Light were here during the first crisis. Damien finds a terminal with power, which he accesses, and an AI program begins to boot up. Power Girl says that she remembers that face. It's the Harbinger. And just as power begins to come back on, Harbinger shouts that now she is operational. Shut her down immediately. All of her systems were devoted to keeping the Dark Army locked out of the House of Heroes. They can't be allowed to breach the Orrery of Worlds. Damien tells her that she has been turned off for a while now. The Dark Army isn't even here. They can use her to, but that's when there's an explosion with Sideways yelling that it looks like the Dark Army got some new recruits. Harbinger begins to call out that the station's protectors have been compromised. The Great Darkness has subjugated the Justice League Incarnate. President Superman from Earth 23 and the rest of the Justice League Incarnate burst through, and they immediately set their sights on the Orrery, with Harbinger yelling that they need to stop them. Sideways asks how are they supposed to stop all of these people with superpowers, and ouch! Captain Carrot bites down on his shoulder, and Power Girl punches him off, with Damien helping Sideways, stating that they should have ripped him in half. It seems like the Justice League Incarnate are not operating at full strength, just like the rest of the Dark Army. But if they were to break into the Orrery, they would be able to infect all of the worlds at the same time. But what if they broke into it first? Harbinger says that she would not recommend it. No mind is meant to endure the cosmic conceptual space inside of the Orrery. Mary Marvel punches the glass hard enough to break it, and with no other options, Dr. Light phases herself through the glass as pure light. As she soaks in the light, she says that she understands. Pariah's technology connected him to the Great Darkness. However, the Monitor made her part of something too. Something inside of her already shines across the multiverse. And not just the 52 worlds, but the infinite worlds. With the glass weakening, the infected heroes begin to turn their attacks towards Damien and the others, while Damien makes the decision to send the infected out into the bleed. They will need to buy Dr. Light as much time as possible. Red Canary warns that they don't even know if the Justice League Incarnate can survive out there. They're still technically good guys, but Damien says that this is war, and they need to make hard decisions. But before they can make that decision, Dr. Light returns, infused with pure cosmic light, and she begins to remove the chains binding the Justice League Incarnate, allowing them to return to their normal selves. Captain Carrot tells Sideways that he's sorry that he tried to eat him, and Sideways laughs nervously. Haha, right, no worries. Dr. Light then says that things didn't work as they expected, but the Orrery at least showed her how to fully embrace her light ability. Damien says that they'll make do. If they can't take the chains of the Dark Army, at least they can break them. All right, everyone, get ready. It's time to take this fight back to the Earth. Are you prepped? Everyone stares for a moment, and Superman whispers to Mary Marvel that she has the wisdom of Solomon, right?
I do love the Great Hunt,
She asks, do they really want to follow a kid into battle, given what they know about every Robin trained by every Batman throughout the multiverse? Yeah, they should do it.
Plus, it's been
With that,
over
Sideways
3
opens the
hours
rift
now.
back to their homeworld, and they enter with more heroes than expected.
I were a betting boy.
More and more of the world being engulfed in darkness, Nightwing finds himself suddenly surrounded. He's in a new world, a new landscape. Where is he? What is this? He hasn't felt this loss since his parents died, but that's when a voice cuts through that darkness and begins to speak. You said it yourself, the darkness never truly goes away. Slade says as he steps out in his Deathstroke
I suppose I
outfit.
could do levels.
You can light all the pretty candles and make all the hopeful speeches, but in the end, the dark will always prevail. That's the
I think they
only
only do
true
crafting
legacy.
ones, they don't
Pariah
do
was a loon
actual
who was thinking that he
battlecraft.
was talking to some great darkness,
so let's
when it
check
was
out
really
Luca.
just a voice in his head. But the darkness that he created lives on, and it's got a hold of me too. But unlike Pariah, I'm not alone. Through the black and thick void, Deathstroke steps out with his sword, asking Nightwing, "You ready for round 2? Nightwing looks at him. What is this? You knew it was always gonna come down to us. You feel it, right? Your old man and the Justice League are making a comeback, throwing everything that they have and the kitchen sink at me. The newbies tried to hold their own. You led them into battle. It was a nice try. You just don't have what it takes." Nightwing looks at him. "Why are you doing this? This is so unlike you. How much of this is you and how much is Pariah's control? At the start, this was Pariah. He made a good argument. Our world needs to die. I've seen this world hurt my children too many times. You could have been there. You could have just been a father to them. I was there. I was the one that brought the hurt into their lives. I'm sick of being something that I'm not. That's why I'm shutting it all down. No more hurt, no more pain for anyone. This is a mercy killing, and it's gonna be my legacy. Nightwing fights Deathstroke in the dark with the rest of the heroes outside, continuing their struggle with Deathstroke and his army. The darkness slowly begins to take root as everyone is pushed to their absolute limits. There's one that makes his final stand. Black Adam. He thrusts himself into the center of combat, stating, the dark side had warned him that he was the key to defeating Deathstroke. He had seen it, but there was so much that he was blind to. He dismissed the heroes, and they still saved him. Then he betrayed them. He thought that he was the only one with the will and the power to stop the darkness. And I was right. That's why my name is Black Adam! He grabs Deathstroke, the magical lightning striking down, but it doesn't destroy, it empowers. The smoke clears, and Deathstroke realizes that the darkness no longer has a hold of him. I'm free. What did you do? The darkness can't touch us. That was my gift. I shared my powers, a piece of me, so that we can defeat the darkness together. Deathstroke laughs at that. You thought I was dangerous.
What's that one day?
Now I'm just a weak and powerless fool. You may have freed me from Pariah's darkness, but it's already found a new home in a Nightwing. Nightwing is now alone as the darkness corrupts and drags him deeper. Soon he'll be just like Deathstroke. It's too late. Everything will be swallowed by the darkness soon. Meanwhile, the Flashes are attempting to use the Speed Force to try and stop the spread of the darkness from infecting the rest of the multiverse, but even their efforts are proving fruitless. That is until the new Dr. Light tells them that for years, she would stare at the stars feeling incomplete. Pariah felt that the Monitor gave him a curse. She saw it as a blessing. Pariah and the others before him failed to save the Infinite Earths because they wanted to control them, to find perfection. But perfection is boring. The multiverse needs to be free, to be infinite. As the Infinite Earths are added back into the multiverse, Mr. Terrific tells everyone that they're doing it. It's stabilizing their multiverse powers, the infinite. The Dark Army begins to recede, and Deathstroke continues to fight against Black Adam, telling him, we both know these new kids are not worth our time, yet you fight alongside them to protect them. Another kick to the face, and Black Adam pulls himself up. I would die with them. That's touching. It appears the multiverse gets to live another day, but we must stop the children from following in our footsteps. At that moment, a blue light begins to shine over the battlefield, and Nightwing tells him, you'll never get it. We aren't following in anyone's footsteps. We all walk together. No matter the world or the generation, we embrace our history alongside the new. To bring hope to everyone. That is our legacy. He breaks free of the darkness within, knocking Deathstroke aside. Why can't you see why I did this? I didn't want what happened to my children to happen to your children. No one should ever know that pain. I would rather the whole world burn instead. If this is the day that I die, then legacy dies with me. Deathstroke charges at Nightwing, but he's stopped by his daughter, Ravager. Rose, you're done. You need help. Please trust me, Dad. Deathstroke falls to his knees. I didn't want to hurt you like I do. She tells him that she knows. As the darkness passes, so does the red skies. Families are reunited. The heroes are starting to return. The young are celebrated. The world is slowly beginning to rebuild. Deathstroke, his body was ravaged by that darkness. When it was purged, it stripped him of the serum that gave him his powers. Right now he's alive, but he's in constant pain. However, there's also someone else who thought the world might be better off without Deathstroke. Later, the sun shines upon the Hall of Justice. Black Adam watching its construction when Superman and John Kent see him, and John says that it looks like somebody got his powers back. Superman says that when he joined the Justice League, people doubted him. Black Adam, you proved them wrong. Thank you. I really don't care if anyone doubted me. I am not one of you, but the world was in danger and I did everything in my power to save it, including sharing it. Now it is time for me to return to my own responsibilities. The next time that we meet, if you or any of your kind get in my way, there will be a war. But Kal-El, your son, at least he didn't die like you. Black Adam then flies off with John confused if that was a compliment. It was, son. It was. Elsewhere, Nightwing is rummaging through the debris when he picks up a candle. Batman leaps down, asking what is it. Nightwing explains that Black Adam said the Justice League was dead and he never believed them, because if they were really gone, he'd know. The others feared a world without the Justice League, so he made a speech to make sure that everyone knew that they could keep the light out for them. That as long as the candles were lit, that their legacy would live on. The candles made them feel safe the same way that this one did for Batman when he first took the vow, and for Nightwing when his parents died. Batman takes the candle, snapping it. Nightwing is confused, but Batman explains. He put on the cape and the cowl for the first time. He was alone on the streets of Gotham, against the darkness as it tried to drown him. The candle was never the light in the dark for him. It was him. Heroes don't need candles or speeches. They only need the through line that unites them. That's why he was able to contain the spread of darkness within himself until the infinite Earths were restored and Pariah's darkness fade away. That's why Nightwing prevailed. And only Nightwing could have done that. I'm proud of you. We all are. We'll rebuild the Hall of Justice to be a home for heroes. But it's time for a change. There will no longer be a Justice League. We don't just need new members. We need a new mission and a new legacy. And if anyone's going to lead us into the future, it's going to be you. Nightwing is taken aback. That's a lot to take in. A lot to think about. The two of them are interrupted as Oracle reports of a new mission, and they grapple out, ready to go again. However, just because the multiverse was saved, not all are concerned about the worlds that are not their own, as a figure presents their case before the Council of Light. This figure says that they must do something. With no Justice League and the current heroes disorganized, it can only add to their troubles. The heroes are a problem. Orders need to be given, and if they are disobeyed, they should suffer incarceration. These heroes have defeated aliens, monsters, and gods, and now the resurrected Justice League, well, they appear to have beaten death. That's a step too far. Something must be done to ensure humanity's survival now, before it's too late. The figure speaks out, and the council tells them to hold their tongue. But they agree. The metahumans are too dangerous, and they need to be controlled or imprisoned, and they must take steps that they have never allowed before. So Amanda Waller, you have full permission to utilize every resource to fully eradicate metahumans from the world. The light shines upon her new team as she smiles. Finally. And there you have it. This is giving me a lot of hope for the future. They've disassembled the Justice League. Amanda Waller's got some big plans, and we already know that the Dawn of DC is going to be featuring primarily the villain Brainiac. So make sure you like and subscribe and hit that notification bell so that we can bring you updates as all of this stuff is happening with the soft reboot of DC. And I'll see you guys next time, right here. Today we're going to bring you a full story of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, issue 1 through 50, the entire Shredder saga. But I want you to be aware of something. This is a series that we've worked on over the course of about 6 years here at the Comicstorian channel, meaning my microphone improves as we're going, along with the style in which we tell the story. It's kind of an interesting full story as you're going to see the evolution of the channel along with the evolution of the Turtles throughout the video. But if you're wondering where you are, this is the Comicstorian channel, where I take some of your favorite comic books, I turn them into these audio dramas, and it allows you to keep up with what's going on in the world of comic books and you know what you want to do. On that note, let's just get into the story because this one's a doozy, and I hope you guys enjoy. The story begins in the Stockgen Research Facility, and inside of this facility is one important researcher who just started working there recently, April O'Neil. Also inside are 4 young turtles, each of which will be named after Renaissance painters once April gives them those names. Michelangelo, Raphael, Leonardo, and Donatello. There's also a rat named Splinter that was experimented on with drugs that would give him human-like cognition. Months would go by with April taking care of the 5 animals, and the facility would continue its experiments where they were bioengineering meat. Well, what she didn't know is that this facility had a secondary objective, only known by its investors and its top researchers.
General Krang donated a top-secret mutagen to this facility to try and turn it into a super soldier serum. But it wasn't as secret as he thought, because on the very same night that April O'Neil came across the research, a group of masked ninjas broke into the facility. As one of them attempted to murder April, the other ninjas put everything from the lab into a bag, because they didn't know what was needed and what wasn't. So while Splinter looked on, they grabbed the vials of mutagen and the turtles, and they placed them all into one bag. He may have just been a rat, but he was a rat with the ability to think like a human, and he runs into the next room to pull the fire alarm. As the alarm sounded, April took this opportunity to fight back and run outside to the arriving police. But as she got to safety, the ninjas grabbed their bag containing the mutagen and the turtles and they fled out the nearby window. But Splinter wasn't about to just let them get away. He leaped out the window and into the fleeing ninja's eyes. Infuriated by this, the ninja dropped the bag and threw Splinter to the street down below. With the bag spilled open, the mutagen spilled all over the place, and Splinter was injured from the fall. So a random cat came over and picked up the turtle known as Raphael and began to carry him away. But Splinter wasn't done protecting the turtles, and he chased the cat down, leaping into its face and biting its eye out of its own head. The cat dropped the turtle and ran off into the night, with the mutagen dripping from its mouth. But before Splinter can find the missing Raphael, he sees the ninjas coming down to get their stolen goods back, so he pushes Leonardo, Donatello, and Michelangelo into the bag, and he begins to drag all three of them into the sewers, leaving Raphael to fend for himself. Deep down in the sewers, Splinter and the turtles all mutated into half-human, half-animal hybrids, while up in the streets, all alone, Raphael mutated by himself alone in a trash pile. And elsewhere, a mangy stray cat mutated into a half-cat, half-human named Old Hobbs. 1 year passes and the three turtles are battling it out with Old Hobbs and his gang. You see, over the last year, the turtles and Splinter have been training, while Old Hobbs has been hunting them down. He was hired by the owner of the mutagen to bring in the turtles and Splinter. They have had countless battles, and all have been trying to stop Old Hobbs since the day that they were changed. It's a fight that they always win, and Old Hobbs crawls back to whatever alley he and his gang crawled up from. But the Turtles and Splinter aren't on any mission to stop Hobbs, or on any mission to stop any of the ninjas just yet. Their only mission is to find their missing brother, and every time he thinks of how he lost him that night, tears well up in Splinter's eyes. You see, Raphael was never recovered that night, and has been wandering the streets alone, confused and lonely for the last year. Splinter is the only one who truly remembers Raphael's even missing, and the rest of the Turtles are getting tired of looking for their mysterious fourth brother that they don't even remember. So while the Turtles are in their warm lair with their pizza, tea, gadgets, and training, Raphael is wandering the streets just trying to survive and stay hidden. He doesn't know anything about ninjas, and he has no clue about Old Hobbs, and he has no idea who Splinter and the other Turtles are. He's just a big green guy wandering the streets who happens to hear some trouble one night. Who knows what made him run into that room to save the young boy that night? Maybe it was a sense of justice. Maybe it was a subconscious fear of what happened to him on the night of the ninja attack. Maybe Raph just doesn't like bullies. Either way, he kicked down the door and he proceeded to go into battle with this man who was beating on his own son. But while his brothers had been training for the last year to fight, Raph only knows the basics of fist fighting and finds himself overwhelmed by this man quickly. That is, until the man tries to drop an elbow onto Raph's back and discovers that there's a rather hard shell there. Raph then declares, "Tag, I'm it," and he begins to beat on the man and then throw him out of his own home. He turns to the young man, expecting the guy to run away from his freakish appearance, but he's shocked when the young man says, "Thanks for the help. I'm Casey Jones." They then fist bump, and Casey tells Raph that it wasn't a big deal. His dad just gets violent when he gets drunk. But he does want to repay him, so he's gonna take him out to get some grub. And they can have a little fun along the way. He then walks into his back room and he returns with a goalie's mask and a baseball bat. The two head out onto the streets and they begin to beat up on muggers and purse snatchers. And Casey explains to Raph that the best feeling is helping others, even if they run away from a guy in a mask and a big green dude. So they make their way to the park, where Casey buys them both the best dogs in the city. And then suddenly they're shoved by two thugs who are outrunning the cops. Casey slaps his mask back on and he says to Raph, "You know what's more fun than hot dogs? Knocking the crud out of two-bit criminals." And the two of them run off into the park to chase those guys down. But as they jump into the park, they aren't confronted by the two thugs. They're confronted by Old Hobbs and his entire gang. Don't tell me you forgot your old friend Hobbs. Hobbs says as Raph begins to remember the rat who saved him and the cat who ran off that night. Hobbs tells the gang no guns because he wants them to remember this beating. And the battle begins with Casey and Raph versus the entire gang. Eventually, both Raph and Casey are overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, and Hobbs pulls out his own gun and he places it up against Raph's chin. You got away before, but it's not gonna happen again. And then suddenly, 3 Chinese stars land in his forearm, and there stands the other 3 turtles, here to save their long-lost brother. They leap in, defeating the entire gang, and just as Hobbs thinks he's lost, he jumps in to fight Raph directly. He has no intentions of losing Raphael again. Raph and Hobbs roll around on the ground, both swinging punches and trying to kill each other. Eventually, Raph gets the upper hand and he begins beating Hobbs to death until Leonardo stops him. He's beaten. Let it go. Raph gets to his feet and he asks, "Who are you guys?" And Donatello tells him, "We're your brothers." All 4 turtles return home and Splinter is overjoyed as he reaches out and he hugs Raph, stating, "At last, our circle is complete and we can truly begin." He then hands each of them a gift for returning Raphael, something to help them stay unique and show off their individual qualities.
Their individually colored bandanas. Our story doesn't begin with the turtles, nor does it begin with any mutations. It begins with Hamato Yoshi, a man that lived in feudal Japan. Yoshi is on the run from members of the Foot Clan led by Oroku Saki. Yoshi and Saki were once friends and allies in the Foot, but Saki chose to take control of the Foot and lead them down a power-hungry path of dishonor, domination, and destruction. When they were given the mission to assassinate the castle lord of the village, Saki decided to take the entire Foot against the entire village to send a proper message. Yoshi then stood up against this decision, and Saki took this as an act of defiance, an act of treason punishable by death. Yoshi was hoping that he could go home and save his family, but by the time that he arrived, the Foot had already gotten there and slaughtered his wife. He arrived at home just in time to scream in disbelief, "Devils, what have you done?" before killing each member of the Foot. He then held his wife in his arms one final time as she passed on, her last wish being not to fight against Saki, but to flee with their 4 boys to safety. And so, they left. They spent many years in hiding, training and growing together as a family. But eventually, Oroku Saki found them and bound each of them. As the tears welled up in the eyes of his sons, Hamato Yoshi prayed that he would be reunited with them again one day, and that someday he would get to face off with Saki again. As Yoshi watched his boys die, he then looked Saki coldly in his eyes and told him, "We will meet again, and I will destroy you." Saki told him, "Fool, we will never meet again," and he murdered Yoshi that day. A few things have happened since our last turtle story, such as the invention of the Mouser robots by Stockman, and Hobbs, the mutated cat, being pushed out of his former team. During a battle with the Mousers, Hobbs has Splinter kidnapped so that Krang and his men can conduct experiments on him. But just before Krang and his men can arrive, Splinter is kidnapped from being kidnapped by ninjas wearing swords and masks. He was taken by Kirai of the Foot Clan and brought to Master Shredder. Kirai explains that the Foot Clan have existed for centuries, hidden in the deepest dark. They are assassins, thieves, warriors, ninja. Splinter doesn't even blink. "I know who you are." "Then do you know why you were brought here? A war is coming, one that will begin with the filthy streets of this city and then spread to engulf the entire world. A war for power and control. A war that the Foot Clan has planned for ages. We want to enhance our existing army with mutated soldiers of remarkable abilities. But before you have the opportunity to join us, a test." And Kirai cuts the cord holding Splinter captive before handing him a sword. Meanwhile, on the surface, the turtles are trying to figure out what they need to do next. They've lost their home to the Mousers, they've lost their dad to ninjas, and they have no food or any of their gear. Back with Splinter, he easily drops the Foot soldiers with his ninja skills. But he shocks Shredder, because the fighting style that he is using is that of the Foot. In the end, he stands over the soldier, ready to kill him. Kirai informs him he is to kill the soldier or he will be killed himself. Back with the turtles, April has brought them to an old shop that her family owns. They can stay here for a bit while they find Splinter. And back with Splinter, he turns the sword to Kirai and Shredder. "I will not kill this man. You defile the Foot Clan. I will not be a party to this disgrace." Shredder's eyes go even wider. "It cannot be. Hamato Yoshi? Oroku Saki?" Shredder removes his helmet, revealing Saki from all of those years ago. "Yes, it is. I would ask how you are here and in this form, but I did not rise from the dead to waste time on the inconsequential. Kirai, destroy him."
Kurai fires her bow and arrow at Splinter, and he cuts the arrows out of the air easily. So Shredder sends in the rest of the Foot Clan, his army of ninjas. Splinter is tired and old, but he easily faces off with each of these ninjas. He wishes to live, to see his family again by all means necessary. He refuses to surrender. Once he drops the last ninja, he turns to Shredder. Now shall we continue? So Shredder sends in Olapex, his mutated snow fox. She's faster than he was expecting, so he plays on her emotions, reminding her of what she lost, reminding her that she had no choice to do what she did, and reminding her that she doesn't have to work for Shredder. This causes her to lose focus, and he prevails again, and then he once again turns to Shredder. So, Orokosaki, do we settle this now, master to master? Meanwhile, back on the surface, the Turtles have teamed up with Casey Jones to drop a local gang and learn that there are these ninjas called the Foot roaming around. And Casey's friend Angel knows who they are. The ninjas sound just like the ones that kidnapped Splinter, so the Turtles take off to go to their location. Time to stomp some foot. Back with Splinter, Shredder removes his cape, and Splinter and Shredder have their duel. Splinter can tell that Sakai is toying with him. He's grown tired, and the fatigue is setting in, and both men know that it's only a matter of time before Saki can defeat Splinter. And with that, Saki knocks Splinter down. Splinter can hear his body yelling at him to give in, that he has nothing more to give into this fight. But Splinter refuses to give in, and he takes a bow staff off the ground. He remembers his wife, his young boys. He remembers his past life, and it's what he needed to get back into this fight. Using the anger from his wife being murdered, Splinter manages to get one up on Shredder, and he forces him to take a knee. Enough, Shredder shouts as he breaks the bow staff and slams Splinter to the ground. As Shredder comes in for the kill, Splinter asks for forgiveness from his sons. But that's when the Turtles finally arrive. They come crashing through a window. Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, and begin to battle it out with the rest of the Foot, Apollux, and Karai. They begin to drop them all with ease because nothing can stop this family. After Raphael drops Apollux and Leonardo takes care of Karai, Donatello walks over to help their father up while Michelangelo takes out the Foot trying to stop them. But Shredder won't be so easily dispatched as Michelangelo jumps in a fight with him. You must all work together to fight against Sakai, my son. Splinter manages to tell them. Sakai drops Michelangelo in a hurry, and then Donatello finds himself fighting Sakai solo. So Leonardo jumps in to defend his brother, and Splinter relays the same message to Leonardo. You must remember what I taught you. You must fight him as a team. Leonardo runs to his brothers. We need to fight him as a team! And Shredder stands before them. So, mutant, are you prepared to suffer my wrath once again? And then Leonardo thinks about it. Again? What are you? And then he sees the original Oroku Sakai from their past lives. You! Leonardo runs in, slicing across Shredder's chest, and then Michelangelo strikes him on the back, and Donatello knocks his helmet off, allowing Raphael to kick him into a wall. The Turtles then grab their father and they flee out of the warehouse to fight another day. Casey Jones thanks Angel and her gang for their help, and tells them that he'll be around with his green friends if he's ever needed again. And over with Stockton, we find that he shot Hobbs for losing Splinter, and then he was kidnapped by Krang. It looks like Krang is done playing around and ready to launch his war. And once they finally get back to their new home, the Turtles lay Splinter down on the couch, and everyone sits around worried about him. And when he wakes up, he sees his family. 14 months ago, back at StockGen Labs, two scientists were working on mutagen injections. They needed to perform more research after their original experiments went so wrong. Old Hobbs the cat and 4 turtles. This new specimen was a snapping turtle, and boy was he mean. But with a lower intensity dose, they were able to slowly mutate him so that they could run various experiments on him. 9 months ago, this new turtle was beat on, tortured, and put through psi control manipulation. They wanted a weapon. No, they wanted a monster whose sole purpose was to work for StockGen and hunt turtles. Then, 2 weeks ago, he got free. His name is Slash. Last night, Mikey went to the local pizza parlor. He's friends with Woody, one of the kids who works there. He gives Mikey a pizza every night. And of course, Mikey is super grateful. As Mikey turns to leave, Woody goes back inside, and that's when Slash jumps out of a nearby dumpster, ready to hunt some turtles. The next night, Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo are all standing on top of a rooftop looking at the pizza place, because it was wrecked by this mystery monster. The police are reporting a giant lizard monster and that they are authorized to use deadly force on anything that even resembles this. This, of course, isn't good for our heroes. They already know that StockGen has been developing a turtle tracker, and now there's a monster on the loose. Since it's a giant lizard monster, they can only assume that it's the other turtle
that April saw when she broke into StockGen Labs looking for turtle trackers. So it's decided that since there are now turtle trackers and a monster looking for them, they're gonna need a new base of operations. Meanwhile, at their current base of operations, Splinter, Casey Jones, and April all go outside to see that the turtle van has been cut up by giant claws. Something is following the scent of the turtles. The brothers continue running through the city trying to figure out what they're going to do next when they end up stopping some random muggers. Of course, they are random muggers and no challenge for the turtles, so they quickly drop them. But the man that they saved then sees 4 lizard-looking monsters and calls them the Slash Monsters that the news has dubbed our creature, and the man runs off. Raph comments how saving this guy was a great idea, Leo, and the turtles all hightail it out of there. But someone else was nearby, our monster named Slash, and he can smell them. He can smell his targets, the turtles. Donatello leads the team to an old abandoned church because he already has an idea of a place that's out of the way that they can live now. It's the basement of this church because in the basement is an old bomb shelter stocked with food, a generator, and sewer tunnel access. The guys all love it and they declare that their search is over. The Slash is right behind them, and as he hears them, he repeats what they said: "Search over." Because his search for his prey is also over. The brothers keep looking around, commenting how this is perfect, and as they look around the place, they happen across a giant snapping turtle. "What is that?" Leonardo shouts as they shine the light in Slash's face. He knocks the flashlight away, letting it hit the ground to illuminate the area, and then he knocks Mikey away from the group. Then he dodges Leo, and Donatello's bow does nothing against him. Mikey gets back up and he looks around, and that's when he finds Slash, as he's dropped Raph and Donatello and has Leo by the throat. Mikey jumps in, cracking Slash over the head, and he gets his brothers back up, but Slash isn't even close to done as he charges at them. Leo jumps over, getting a shot in at Slash's shell, but that just makes Slash even madder as he knocks Raph away. No matter what they do, it doesn't matter. Slash is overpowering them. Meanwhile, over at StockGen, something else is brewing. Krang is getting ready for a war in his home dimension, but that's a story for a future video, because right now, the turtles are trying to figure out how to stop Slash, and they have no idea, so they just keep dodging and arguing. They're debating if this thing is either from Shredder or from StockGen, because both of them want the turtles dead right now, and if they run, it won't matter because this thing will just follow them and fight again. And that's when Leo reminds them they can't just run, because if they do, they're gonna let this thing back on the city to harm innocents. They need to find a way to stop it now. So Leo tells the team to follow his lead, and he jumps on the back of Slash, getting a chokehold on him. While he's choking Slash, the rest of the team begins to beat on him again, trying their best to stop him, slow him down, confuse him, anything. And when they finally get him to the ground, he shouts out and throws them aside, knocking all of them out except Leo. Slash then throws Leo across the room, and he picks up Mikey, prepared to kill him. But Leo grabs Slash's attention by throwing a weapon into his face, and he tells him, "This has to stop." And Slash tells him, "Turtle hunt." And Leo asks him, "What do you want?" "Kill turtle. Pain, stop." "Please, listen to me. No one has to die. We don't want to hurt you. Really, we're from StockGen 2. We're just like you." And Slash hits Leo again, yelling, "Kill!" "Please, stop," Leo calls out to him. But that's when April and Casey arrive and shout, "Leo!" Slash jumps at him right at that moment, and Leo turns around. "Wait, no, stop!" They roll across the ground, and once they stop, Leo looks up to see that his sword is in Slash's shoulder, right between his shell. Leo sadly says, "Oh, no." Slash pulls the sword out and throws it down while tearing off his black mask. Then he jumps into the sewer to swim away, and Leo picks up his mask. "I'm sorry." The next day, the turtles move into the new space, and everyone wonders where Mikey and Leo are. And Raph comments that Mikey is just too sensitive sometimes. Splinter stops him. "Do not speak that way of your brother. He is a kindly soul, and he has been this way for 2 lifetimes. His empathy for others is a virtue, not a flaw. He simply seeks out the goodness in others that is so innate in himself. He only wishes to love and to be loved." Mikey went back to the pizza parlor to find his friend Woody, but instead he found a note on the pizza left outside. "Mikester, hey amigo, don't think I can deal with the stuff that follows you and your bros. I'll keep the pizzas coming though." Woody, with tears in his eyes, he took the pizza back to his brothers. Splinter continues, "As for Leo, do not mistake his discipline for callous detachment. Whatever has become of the creature that you battled, I am certain that Leonardo too wishes things had ended differently. He is not cold-hearted, but he is ninja. His spirit is strong." And Leo is sitting at the waterway that Slash used to escape, looking at his sword and the mask of Slash tied to it. Meanwhile, Slash isn't exactly dead as he washes up on the shore of the city, and the furred foot of Hobbs kicks him and tells him, "I got plans for you." On the planet Neutrino, the war is raging on. Rockets land in the city, destroying various emplacements and killing many of the soldiers. It's an attack that has gone on for 10 days, and though all of the soldiers of this war have fought Krang and his men valiantly, it appears that they are losing. And the king knows this as he turns to Commander Dask, and he tells him to retrieve Honeycut. They need the scientist back now. He is the last remaining remaining hope for the neutrino people. Meanwhile, in New York City, Donatello is setting up their new base of operations, while the others are dealing with the fallout of the recent events. Mikey is looking over the letter that his friend gave him, telling him that he can't be around the turtles anymore. Raph is lifting to get rid of his anger, and Leo is still
Alright, everybody. Well, that's going to do it for me today. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Might do some more of this, might do some more of that. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. But my fuck, did we get a lot done today. Get to upgrade my retainers. Completed all the side quests and that whole area. For fuck's sake. My god. Just a productive day for some Final Fantasy. But, you know, Bravo, thanks for stopping by like you always do. It's great seeing you. Glad you're still out there gaming. But whether you watch now or later, wherever you are, whenever you are, be good out there, be safe. And remember, your future's good. Just believe.